Y'all, technical difficulties. They are like, it just happens. It's life. It's life. Okay. Can y'all hear me? Let's start with that. Yay! Everyone can hear me. This is wonderful. Hello, hello, beautiful humans. Thank you for joining. We are still working on getting everything up and running for Nuxt Nation. I know you're excited. I'm excited. View School's excited. We're all really excited about this. So, we really appreciate your patience. We are going to be offline for a little bit longer. The live is working. We got that working, so we're good. You will see this thanks for your patience screen for a little bit longer. And once we are up and running, you will start seeing our intro videos. So hopefully that won't be too much longer. We adore you and thank you for your patience. And yay, see you soon. Hello, hello again, beautiful humans. And yes, I see that y'all got jokes. Y'all got jokes, but it's Jen with two N's. Come on. At least if you're going to do the jokes with my name right, please. And yes, I forget. I mean, it doesn't matter what platform we're going to be on. Y'all should know that I'm just going to forget to unmute myself. This is something that I've done every single conference I've ever been on. Doesn't matter where it is, I forget to unmute myself. It's also what I do on my live stream. So it's super fun. It's it's life. All right, so we're gonna be doing a couple of tech checks because we really want to get this ball rolling. So if you can in Vito, let us know if you can see our stream and what you're up to. Drinking tea. I said I was drinking tea earlier. What's everybody else drinking? I got my tea, I got my water. I don't like drinking my water on stream because I always use giant cups. Like I honestly use the giant cups because of if I don't drink enough water. Ooh, we got people from all over. Yay, people can see me. We're going to be focusing on Vito for this. We do have backup, but we are focusing on Vito because that's where you can get all access to everything, as well as making sure you can see all of the different options that we offer through Vito. So we are going to be focusing on Vito. I do see, and I'm starting to see that we're getting a lot of comments in Vito that it's working. All right. And oh, we got Belgium and Canada, Iran. We got some coffee drinkers, protein shakes. I do have a protein shake in the morning. I realized that I Oh, that's actually a great question, everybody. I'm starting to see all the comments. So, yes, I'm going to randomly be asking you lots of questions while we wait for this to for sure be working. Um, uh, what does everybody eat for breakfast? Or do you eat breakfast? I know that it's not breakfast time in the entire world right now, but I just had breakfast. So, it's what I'm thinking about. It's one of my favorite meals. Yay. We're seeing so many beautiful people in all the comments. Let's see. And dinner is in 20 minutes. What are you having for dinner? I want some dinner. I think I what's everybody's favorite food? Oh, Rodrigo intermittent fasting. I tried that once. It was not easy. We got we got Vienna, coffee, eggs, and meat. All right. All right. I dig it. I dig it. Um, pizza. Pizza is one of my favorite meals. Especially I found out a few years ago I have to eat gluten free. And so like mostly gluten. Like if I have a little, it's not bad. It's more of a sensitivity. I was crushed until they came out with more gluten free crust for pizza, which is, you know, more everywhere. So I'm very excited. All right. So far, so good. Can we do small talk about Nuxt projects? Ooh, we could. What questions do you have about Nuxt and Nuxt projects? I will say, I know while I'm rambling on about things, Daniel Rowe was on Teach Gen Tech. It was really cool talking about Nuxt. And there's a lot of cool options with Nuxt. I will say, as someone that has only got into tech about a year ago and learning to code and everything is hearing from experts and being able to like talk to them and do these streams is always so much fun. Yay! We are starting. For anybody in Vito that's unable to see your the chat or the video, the stream there, please refresh and let me know if that's going any better. Ooh, hoping to get some news about Nuxt and Auth. Yeah, yep, we do have some pretty cool announcements coming up. You'll have to stay tuned for those. Ooh. Are there any plans for Nuxt integration with Laravel and Nest.js? I'm not sure. That is a great uh, joke. I need to read this one out loud. Why don't programmers like nature? Too many bugs. That one was great. Thank you for that. Thank you. All right. See if the live will be going through Vito, so we should be up and running here soon. And this might be a good way of seeing it. Let me share my screen really quick because if anybody's in Vito and having an issue, this might actually help. Share my screen. Go to that one. Share. All right. So for those in Vito, wait, why? See, this is why they don't let me do the techie things all the time because I'm a live streamer. I'm used to doing everything on the live stream. Okay, there we go. So if you're in Vito, if you're not seeing the videos coming up anywhere, if you go for the live stream, if you go into videos, you'll see this first one right here that just shows the starting time. If you click on there, you should be able to see the live as well as all of the comments. So go check that way to see if you're able to see the stream. And hopefully, we can get up and running here shortly. And I'm going to do a tech check with my team to see if we are good to go live soon with everything else. What do y'all think? I think we're showing that it's working pretty well now. Oh, the crab on the pillow behind me does have a name. It's Rapu. It's where I work. Ivan. Here, I will go grab the pillow. Just a second. Ooh, let's see. I think we can see it. Their name is Rapu, and it's very cute. I love Rapu. Yeah, it's Ivan. Yay! Y'all know who Ivan is. All right, y'all, let's get started.
Hey everybody, I'm Alexander Lichter, a Nuxt team member and also a web engineering consultant. And today we should talk about the most used component throughout your entire applications, most likely, which is, some of you guessed it already, the Nuxt link component. Right? Super valuable and you need it to navigate from page to page. Though it's very common nowadays to just wrap it in your own app or base link component by apply some stylings and so on and so on. But did you know that you can also change the behavior of the Nuxt link component by creating your own one? If not, let's have a look at the define Nuxt link function. It takes a couple of options, which we'll go through in a bit, and the component that will be returned works very similar to the Nuxt link provided by the framework itself, but thanks to the options, you can customize the behavior a bit more. So let's take a look. A few things you can do is setting up the default classes, for example, when the route has an exact match, the route is active, or when the route was prefetched, which can be pretty helpful. But two other things are super valuable in your application. One of them is a way to set the rel attribute if the link is external. So default, no open or no refer, but you can completely customize that. And the other thing is the trailing slash option. So you can set it to append or remove, and then all the links that the Nuxt link component, your custom one, will handle, well, all good. They will either all have a trailing slash or will not have one. And that's amazing for SEO. I use it a lot for that. And the good part is you can still use that raw Nuxt link component, then still wrap it in your own one, but then customize the styling, apply like all the scope slots and so on. So yeah, definitely a thing worth to check out before reinventing the wheel. Yeah, so give it a try and see you at the next Mighty Bytes.
Hi there, Jakub here from Vue Storefront. In this Mighty Byte video, I will tell you a little bit more about Nuxt security, which will make your Nuxt application more secure by default. Stay tuned for Nuxt Nation conference because I will be announcing something really cool about this module. Nuxt security can be used without any configuration needed. To verify if it works, we can go to the browser and inspect the document to see those headers that are being added by the module. So we can see content security policy, cross-origin embedded policy, and many more. But Nuxt security is not only about the headers, because it comes also with security middlewares that we can also customize like this. What will happen right now is that this rate limiter will be triggered after 3 requests. So if I try to spam many requests to the application, eventually I will get 4 to 9 error and too many requests response. To read more about all functionalities that Nuxt security comes with, go to Nuxt security documentation and inspect this security section here.
Hello again. We are hopefully starting soon because I just want to say, like, this is the third Nuxt Nation and y'all are doing an amazing job. Like, we've had so many people show up that does this mean that it's like the grand prize because we got Nuxt to have a hard time again, or not Nuxt, Veto to have a hard time again? Does that mean that we're winning at this? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But if we get this up and running, what are y'all most excited to learn about? Because I feel like Nuxt Nation is so cool when we get to hear about the big announcements. That's one of my favorite parts, is especially because we have 2 big announcements at this conference. Yay. I would say another big one that I absolutely love about Nuxt Nation is the fact that Vue School organizes this and works together with all of the sponsors. So it's like, cool, we get to talk about sponsors a ton because they're making this free for us. So we get to hang out with you. And yeah, there can be technical issues. That's life. That is especially online. I don't know if y'all have ever done a virtual or like an in-person conference when there's technical issues. I feel like that is like so much pressure both ways. It doesn't matter if it's virtual or in person, the pressure is there. Uh, So I am glad that we are getting things back up and running and that Vue School puts these on for us and works with the leading industry leaders and like who else gets to talk to like the creators of Vue.js and Nuxt and core team members, ambassadors and contributors? Like this is pretty cool conference. So we really appreciate your patience while we've been working on getting this all back up and running. And yeah, we're gonna get there. We promise. We will get there. Now, if anybody is like, hey, I am running out of time or anything like that because there's been a bit of delay, if you're going to think you're going to miss your favorite speaker or somebody on the agenda, there is going to be recordings later on so you can watch them. But here's the kicker. If you aren't live when they're on stage, if there's any Q&A, you can ask some questions. So I would definitely suggest staying to hang out. And now, curiosity question for everyone, doesn't matter what platform um, you're on. What is something that you would love to see from a Mighty Byte? Like a quick tidbit of information you would like to learn from. Is there something that you're like, yo, this would be really helpful? I don't know if it's been done yet, but Daniel showed the developer tools when he was on Teach Gen Tech. He showed a bit about the dev tools for Nuxt, and I'm just like, this is so cool. I'm not really sure why I think it's like so cool, but it was. And I'll see if I can grab the link for y'all for that one, just because that was a really good stream, and I'm grateful that Daniel was on the show. I gotta look at it at the same time. Like it's kind of hard to do when there's too many things on the screen. And somebody also asked in the chat of how did I first learn about Nuxt? Interesting question, and I think that is a great question. Of I actually first heard of Nuxt last year at Nuxt Nation. As I said, I started coding in. Let's see, I started Teach Gen Tech in July 2022. So I really wanted to become a developer advocate. I am very passionate about mental health and neurodiversity and breaking into tech. And a lot of developer advocates were like, yo, Jen, you have the experience or you have the personality, but you don't have the experience and you don't have the content. So within a week, I started Teach Gen Tech. And that helped me live stream my learning processes, which gave opportunities of helping learn that I could do stuff live and talking to people and emceeing and doing talks. That when Vue School was looking for MCs last year, I was able to get in contact with them and have been working with them for Vue Forge, for Nuxt Nation, Vue Nation, and this is, I think, our fifth conference together, which I love being here. And that is how I got into finding out about Nuxt and Vue. And it's definitely something that it's fascinating how different ecosystems work. And yet they're all very similar since they build off of JavaScript and being a framework. But as someone that is still learning the actual coding itself, not just theory, it's hard to always realize from like a beginner point of view what all of these different frameworks do. And that is something that I think is great about these conferences is it starts when you start going to them and going to like the Vue Forges, which are more like workshops and doing those type of things, it really helps teach us what these differences in the frameworks are. So that is probably one of my favorite things about it. How did all of you first hear about Nuxt? Like, have you been coders for forever? I feel like everybody's been coders forever on no matter where I go. I'm like, they've been developers for like a billion years. Nobody's that old. But in my head, that's how much experience you probably have is a billion years. I am going to be putting in the chat Teach Gen Tech episode with Daniel Rowe for Nuxt. And hit enter. So y'all should have that. And then let me get to the other screen and do it here too. Do. All right. We got 8 years ago, liked Vue for improving SEO. That's how you found Nuxt. I like it. Was a biology teacher. Okay. I feel like there are a lot of teachers that end up going into this field. Um, and then let's see. Fireship. Okay. Working with Vue.js for a few months, saw Nuxt Nation and decided to join. Awesome. All right. All right, y'all. So we are going to pivot one more time because, that's what we got to do when there's technical issues. It's, uh, we're going to do a quiz. Yay. So give me just a second. Do. Tell your screen. Yay. Share. And add to screen. All right, y'all. Oh, let's make this a little bit bigger so everybody can see it. All right. So if you use your phone to do the barcode, or you can copy and paste for wooclap.com, and then the event code is T as in Tango 323, we'll be able to see the quiz, and we'll give you just a minute to get that up and running. All right. Oh, geez. We are getting a lot of people in here. I'm digging it. Look at all the emojis. Oh, the emojis are happy. I like the emojis. All right. We still got people kind of flooding in, so we'll give a minute. Another minute. Yay. Oh, I love you guys. So many emojis. This is happiness. Thank you. I do feel like I probably do too many emojis in my life because I updated my LinkedIn just to have it updated, and I put emojis in each of as my bullet point, since LinkedIn doesn't really do bullet points. I did emojis. It made me really happy. All right. So y'all are still flooding in. Yes. Nice work. I know not everybody will want to do the quiz, but I like the quizzes. I think they're good questions. They're things that definitely get you thinking. And what we're going to do is definitely make sure all of our stuff works the best. Because y'all, Woo Clamp is pretty cool. I'm stoked about this one. All right. Y'all are still going. Dang. Yes. We're going to get started though, because we definitely want to keep this going. All right. Question number 1, which let me actually restart the timer. What is the primary purpose of Nuxt in web development? Got 30 seconds for each question, which I'm going to give us a little more time since this is the first one. All right. How we doing? Almost, we're a third of the way, almost a third of the way of people answering. All right. 7 seconds left. And 99% of you are correct with the answer is B, building web applications. Yay! All right, y'all. We're going to question number 2. And as we said for this one, you have 30 seconds to answer it. Which command is used to create a new Nuxt project? Y'all know this off the top of your head. I love it. Great work. All right, 5 seconds left. Oh, yes. 90% of you got it right with answer is C, NPX, Nuxie at latest in it. So nice work. Next question. What is the purpose of the pages directory in Nuxt project? I feel like we should just do quizzes all the time. Like we have a lot to learn, but I'm learning a ton just from these quizzes. All right. Less than 10 seconds. Perfect. Yes, we definitely want to be able to see what everybody's answering as we're going. And 99% of you are right with that. The answer is B, to define the roots and views of your application. Okay. And in Nuxt, what is the purpose of the use async data composable? Fifteen seconds left. All right. And all right, now we are done. And yes, A is correct to to fetch asynchronous data and inject it into a component's data. Bravo. All right, we are going to go right here really quick to display instructions, just so that way anybody that's tuning in can join us. All right. Let's go back to the next question. All right. We're going to pause this because I went a little fast, but what's the difference between async data and use fetch? Ooh, there's some debates on this one. Which one's the right one? Ooh, we got less than 10 seconds left. And no more answers. We are looking at B, or number 2. It is 58% of you got it right. On use fetch is experience sugar for the most common use case. So, all right. Question number 6. What does Nuxt use under the hood to provide routing support? Ooh. I feel like this one might be a trick question. And no more votes. We are looking at Vue Router. All right. And what is the purpose of Nuxt Leak component in Nuxt? Ten seconds left. Okay. And the answer is 68% of you got it right, of all of the above. So, to create a link to external websites and to create a link to different next page within your application. Ooh, question for all of you while we are going through all of this. Um, I mean, you're not wrong. Business of technology. Like we are working on getting this up and running. What was the first Nuxt project everyone worked on? I'm curious. What are we thinking? Okay. All right, so we're going for our last question, and then we will be starting soon. So I appreciate all of you going through this with me because I know it's not fun when there's technical issues and you're having to wait. And it's easy to get mad about it. I totally get it. Thank you for hanging out and doing this and being kind about it. So thank you. Last question, y'all. How can you set up dynamic routes in Nuxt? All right. Ooh, all right. I feel like 3 is getting the most votes, but got 10 seconds left. And all right, by creating a file with square brackets, i.e., square bracket ID, close square bracket dot view. So, y'all, I'm going to go offline and we'll be officially starting soon. So thank you all for your patience and see you shortly.
Hey everyone, it's Michael Thiessen here, and I am your instructor for Mastering Nuxt 3. I am a full-time Vue educator, so if you don't know who I am, that means that I spend literally all of my time educating you about Vue through my newsletter, my courses, and other content that I put out online. And Mastering Nuxt 3 is a really awesome course if you are looking to learn Nuxt 3. We start from the very beginning with understanding how routing works, how you can put together dynamic routes with children, nested, and we go from there all the way down to the back end. We cover databases. We're going to use Supabase and Prisma for that. We also integrate with Stripe so that we can charge our customers and earn some money along the way. So this course we're going to build out as a real world application, a course platform, so that we can see a dynamic application that allows access only to people who have paid for the product, and otherwise they don't get access. And so we do integrate with authentication. You're going to understand how to do that and implement that in your own application. So we cover a whole wide array of things that will help you to build real world full stack applications with Nuxt 3. But the key thing to know right now is that you can get 30% off, but only during the Nuxt Nation event. So don't wait. It's a great deal and you don't want to miss out on it.
Y'all, we did it! Yay! Welcome to the third edition of Nuxt Nation Conference. And thank you, everyone, for your patience and support during this. This is the largest Nuxt conference in the world, and Vito is back up and running. And oh my gosh, I think we figured it out. This is the largest one we've done yet. Y'all literally broke it again, like because you got the high score. We have had the biggest amount of people here. We are stoked you're here. Thank you again. And I know I mentioned this a little earlier. If you were around for any of the tech checks or anything like that. This is organized by Vue School. So thank you, Vue School. This is amazing. And Nuxt Nation introduces talks by industry leading speakers, including creators of Vue.js ecosystem, frameworks, core team members, Nuxt insiders and ambassadors, contributors, and experts from all over the world. And y'all are tuning in from all over the world. And Nuxt Nation is your number one source to get updated on the latest Nuxt news. So make sure to stay in the loop. All right. So for those who are joining in, and if you're watching the stream anywhere else, go check out Vito. That's where the majority of the conversation is and where we'll be hanging out. We are in the schedule right now. So it's been updated to the new timelines, especially since to give you a more up-to-date version of it. So on the left side, we have your schedule. You can watch it live. Oh, hey, look at that. Everybody's chats, and it's a bit of Inception. We can also see videos from the day before and all of our sponsor videos. Thank you to them. As well as make sure that when you are in the live, you can ask questions. Oh, let's say hi. Oh, yay. Hi. Hi. Oh, wait. Helps if I can type, y'all. Okay. We can say hi and ask questions there as well. And then if we're going down to the expo, we're going to be able to see more about mastering Nuxt. You'll also be able to see more about Vue School, which y'all, if you're not following on the social medias or anything like that, definitely make sure to go give Vue School some love, because without them working with all of our sponsors, this would not exist. So huge shout out to them for Nuxt Nation. Thank you. And then we have our Vue.js certification program. So definitely go check that one out. All of the links are here. You can watch the video. It's also going to be where you can see all of the discounts or any programs for them. And it will have the links down below. Then we got Mastering Pinia, which, I mean, just based on the graphic, who wouldn't want to do Mastering Pinia? And then we do have more about Vito, which they just had to work ridiculously hard for how many users we had log in all at once. So shout out for them for getting everything fixed. Thank you. And you also have Vue.js for companies. So if you're like, hey, I got a team of developers and I really need everybody to get on the same page, this is going to be where you need to go. You can hire Vue School to be able to work with your company in different aspects. Find out more here. If you're looking for a job, look no further. There are some job listings here that you can check out. We got our giveaways, which is always going to be fun because this is where you're going to see the contest throughout the week of Mastering Nuxt 3 license, which is pretty cool. So you want to take a picture of your setup coding and with the hashtag Nuxt Nation and tag Nuxt Nation. And make sure that you're following Nuxt Nation on Twitter. So do that and then win a Mastering Pinia license. So sign up for the course preview and follow Mastering Nuxt or Mastering Pinia on X, formerly known as Twitter. It's hard not to say that it's Twitter for everything. I don't know if anybody else has that experience. You also have digital swag. So go here. It's going to take you to the full. I'm trying to think of another word than view, but I'm gonna go with it. The full view of the swag that we have available, of what discounts you may be able to see through Prime View, Storyblok. Like, what are they like bringing to the table here to be able to help out and get you up and running? View Day. And it also will show you some past swag that we've had in the past so you know what to look forward to possibly in the future. So there are a ton here that we've done, but going back to Vito, one of the most exciting parts is any of the discounts that we have that are working towards on the workshops, which are very, very worthwhile. Make sure that you're checking these out, because who doesn't want to learn more about state management with Pinia? I mean, that's pretty cool. And now a little bit more about the conference itself. We've already seen a little bit of the Mighty Byte videos, and thank you to everybody that put in the comments what they're looking for on future Mighty Byte videos. They are where we get tips, tricks, covering best practices created by the Nuxt community. We have fun giveaways, which we already talked about, one of them. We have the games, which we saw a sneak preview of the quizzes that we were doing. So thank you for everyone participating there. And we have two huge announcements. So hang tight, they're still coming. And this conference is free for everybody. And it's a big reason, like, I know people are like, yo, I just want to, talk about, see what everybody's doing and like hear from the speakers. We do a lot about our sponsors because it's a value to them and a value to you. And most importantly to you, because without our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to do this conference for free. And it's to help you level up your Vue and Nuxt knowledge. So huge shout out to our sponsors, Vito, Storyblok, Prime Vue, and Vue Jobs, and to those who support Vue School and Mastering Nuxt. Thank you. And last but not least, we have a giveaway of Mastering Nuxt. So introduce us to your coding buddy and stand a chance to win Mastering Nuxt 3. Take a picture of your setup with your coding ally. Use the hashtag Nuxt Nation 2023 and tag Nuxt Nation, and follow Nuxt Nation on X, formerly known as Twitter. And now that we got all of that out of the way, all the important stuff, I know y'all are very, very looking forward to this. Alex is coming on. He is, and if you don't know Alex, you got to know Alex. Definitely someone to pay attention to. Alex is the founder of Vue School, a Vue.js community community partner, founded Vue School in 2016. Vue has the largest Vue School Vue.js library with the most comprehensive in the world, with over 200,000 students. Like, that's just mind-boggling to me. That's how much like the Vue ecosystem has grown. And also the author of The Majesty of Vue.js, which is the first book to be released about Vue. So welcome to the stage, Alex. We can't hear you. And I don't know if your mic's muted or if it's
Hear me
saying,
now?
yay, we can hear you. We got it.
And that was actually my intro joke. I hope you can all hear me fine. And then I went on, but yeah, you wouldn't hear that even. Okay, great. So I'm Alex, and I want to welcome you all at Nuxt Nation. This is the largest Nuxt conference in the world. Today we are hosting a ridiculous amount of people. We had all of these technical problems with getting started. It was bigger than what we anticipated. We're all very excited about this Nuxt Nation in particularly. We think this is honestly the best conference we have put together to date, and I'm looking forward for you to enjoy it with all of the talks and all of the activities we have prepared. There is a couple of new things and all of the learnings we have got from organizing the conferences in the past. And this is 2 days packed of Nuxt knowledge. and a lot of new releases and announcements. Nuxt Nation is brought to you by Vue School. And as I mentioned, we started Vue School back in 2016. And our vision is to make Vue.js education accessible to everyone around the world. And we are doing that by creating a lot of content for Vue.js and the ecosystem, and a lot of community activities through a variety of different services. Since 2016, we have tried to work with greatest industry leaders to create the best educational lessons and cover technologies that no other school or organization has taught or covered through our own way. We are really passionate about patterns, best practices, learning a lot of libraries, like using the development tools efficiently. So over the years, we have created over 1,000 video lessons on all of the things Vue.js and the ecosystem, like the tools that the Vue developer will need to use in order to be efficient at our job, not just knowing the library itself. And we continue to provide and create new lessons every week, following up the trends and the frameworks as they have new versions, breaking changes, and so on. And as our goal is to make Vue education accessible, we do offer a lot of these lessons on vueschool.io for free, and we do have for more advanced lessons.
Alex's jokes on jokes and jokes, like with a mute thing and making sure that we're paying attention now. I do appreciate it, but what is happening? Alex, are you back yet?
Hey, can you hear?
Yay!
Perfect. Okay, don't worry. I was just asking if you can hear me, and I was saying the story that with all of the debugging process that we went through to start the conference, all of my headphones ran out of battery. So I was charging this last one as the last little battery to go through the talk, but I'm glad it works. So moving on, at Vue School, like besides our core training platform, we have developed the official Vue.js certification, which was another need that we were asked to solve for the Vue community. We were having a lot of developers who would ask for a certification so that they can demonstrate that they can use the Vue.js framework efficiently. And on the other side, we had a lot of companies that would come to Vue School and ask us to recommend Vue developers that they can hire. So we came up with the idea to create a certification that would be both educational, so people that they go through the program, they learn a couple of things, but also once somebody gets it, we're really going to be able to guarantee that this developer knows Vue.js to this level. And we did a lot of research. We spoke with a lot of developers and a lot of companies in the industry. And one thing they all mentioned was that please make it hard. Don't make it just a certificate that somebody completes a course or like does some simple questions and they get certified. This has to be hard so that we can get confidence by getting certified. And also to be able to have this guarantee, because we literally put our name on this. So we came up with this platform where it has some preparation elements, and the format of the exam is a combination of multiple choice questions and hands-on coding challenges and some bug fixes. And we also partnered with the creator of Vue.js, Emanuel, because we're going to make sure like 100% that all of our questions and challenges are spot on. So each one of our exercises has been reviewed and finalized with Emanuel himself. And we are super excited about the certification program. It launched just a couple of weeks ago publicly. It was in beta for a couple of months before that. and we already have over 100 certified Vue developers, and this is one of the projects that we are the most proud of. We're also producing Mastering Nuxt at Vue. Mastering Nuxt is a complete guide to developing and deploying fast production-ready Nuxt 3 applications. To create this project, I think 4 years ago, we partnered with Nuxt Labs in order to be able to put together the best insights and practices for the Nuxt industry. And last year, we also upgraded the course to Nuxt 3. And Mastering Nuxt is a platform dedicated only to Nuxt and advanced Nuxt concepts. And lastly, another new project that we put together this year is Mastering Pinia, that was launched in September. And this course is created by the creator of Pinia, by Eduardo, who is also a core team member and the maintainer of Vue Router, which I'm sure most of you already use. And this is a different platform, and it is also a different learning experience because it is a combination of lessons and hands-on coding exercises. Eduardo has a unique way of teaching, so he has put together also this custom software that you will put on your computer, and it will accompany you on solving exercises and leveling up with Mastering Pinia. This course is currently in production. We have released a large bunch of it, and we are having new lessons every week until the course is completed. Okay, awesome. And this brings us to the conferences. And right now at Vue we host the largest online Vue.js conferences. We started back in the days of the pandemic because we really did miss the opportunity of attending conferences, speaking at conferences, being able to socialize with other developers, learn the new stuff that the open source creators and the experts are working on. So we came up with this idea to create Nuxt Nation 3 years ago, and we hosted the conference. It was a huge success, and then we decided to follow the same recipe for the Vue community in general with Vue Nation, and then with Vue.js Forges, which are conferences that we both watch and build during the 2 days. So like I said, Nuxt Nation is the 3rd year that we are hosting it, and it's fascinating to see how Nuxt Nation has grown to over 20,000 participants over time. And today we're welcoming developers from 158 countries, with the top 6 being the United States, India, France, Germany, and Brazil, and the Netherlands. And typically I only do the top 5, but because number 6 was the Netherlands, I really want to include it in my presentation, not just because I live here and I wanted to see the flag on the screen, but mainly because Vue.js is really widely used in the Netherlands. And as a citizen here, I will see Vue DevTools popping up in almost anything I do online, like from my groceries, for paying my mobile bill, for paying even for taxes. Like there is like a 7 out of 10 sites that I use in the Netherlands, they use Vue.js, so they really deserve a shout out for how much they have jumped on the Vue.js train, and hope to see an equivalent adoption in other countries as well gradually. We also have thousands of companies participating in Nuxt Nation and watching us, and they have some notable companies on the screen. But the thing that I'm the most excited about Nuxt Nation this year is, besides the updated schedule, I think we have the best lineup to date. And we do have the creator of Nuxt, who is going to speak in a few minutes about the state of Nuxt and some exciting projects that they are building at Nuxt Labs. We also have the Nuxt Core team speaking both days. We have the creator of Vue.js, Emanuel, who is going to make the opening of the day 2 tomorrow. We have the Vue Core team that they're going to talk about Vue, which is the technology that is powering all of the Vue and modern Nuxt apps today. And it's fascinating that we will have a new release every day. Today we have a new release from Anthony Fu, and tomorrow Daniel Rowe is going to release Nuxt 3.8 here live at the conference. So I'm really excited to sit down and watch this event, and I'm also fascinated seeing how Nuxt Nation grows over time, both in the audience size and in quality of the program. And as you probably all know, Nuxt Nation is free for everybody in the community, like all of the Vue School events. And this is something that I'm personally very proud about, because that has been the mission of Vue School since the inception, that to make Vue.js education accessible to everybody internationally. And we couldn't have done this on our own. This is, of course, thanks to all of you who buy Vue School services and support our work. And thank you very much. We really appreciate you. And it's also thanks to our amazing sponsors. So without further ado, because I really cannot wait to watch this conference, I will give it back to Jen, and let's get started. Again, thank you all for joining, and enjoy the conference.
Yay! Okay, I know. We really just want to talk to Sebastian now. We got a little bit of Alex, and then we want to talk to Sebastian. One last thing. Make sure that you go sign up for Vue School. With Back to School, you get 45% off the yearly plan at 165 US, and which is the 45% off of the 300. So definitely worthwhile. And really quick, because I know y'all are stoked about Sebastian coming on, because as an author of Nuxt and the co-founder of Nuxt Labs, who wouldn't want to talk to and hear from Sebastian? So welcome to the stage, Sebastian.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here, and I'm sorry for the delay. It's out of my hands, but props to the Vue School team who worked on making it possible anyway as a free event. Thank you for organizing it. Today, I'm going to talk about the state of Nuxt, but before, let me check if everything works before. Seems okay. Let's continue. I'm at Linux, also known as Sebastian Chopin, or the opposite as you prefer. You can find me on the social network with @Linux. At Chopin might be harder to find me with this. I'm the CEO at Nuxt Labs. And in case you don't know, but I guess you know, Nuxt is a web framework to create full-stack Vue applications. Nuxt 2 was possible also to create full-stack Vue application, but it was a bit harder when we talk about the server part. But on Nuxt 3, this is a game changer thanks to the Nitro engine that some of the other speakers will be talking about. I don't know if you remember, but Nuxt 3.0 was released less than a year ago, November 16. And what happened in 11 months? Well, we are very close in terms of download. So Nuxt Vue Builder, the orange line, is Nuxt 3 downloads, and the Nuxt CLI is Nuxt 2. That's how I can see the difference. So we are very close to hit the same number of downloads. But if we take a look, we are about 52% of Nuxt 2 downloads versus 48. When I presented in Vue Amsterdam in February, we were about 28%. So thank you for migrating to Nuxt 3 or testing Nuxt 3. And last month, we reached 1 million NPM downloads. I know this is a hard metrics. If some of you use BNPM or others, but we don't have so many metrics. But thank you for downloading Nuxt. And in 48 weeks, which is similar to 11 months, you guys were busy. We had 2,730 issues. And I'm very glad to have a wonderful core team being able to close 80% of them, and as well as the community helping. And it's about 8 issues per day. And I'm only talking about the framework, not the modules. About the pull requests, we're about 1,850 pull requests in 11 months or 48 weeks. And 98% of them were merged or closed, and only 2% are open left. And it's about 5 pull requests per day. So thank you, guys. Thank you to these more than 1,000 contributors. And if some of you are in this screen, thank you. And maybe some of you who are not will be there on the next conference. I will let you guys try to find some of your friends or yourself. And in 336 days, ou 336 jours en français, we had time to release Nuxt Image, which is still in release candidate right now. Let's see at the end of the conference if it's still in release candidate. And to optimize your images, IPX 2.0, the image engine to resize, has been released yesterday. We also have content management, same as in Nuxt 2, but for Nuxt 3, it was released early this year, which has
Hey,
nice.
Sebastian.
Yes.
It looks like we are seeing full presenter mode and not just the one screen. So I don't know if you could reshare it so we can make sure, not that it's a big deal, but the bigger screen would be helpful.
I guess so.
Okay.
Is it better now?
Let's. Looking good. Try one more slide just so we double check. Perfect. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. You guys were already in advance to know the next slide. Thanks, I didn't spoil too much. So Nuxt Image, Nuxt Content, Nuxt DevTools. Maybe some of you have used it. Nice work from Anthony and the community behind. If you haven't tried, I highly recommend it. It helps to know your router configuration, the virtual files, many things, and the module can plug into it to display more panels. We also have Nuxt UI, which was released 4 months ago after more than a year of building it internally for Nuxt Studio. So very proud of Benjamin's work on this. And more than 160 modules published by the community. You guys are crazy. It's about one module every 2 days since the launch, and about 300 modules exist, but more than the half is now compatible with Nuxt 3. So thank you. And I know what you guys are going to tell me. What about Nuxt Out? I know it's tricky. It's tricky because on Nuxt we have a lot of different rendering modes. So we've been working on it, but also the community has done some nice work on modules. And Emanuel done that might speak at 640 instead of 625. That is going to talk about the different Nuxt 3 authentication system. And he's also a contributor on GS and Nitro. So he goes back to the root of how to handle session on the server side. And I also made a small demo. This one is open source called Nuxt Studio Edge. So you can basically log in with your account. So it handles authentication. You can refresh it, handles server-side rendering. And for this, I'm using what is already done and exists in Nuxt. If I take a look at the server part and on the utils, we have utils from H3, which is the server used by Nitro, and Nitro is the server used by Nuxt. I'm going to draw a nice schema on the documentation very soon to explain all of this. But we have utils such as get user session, set user session. And based on this, you can set a secure cookie, get it back by creating your own session composable. I know it's not that easy that compared to Nuxt 2, but we are working on the foundation of a Nuxt Auth that will be called Nuxt Core, and it will have to work on all the different rendering mode. And it's coming early next year. But in the meantime, we have a nice community project. And in 8,064 hours, we have seen Truffaut, for the French people who likes to garden, which is an e-commerce website, Le Collectionniste, which is similar to Airbnb, Malt for the freelance that wants to find a job, Spotify website, OpenAI marketing website. We have also an indie hacker who built a nice business with Nuxt 3 online. Another shop, a marketing website for a headless CMS that you may have heard of, and a game website. And according to our internal telemetries, it's quite hard to know how many websites use Nuxt 3 today. We are seeing 50,000 projects for September done. So some of them are public, some of them not. But guys, you are great. And for this, I really want to thank you for your trust, for some of them that are here since 2016, the new one who wanted to try Nuxt 3. Thank you. One note about Nuxt 2. Even though Vue.js end of life is planned for the end of this year, we pushed the end of life of Nuxt 2 till June 2024 for those who want to take more time to migrate or doesn't have the chance to migrate sooner. Also, something I want to clarify is Nuxt has no vendor locked-in, which means that compared to other frameworks, you can actually deploy it everywhere without limitation. And those platforms are only some of them, but you can actually deploy on node hosting, Dino, potentially Bun if they offer hosting, Cloudflare Workers, static website by using Nuxt Generate, or go beyond. It's way too tight here. Goes beyond with using hybrid rendering. So that's one of the biggest features in Nuxt 3. It's not that easy, but once you understand it, it's very powerful. On that example, I specified route rules where my landing page will be pre-rendered when I run Nuxt build. So it will generate an index.html file. And then I have different strategy. Let's take a look at the demo that maybe some of you have seen. Some of you know Daniel Rowe. So he made this nice little demo where you can see that the landing page will be revalidated every 60 seconds in the background. So it will render a cached version. So let's take a look. I refresh, generated 30 minutes ago. In the background, it will render, and I refresh again. I have the page generated 5 seconds ago. And then it will be cached for 60 seconds. The next call revalidates. So this is working on Vercel. We have a dynamic one. Let's say it's always fresh. Let's hit the dynamic one. And if I refresh, we can see the page has been generated on demand. One more. We have a static and we have SPA, which is quite nice if you have a dashboard and don't want to be server rendered and have this to be indexed by the search engine. So let's go on /SPA. I'm stressed and I don't even see you. That's maybe just speaking in front of my computer makes me nervous. And if I take a look at the source code, we can see it has been client-side rendered. Highly recommend you to check this repo out, give it a star, because Daniel deserves more star. Back to the hybrid rendering. Recently, we released, but we did not announce it. It's under an experimental feature, but you can define a route rule in your page. By using define route rules, you can specify at the page level in your Vue files what strategy you want to give. So try it out, give us some feedback. This is a neat feature. For some of you who use Discord or Twitter, you may have seen that we have a new website. And it has been a lot of work in the last month, but we didn't want to change many things, mostly giving a better accessibility toward the documentation, the navigation, And the biggest pain point for me, and I think for the community, was the search. So we improved the search by giving a navigation to start with, so you can jump quickly between the different pages. You can search in different areas of the documentation. If you want to, you can also switch to the light mode, because why not? You can also search for a module and go into the module landing page and switch back to dark mode. You can read the article and more details on /blog/new-website. And we also open sourced the website available on GitHub. One note about the Nuxt sustainability. I have to thank a lot our sponsors who help us to be sustainable. Platinum sponsor, gold sponsors, silver, and bronze. But also you guys who bake us for many years. Thank you very much. I also created Nuxt Labs in March 2017 to offer commercial solutions for Nuxt. One of them that you may have seen we released it 2 weeks ago is Nuxt Studio, and it's made for people who use Nuxt content. I use Nuxt content, so I personally use it, and I will try to show you a small demo if it works and share the link on the chat. So this is Nuxt Studio. If you're logged in, you can open Studio. You can import your GitHub project. But what I'm going to do is going to the website, edit the nuxt.com project. Hopefully it works. I'm going to the blog. Let's see, a new website, and I am editing this page. But before, I'm going to show you the preview link. So for this, maybe I'm going to break something. Let's try. Paste it on the video chat. Okay, and hello, Nuxt Nation. Maybe some of you will be able to see that. And I'm going to drag and drop an image in the Markdown, and I can decide to move it website in this directory. And I can see Baptiste, which is also here, and trying to update something potentially. And that's it. What we can see is the changes. Come on, Bat. We can see the changes, and I can either commit directly or create a new branch, and it's completely synced with Git. It's free also for your personal plan, and we have a premium plan when you want to collaborate. So the demo worked. Nice work from the team. We also have a discount for you. I know it's a lot of ads. I'm sorry about this. But if you want to try with your team, we have 15% off for your first 2 months with Nuxt Nation 2023. And the last project that helped us to ship Nuxt.com faster is called Nuxt UI Pro. And I think we can showing you this might be better to understand what it is. It's actually higher components for you to ship websites. So if we take a look at this, we have a landing hero, landing section, some landing card. It also works with content, obviously, because we also use a lot of content. And Benjamin had fun doing this. We leverage Nuxt Vue slot, so you can do whatever you want, put the content you need, and we have default for each content. So you can build things like this. We're going to release templates for you, because what we want at the end is for you to create a website faster and focus on making the features you want. And on this, we have Nuxt UI Pro is completely free in development. So you can use it as much as you want. And then once you're ready to deploy, you can purchase a license for unlimited projects, or if you're a team, for up to 20 developers. You'll be invited to our GitHub repo to give us feedback and collaborate on this. So I think that's all, but it's coming end of October because we need to finish the documentation. And that's all for this. So I will let Daniel show all the new features he has been working on with the team on the experimental features. And I hope you enjoy the talk and learn some things from the Nuxt community and what we achieved in the recent months.
I almost did the mute thing again because it is what I'm best at. Thank you. We do have a few questions for you. Granted, I know that you led to that Daniel will have some announcements as well, but where do you see Nuxt in 2024?
Still on GitHub, actually. Don't think we'll move the platform. I see Nuxt having more full stack capabilities. I know we've been working with Pinia on embedding SQLite database by default. And with the move of the database on the edge, I think it would be great if you can create full stack application. And I've been a big fan of Adonis or Laravel, and having this as soon as you add a database by default, even if it's only SQLite, or you can use it if you want, but if you have this, you can build anything without dependencies. You keep the freedom of deploying what you want, using the database you want. And I'm fond of the edge workers, so you can deploy at the cheapest price and be close to your users. So thinking of Cloudflare workers, deploy full stack experience on the edge. This is why I see Nuxt in 2024.
Great, thank you. And what do you see as the two biggest shortcomings of Nuxt currently?
What is shortcomings?
Like things that could be improved, like things that someone might that aren't the way you may not want them to be.
I would say the documentation, but we are moving in the right direction with the new website. A lot of things could be improved on error handling and debugging. That I think are the biggest pain point. One of the biggest pain points. So documentation, error handling, and the second part would be I forgot. Yeah, definitely for me, error handling and testing, which is not official yet, but we have a Nuxt Vue test util done by Daniel. So testing and error handling for production, to be production ready. Let's say production ready for being confident.
You skipped ahead to one of the other questions of what is the state of testing in Nuxt, though. Thank you.
Yeah, it's coming.
All right. I like this one. Help me convince my boss to go with Nuxt for our Nuxt web application project.
That's a tough one. It will depend on Vue versus React. But I would say I think the Edge, we may be one of the early Edge framework. This can be a very interesting point to emphasize, I would say. So, and the ease of use, the modules ecosystem. We may work on some why Nuxt to help you also sell your boss.
No, and I'm pretty sure just the dev tools by itself too is something that Nuxt has that Next doesn't have.
That's
right?
true, but I don't know if the boss will care much.
Probably
what we
not, but
want and what I always wanted is to make the web building the web fun and also fun to use. So normally a Nuxt website is fun to you can recognize a Nuxt website when you're on it, and normally the developers also enjoy the ride. So
Thank you. And what do you see as the vision for Nuxt UI?
I would better ask Benjamin for this. It's going to be it's a UI library, so of course we are missing some crucial components, but it's a community-driven project. And on UI Pro, it's more it's component to make you build website faster at a faster pace. But it's also going to be community driven for the people who purchase a license. So like Nuxt, most of the features were driven by the community, and it's going to be the same for Nuxt UI.
Thank you. And last question of where is the Nuxt.com open source code?
github.com/nuxt/nuxt.com.
Yay. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for joining. And we're looking forward to having you on again next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, y'all. So, you know that we got to be talking about something that makes this happen and making all of Nuxt Nation happen, which is Mastering Nuxt is currently the 30% off. And also, we have another one happening of, let's see, y'all, if I can do the cool switchy things of the giveaway of Mastering Nuxt, which is take a picture of your setup with Coding Ally and use the hashtag Nuxt Nation 2023 and tag Nuxt Nation. Feel free to tag me too. Jen Janod is my Twitter handle or X handle, and follow Nuxt Nation to be able to be entered. So we can see how you use your coding buddy. And now we are on to break. We have roughly a 10-minute break. Go stretch a little bit. I know I'll be doing that since it's been a very hectic morning for me where I'm at. So I hope to see you back soon.
Hey everyone, it's Michael Thiessen here, and I am your instructor for Mastering Nuxt 3. I am a full-time Vue educator, so if you don't know who I am, that means that I spend literally all of my time educating you about Vue through my newsletter, my courses, and other content that I put out online. And Mastering Nuxt 3 is a really awesome course if you are looking to learn Nuxt 3. We start from the very beginning with understanding how routing works, how you can put together dynamic routes with children, nested, and we go from there all the way down to the back end. We cover databases. We're going to use Supabase and Prisma for that. We also integrate with Stripe so that we can charge our customers and earn some money along the way. So this course we're going to build out as a real world application, a course platform, so that we can see a dynamic application that allows access only to people who have paid for the product, and otherwise they don't get access. And so we do integrate with authentication. You're going to understand how to do that and implement that in your own application. So we cover a whole wide array of things that will help you to build real world full stack applications with Nuxt 3. But the key thing to know right now is that you can get 30% off, but only during the Nuxt Nation event. So don't wait. It's a great deal and you don't want to miss out on it.
Jakub here from Vue Storefront. In this Mighty Byte video, I will tell you a little bit more about Nuxt security, which will make your Nuxt application more secure by default. Stay tuned for Nuxt Nation conference because I will be announcing something really cool about this module. Nuxt security can be used without any configuration needed. To verify if it works, we can go to the browser and inspect the document to see those headers that are being added by the module. So we can see content security policy, cross-origin embedded policy, and many, many more. But Nuxt security is not only about the headers, because it comes also with security middlewares that we can also customize like this. What will happen right now is that this rate limiter will be triggered after 3 requests. So if I try to spam many requests to the application, eventually I will get 4 to 9 error and too many requests response. To read more about all functionalities that Nuxt security comes with, go to Nuxt security documentation and inspect this security section here.
Welcome back from break, beautiful humans. And as you know, I know we're all super stoked for Michael coming on stage here shortly. So before that, let's take a quick glance at Storyblok. Thank you, Storyblok, for sponsoring us. Storyblok is a headless CMS that works with all modern frameworks and platforms. You're completely free to choose the best option for your project. I'm going to skip through everything except Nuxt. Let's just leave Nuxt there and pick your favorite technology and get started with in less than a minute, all for free. Try it out for free with Claim Storyblok in this swag offer. And they are on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Storyblok. So definitely check them out. And super stoked for Michael to be coming on stage. Michael is going to be talking about building interactive experiences with Nuxt content, which, as the person that puts on Mastering Nuxt 3, these make sense. He is an experienced front-end developer and author, passionate about helping Vue.js developers level up their skill, and also is now partnered with Vue School and Nuxt Labs to make that Mastering Nuxt 3 happen. Welcome to the stage, Michael.
Hey everyone. So today I'll be talking to you about interactive experiences with Nuxt content. So we're all familiar with, or most of us are familiar with Nuxt content in that it's a great way to create static experiences, blogs, all that sort of, marketing content, stuff like that. But with Markdown components, we can add in some really cool interactive stuff. And so I want to show that to you right now. I did have a slide in here about, introducing myself, but I think that's been done a few times already, so I'll just skip over that. So I have been working on the Clean Components toolkit, and as part of that, I wanted to add in quizzes. And so one interesting thing about this is that I didn't want to, use a regular component. I wanted to be able to write this in Markdown. And so I'll just take you through a quick demo overview so you can see what kind of thing we're going to be building in this talk. So, we got a basic quiz here. We got some questions. We have some answers. We can select different things. I'll just select some randomly here. And well, this is not looking good for me because there's clearly a bug here. So I'll have to fix that. But as you can see, we have these components. They tell you which ones we got right, which ones we got wrong, and should be showing the score at the end. We'll come back to that later. But what's interesting about this is that all of this quiz stuff is just a Markdown file. And so the way that we write it out is using the Markdown component syntax, where we can pass in some props here. We've got a question, we put in the answers, then we have the next question and answers, and so on and so forth. But because it's Markdown content or Markdown components, I always say it the wrong way. I don't know why. Markdown components is what MDC stands for. Because it is just Markdown, we can do whatever we want. We can add in different pieces of Markdown. We can add in headers, and we can do all of that. So if I show you the beginning state of this demo that we'll be going through, you can see that we've got a bunch of different quizzes here on the left. And then we have got our header and some text. Because this is Markdown, we can add in some italicized, we can do some formatting, whatever we want. And so this is what I really love about Markdown components. Now, the neat thing that I want to show you here is that these components are contextually aware, meaning we can put them in wherever we want in our application, and they are aware of all of the other things that are going on in the application. Specifically, these components here that we're putting in are all aware of each other. So we don't need to tell each component that, oh, this is the first question, this is the second question, and we don't need to tell this quiz results component that these quizzes exist, because they are contextually aware. So we are going to look at how to do that with these components here. So right now, these components here are not aware of each other. They're all showing 1, and that's because they are all hard-coded. So if we come over to our quiz component here, we can see that we've got some refs here, and they're all just hard-coded. We have an ID of 1, and we have some other things going on here. But the first thing that we want to do is obviously make these quiz questions aware of each other. And so in order to do that, we are going to use the data store pattern to create a global store of data that all these quiz components can use to become aware of each other. So to do that, we will create a composable. So we'll go create a composables folder, and then inside of that, we'll create a use quiz file. Now, the first thing that we want to do is to create a singleton. So all that means is that we are creating a value that only exists once, no matter how many times we run this. So here we'll put in an array of questions that we'll keep. And so the key with this one is that every single time we use this use quiz composable, we don't want to recreate this state. We want each composable to reuse the existing global state. So that's why we have to put it outside of this composable function. So now we have this composable, but we need to actually do something with this state. And so in order to add all of the quiz questions to this state, we're not going to expose this questions array, because we don't want just public access to this. We want to be able to control it so that we can have our own logic wrapping around that. And so for us, we'll add in this method. I'm going to copy and paste this in here. And I'll just explain this for you here. What we're doing here is we're going to first randomize the answers because we want it to be, not so obvious every time. We want it to give it a little bit fresh every time you take the quiz, because otherwise it can be, too easy to just flip your answers back and forth until you get it all right. And then the correct answer index to keep track of which one is correct. And in our case, we're just assuming that when we write the quizzes, that this first answer is always the correct answer. So in our logic here, we're reordering the answers. Then the key part here is that we will we'll create a question object, and we're going to use an ID that takes the current number of questions that we have and increments it. So this is where our quiz questions are going to be aware of each other, because when we add them, they are aware of this global state that we've created. Then we add in all the other data, and we're going to add in a selected value here so we can keep track of which value is selected. Then lastly, the function will add that to our array, and then we're going to return this object as well so that our component can have access to it. So in order for this to work, we need to actually return the method from our composable. And now that we've got this set up, we can come back to our quiz component here, and we can use this new composable that we have created. Just making sure I'm going to put in the right thing here because technical difficulties abound this morning. All right, so we import this from our use quiz composable. And then from that, we can grab the ID, we can grab selected, ordered answers, the correct answer index. And so we need to grab the question and the answers. And then obviously we need to get rid of these guys here. We hit save. And now we see that on the side here with our little demo here, all of these are incrementing correctly the way that they should. And what's great about this is that it's just Markdown again. So if we wanted to edit our quiz, we wanted to rearrange something, we can change that there. And now it auto updates. We don't have to worry about which answer is correct. We don't have to worry about the ID or anything like that. It just sort of happens magically, which is my favorite kind of code, as long as it does what you expect it to, of course. So that's just the first part. We also want to have this whole showing results thing work, because what's the point of doing a quiz if you can't tell how many you've gotten right and getting that feedback? So for right now, this quiz results component isn't hooked up to anything, and so we can't see anything. So the solution here is to take this show results and add it into our global state over here. So we pop this in here, some weird autocompletes happening. And then instead of passing it directly back here, what we can do is, because we want to deal with the show results value on its own and not pass the whole state object here back as one thing, we sort of do this like, it's sort of like importing it into the composable. It's not really that, but it sort of feels like that to me. So we use this toRefs helper method that comes with Vue. And if we do it with state here, what happens is we wrap everything inside of state in a ref, which allows us to pass around these individual values on their own without losing that reactivity. So we'll pull off the show results, sort of like, again, it just feels like an import to me. And so that's the language I'm going to use. It's wrong, I know, but that's the way I feel about it. So we import it, and then we do this like export thing. So now we are not allowing access to our questions array because we just want access to that array through this add question method, but we're going to allow full access to this show results value because it's just a Boolean flag. It's fine. We're going to toggle it back and forth. That doesn't matter. So we go back to our quiz component here, and we're going to import this one as well. So we go with our show results there. And then the last piece is to go into our quiz results component. And here there is nothing. So we'll pull in the show results. And that's all that we need to pull in because we're not adding any questions from this. So that's it. You'll notice on the side here that these IDs keep incrementing. That's because of hot reloading and stuff. So we'll just refresh. Everything's good again. If we click on a bunch of questions now, we hit this button. Now it shows the results. It doesn't show the score yet, but it shows the results. And all of the different styling and everything is applied correctly based on, whether we've selected the right thing or not. And this works because it's communicating through that global store. So the final and last piece is to actually implement the score here. And so for that, it's not too complicated. Calculating the score of a quiz. We need a method to calculate the score, which is appropriately named calculate score. We're going to grab the number of correct answers, then get the total answers, and then return the percentage. So this method does not update our state. It does not do anything like that. It just looks at the state and returns the value here. The next thing that we do is that we want to add the score into our state. So we have something to update. So we'll go right back up to the top here, pop that in, and we're almost there. We need a way to actually update the state now. So for us, we will add in a watcher. And unfortunately, I realized too late. I realized yesterday as I was practicing this talk again that this perhaps should have been a computed prop or a computed ref instead of a watcher. This is not really a good use case for side effects. So that's me roasting my own code here. So this works, but it is probably not the best way of doing it. So an example of do as I say and not as I do. So, this is why refactoring exists and, incremental improvement. So here it is. This is the code that we've got. And no code is perfect. So we'll just continue on. We have our watcher. It updates the score whenever we toggle this show results thing. So the last piece is that we actually need to return the score from this composable so that we can use it. So let's go back up here. We'll do the same thing that we did with show results. We'll pull the score off of our state. Then we'll return it here. Now, we can come back to this here, grab our score, and if we're lucky and the technology demo people are smiling upon us, then we can perhaps get a correct result here. And so, funnily enough, I just happened to select all wrong answers here. However, if I change one of these answers, see, I get one answer correct, 5% out of 20. That's a terrible grade, but you know, for randomly clicking on 3 things, that's not too bad. And so this is an example of contextually aware components and implementing that using this data store pattern. And one of the advantages of this data store pattern, which is covered in more detail in my upcoming Clean Components Toolkit, is that it doesn't matter where in the component tree or hierarchy your components are. You can just hook things up and it works beautifully. Getting close to running out of time here, but I want to point out one thing that you may have noticed. There's an issue with, let me go up here. There's an issue with having global state like this, especially using Nuxt, and that is the potential for cross-request state pollution. Because this is global state, if this state is also on your server, it's global for everyone. So that means that you have multiple requests coming in, they're all going to share the same state, which is not going to end well for anyone. So in this case, to get around that, I have made these quiz components just client-side only, just for simplicity here. However, you can use Pinia and get around that instead by doing that. So I just wanted to point that out because I'm pretty sure that someone would ask that question anyway. So that's my live demo or live coding part. And now is the last part. I've got about 30 seconds or so to plug my own things. And the last part here is about mastering Nuxt 3. If you want to learn Nuxt 3 and, you know, build full stack apps that take advantage of it, it's the best thing. It's 30% off right now. I'm not going to say too much more about this. You've already heard me talk about it a few times now, I think this morning or this evening or in the middle of the night, wherever you happen to be. So I'll just leave it there. I also have this new toolkit coming out, which covers different patterns, techniques, principles for building better components using state management like we saw in this talk. And, you know, I've been working hard on this one for a long time and I'm really excited for it. So if you're interested in that, if you want to find it, Google Clean Components Toolkit. If you want to know more about it, when things are happening, you want to find out more about me, you can go to my website, sign up for my newsletter, and follow me on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it these days.
Yay. Thank you, Michael. And also, yay for me not being the only one talking about like X, Twitter, not knowing what to call it. Makes me feel better about it because I still want to call it Twitter. But
I think I'm going to stick with Twitter. It just feels better.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited that you're coming out with the new work as well. So I'm definitely going to have to check that out. Questions for you of have you tried out Astro and Astro content collections, and how does Nuxt content compare?
So I have not had a chance to try out Astro. Probably should. It seems like a lot of people are talking about it. Looks really interesting, but haven't had a chance.
Sweet. And is it possible to change the default branch in Nuxt Studio?
I do not know. I haven't had a chance to play with Nuxt Studio at all.
We're just giving you all like the hardest questions ever. All right. Can someone pair Nuxt content with a UI like Netlify CMS?
3 for 3. I don't know the answer to this question.
We're like the worst. Okay, let's try question number 4. You got 2 more. So,
Okay. Yeah.
Well, how about this? I'm going to take a break. And what is your favorite color?
My favorite color would be blue.
Okay, see, we got one. We got one. So
Yeah.
I'm feeling good about the rest of these. Is Nuxt content useful for SSR sites or only SSGs?
So I actually I'm using it for both. So my website, I have basically it's split into 2 parts. I've got my blog website where I have all my articles and stuff like that, and that is server side generated for performance and all of that. But then my course platform side is, as I was showing, is all Nuxt content based, but because it's behind authentication, it's SSR, and so it's useful for both. And I'm using it for like just basic markdown pages, quiz things like I was showing, and also more elaborate like refactoring examples with steps through, all powered by Nuxt content. And so far it's been working great for me.
Cool. Thank you. And with the recent release of Nuxt Studio, in what scenarios would someone use Nuxt Studio instead of Nuxt content?
I don't know the answer to this question. My guess from I haven't used Nuxt Studio personally, so perhaps someone else wants to answer this question later on. But my understanding is that Nuxt Studio builds on top of Nuxt content and makes it easier for teams and companies to collaborate together with Nuxt content. For myself, because I'm just one dev, working on my own, markdown files are great for me, and so I've stuck with that. But please correct me if I'm wrong, because there's a very good chance that was a wrong answer.
I mean, I feel like there's so many use cases that so many of these were probably answers of it depends. It's the go-to answer for everything. It depends. Last question. Can you launch Nuxt in client only?
Yeah, so I think this was one of the questions that I was trying to address at the end there, where using global state, you have to with SSR, you have to be careful, and this is why Pinia exists. Use state exists for this reason in Nuxt, but it doesn't. You can't use state outside of a composable like that, and so I haven't figured out how to get around that with just using use state. And so I think Pinia or making those parts client side only are the best 2 options, but I haven't fully explored that part. So I'm going to be conservative there with my answer.
Great. Thank you so much, Michael. Like I know we threw you for a loop for some of them. Always excited about mastering Nuxt. That is, and the work you have coming out here soon. So if you could drop the link in the chat too, so that way people know where to go look at your new work as well. And thank you, Michael.
All right. Thank you.
All right, y'all. So I know everybody is super stoked for Anthony coming on next. So, real quick, we have early access pricing to getting Vue.js certified, because that does make a big difference. So getting for the first 100 takers, get it the early access pricing, as well as an additional $15 off when you use the coupon code Nuxt Nation 23 at checkout. So make sure to visit vue.school/get certified. And I mean, does Anthony really need an introduction? I'm not really sure. But if you don't know, Anthony is the author of Vue Use, core team member of Vue.js, Nuxt, Vite, creator of VTest, Vue Use, and like so much more. Like, just Anthony does everything, is I think the best way of saying it, and continues to be a kind soul. So welcome to the stage, Anthony. Oh, we are going for so many. You were muted.
Oh, I'm
All
following.
right.
I'm following the mute joke. Okay. Hello. So yeah, hello, everyone. So yeah, I'm so glad to be here at Nuxt Nation. So today, let's talk about now and the future of Nuxt Step 2. So a bit about myself. My name is Anthony Fu, and I'm a core team member of Nuxt, Vite, and Vue. And I'm a creator of Vue Use, VTest, Slided, Uno CSS, and L. I'm currently working at Nuxt Lab on the framework team. So first, let's discuss a bit about the reason why we built Nuxt Step 2. So as you might know, that's Nuxt focusing a lot on the developer experience. So we have provide file-based routing to save you from manually writing your routing file, and we have the very powerful module ecosystem that allow you to integrating with third-party service with one click, and while the modules handling all the best practice for you. And we also have the very fast hard module replacement inherent from Vite, and we have also server-side rendering. That's each components in your Nuxt app can be working isomorphically, either by server rendered or client rendered based on needed. And with a lot more like Nitrom, with zero config, with edge rendering, with middleware, with components auto import, composables auto import, and a lot more. So we're trying to provide all those things that we think that can be beneficial to provide better developer experience. But have you ever like wondered like what's the cost of having them? So in an overview, that we can see that we have introduced many conventions to reduce the need of having boilerplate or code duplications, helping us to organize our code or projects better. And we also introduced quite some abstractions in order to shift the complexity from user app to our framework. So that when you are building an app using Nuxt, you can focusing more on your own logic instead of worrying about the technical details of how bundler works, etc. And we're also trying to provide the best sensible defaults that makes Nuxt work out of box with zero configuration, while making the best practice for you to deliver your app with the best performance and user experience. We also put quite some efforts in terms of normalizations of the underlying tools. With unplugging, we smooth out the difference between Webpack and Vite. this makes Nuxt work supporting both interchangeably based on your need. And with Nitrons, we make deployments easier than ever. That's with your exactly same code base, you can deploy your app to any hosting service like Vercel, Netlify, or even hosting your own Node or Dino servers, like without changing any of the code. So those features are super awesome, but we have to admit that a big sacrifice we have to do is to sacrifice a little bit of the transparency as the trade-off of having those features. By transparency, I mean the ability to see what is going on under the hood. For example, like the cost of learning and understanding each features that Nuxt provides. This trade-off is inevitable. And as for any tools that you have to learn it before you can use it, right? So, but that's what we could make it better here. So that's where Nuxt Dev Tool comes in. So the mission or the mission of Nuxt Dev Tool is indeed like improve the transparency we mentioned by exposing and by providing the internal information for you to understand your app better. And we're also trying to have Nuxt Dev Tool to enhance our developer experience by helping you to understanding the underlying moving parts. And also trying to help you to we also provide some tools to help you to track the performance and your bundle size, etc., in order to optimize your application for better user experience. And also we're trying to explore that field to provide personalized documentations right in the Dev Tool that it can provide documentations right in the features that for the features that you actually needed to reduce the need of searching the whole website to find the information you need. Well, that's the new launch of Nuxt.com is indeed amazing, and with the enhanced search. And then we want to make Nuxt Dev Tools interactive and playful, and hopefully that can make our day-to-day works more interesting. And like in terms of the inclusive, we also want Nuxt Dev Tool to be working cross browsers, and the best would be like even working for the mobile. And finally, we want it to be extendable so that different modules or different integrations can provide certain tools or playgrounds to enhance the developer experience for that certain integrations. So let's see some numbers. In the past 8 months since the Nuxt Dev Tools has been announced, we have reached 500,000 monthly downloads on NPM. That represents of 24% of downloads of Nuxt 3. So that's a pretty impressive number, as that at the current stage, Nuxt Dev Tool is completely manual opt-in. So thanks a lot for the support. And we also see that there's 16,000 open source projects on GitHub that has Nuxt Dev Tools as its dependency. And we just reach out a little bit more beyond 2,000 stars on GitHub, and we provide 18 building tabs to cover different aspects of your app and for different needs. And we are so happy to welcoming that 53 awesome contributors contributing to Nuxt Dev Tool that's helping us to improve it together and make it even better. And then we see that with the great ecosystem that we have more than 20 Nuxt modules has already integrating the support for Nuxt Dev Tool to providing documentations or interactive playgrounds with their tools. And then let's give a quick overview of what features that Nuxt Dev Tools provide. So at first, Nuxt Dev Tool is an in-app dev tool. That means it's a it's a floating panels right in your app and come with your application, and that you can toggle it on or off anytime and jogging it around. The benefit of this approach is that it doesn't shift in your own applications to keep it keep the layout as is, while also by its natural it working cross browser. So that means and even for mobile device. And then in terms of the feature we provide, the first tab we are going to see is the pages view. We want to help you to understand the file-based routing conventions easier. So that here in this tab we list all the possible routing that you can navigate between, and also we have an inbox that you can see how each route being matched, and it'll be warn you when you typing the as unmatched routing, and you can clicking around to navigate quickly. And then for the components view, because we have the components auto importing in Nuxt, so here we list all the components available for you to auto import, either from your components folder or from Nuxt or from the other modules. And we also provide we're also building the graph of your relationship between each component. So this way you can see how components are depends on each other, and to have the potential optimization that you could make. And then similarly, we have the composables auto import view that you can see all the composables available and how and where you are referencing it, and also helping you to understand that what are the composables that you are actually not using, and to give you a better understanding, of course. And also that's in the document in each functions you can click through and go through their documentation if the function provided. And then we have the module management tab that's listing all the modules you are installed and providing their documentation. And you can also install any modules with one click, and it will fire up the terminal, install it, and after it, Nuxt will restart automatically, and you will see the module being ready for you to use. And then we have the static asset management. It listing all the files under your public folder. That's you can preview them, you can manage them, and you can see how each path of each assert. And if it's a module, you can see the code snippet of copy it and to paste it in your Vue file or HTML in order to reference that file. You can also drag and drop to upload access to these things right in your dev tool. And then we also provide runtime configuration editor. That's here is an example. The app is the new Nuxt.com, and the theme is based on the runtime config. So here you see that I'm using the editor to changing the variables in the runtime config, and we can see directly how our application being reflected. And all those values are reactive, and you can play to see how your app work with different values, with different states. Oh, what is happening? Okay, give me a second. This is the interesting part.
I love how no matter what, like it's just gonna be technical difficulties for everyone. Just it's what's gonna happen, and you just gotta roll with it.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Okay, I'm sure my screen here. All right, can you see it?
And we should be good now. Yep, payload editor, can see it now.
All right. So similarly, we also have the payload editor. That payload means that the state coming from use state or use async data. And again, all those data are reactive and you can edit them. So here I will just edit the color mode from the color mode module, and to add the preference from dark to light, you can see the scene is changing for both your app and your dev tool. And then we also have the open graph preview. That's you can see how your applications working in the social, like when you're sharing in the social, and for different routes you can play it. And we also listing all the missing tag that potentially could help you to improve your SEO. You can copy the code. We're generating a code snippet that you can copy the code, paste it in your route, and to fixing all those missing tags. Yeah, this would help a lot when you can preview directly in dev instead of deploying, trying, and go back to editor and redeploying again. And then we have the plugins overview that's listing all the plugins injecting into a Nuxt app, and you can see how long each plugin is taken, and potentially help you to identify the loading time, to help you to optimize your loading time of your Nuxt app. And then we have an experimental timeline view. This is a timeline of tracking like each composables, when and how each composable being called. So here that you can even see the arguments or stack trace of those calls, and you can play with them. And with the routing, you can see each routing and the timing to see that maybe there are some routing triggering some functions, and maybe to optimize or to debug that why certain behavior is happening. And also we provide the production build analyzer, because most of the time we are working on a developer environment which doesn't bundle your code at all and doesn't do tree shaking. But sometimes we want to know that how big our bundle is, or how our application being bundled. So this would helpful that you can inspect the different chunk of your client build or your server build is Nitron build. And also you can inspect different modules, how they're being transformed. And you can also have multiple builds inside this tab. So you can compare between some changes you have made to see if there's improvements and how much they are being improved. And then we have Server API Playground. So as you may know, that's inherent from Nitron. Nuxt providing a very convenient Server API feature that you can just create a file under /server/API folder. Each file will be represented as a route, just like components, just like our pages file-based routing. And here in this tab, we're listing all the server API you have registered in your app, in your Vue app. You can open it up and send a request directly, or change the body, change the payload, change the cookie, to see how your server react. And also we also generating snippets that you can copy over the $fetch command or the use fetch command and to your app directly using them. So hopefully this could help a lot of reducing your need of tools like Postman or something, because it's right integrated and all the API routes are there. You don't need to type it again. And then interestingly, we have the full embedded full feature VS Code. That means that you can log in your account, share syncing with your settings, and install any VS Code extension you would like to have. And as a proof that you can see that there's a type notations or those things happening in Vue or anything. So this is pretty interesting or pretty useful, because this is right in your app. So you can toggle it on or off and changing the code without even leaving your browser. And this is pretty useful when you don't have an actual monitor or something. And then we have the components inspector that allow you to inspect your DOM element, and that you can jump it will jump to your source code, and combining with the VS Code and hot module replacement, you can just changing it right inside, and you can see the changes reflect immediately in one screen. And I think that's pretty impressive and help you to changing the code without even understanding the structure of the project that you're working on. And recently, we also made a split screen UI. Is that you can open up 2 tabs of DevTools side by side, so that you can do a little bit of multitasking. And that's only a part of features we provide. And we are happy to hear that any of them have ever make your more productive or make your work more enjoyable or interesting. And we're also eager to hear if you have any feedback or suggestions to help us to make it even further. So, and we are excited to see there is quite some modules are integrating to Nuxt DevTools already, even though Nuxt DevTools was still in beta. And we're super grateful that having such supportive community. And and we are honored to hear that there are a few projects are inspired by Nuxt DevTools. So we have Vue plugins Vue DevTools. It's a Vue plugin that's porting some features from Nuxt DevTools, covering the Vue users that haven't on Nuxt yet. And we are working closely together to explore the possibility of to provide better experience for Vue and to share the common parts between Vue DevTools and Nuxt DevTools. We also have Vue plugin DevTools. It's an experiment to have a universal Vue DevTools that works for different frameworks. And then we heard that Modern.js and Quick is building their own DevTool with the similar approach of Nuxt DevTools to provide in-app DevTool for their users. So we're super excited to see more and more projects exploring the possibility of DevTools and developer experience. And we could learn with each other and explore together and make these things in general even better for everyone. So with all these things we have, what to expect next? So let me announce Nuxt DevTools 1.0. So Nuxt DevTools 1.0 serve as a milestone. There are many new features in 1.0, but it's more like a statement indicating that Nuxt DevTools approach is mature enough. We are marking the module API as stable, so that module authors could provide the integrations with DevTools more confidently. And we also did some UI improvements since the previous versions. And most importantly, Nuxt DevTools will be shipped with Nuxt 3.8 and general available to all Nuxt users. By doing that, we want to make sure that the onboarding experience is seamlessly as possible, meaning that by default, you won't see any visual difference in your app. The DevTool will be hidden and to minimize the distraction. And instead, we'll print out an instruction in your terminal telling you that you can open it up with one shortcut and enable it as you want, and making the opt-in as easy as possible. So that's that. Now step to 1.0 will be released now. Actually, it's already available, and it will be shipping by default in Nuxt 3.8 very soon. And so after Nuxt DevTools 1.0, there are a few upcoming things I would like to share with you. The first is that we are working on a Nuxt accessibility integration to provide accessibility hints and suggestions for your Nuxt app. And we will build an UI in Nuxt DevTools for easier navigations or like documentations. And then the next is the Pinia playground. I know this is something that has been requested for a very long time. We will provide a playground for you to inspect and play the stage in your Pinia store. And then we are also working with the Vue team to experiment the reactivity tracking and including features like a render tree and pops editor. And our plan is to unify Nuxt DevTools and the Vue DevTool to have all the things in one place when you are working on a Nuxt app. And lastly, we come up with an idea called DevToolKit. It's a shared infrastructure and conventions for building DevTool. So yeah, let me explain a little bit more about it. So Nuxt DevTool is currently just an idea that we are still brainstorming. But there is something that I would like to share with you. That's what we imagine it could be. So we see that each features by Nuxt DevTool having its own scope, right? Some are Nuxt specific and some are Vue specific, and some are more about like general web development, like SEO or accessibility, right? And we think in the best world, each feature should be modularized, composable, and collaborative. And for example, that we could have general features for web, such as SEO tools, editor integrations, accessibility, WPA, etc. And then we could have some Vite-specific features like a bundle analyzer or Vite inspect for transformer inspector, etc. And about Vue, we could have the Vue components, reactivity tracker, routing, etc. And on top of that, we could also have some Nuxt-specific features like Nuxt modules, server-side APIs, and so on. And imagine that we might be able to integrating React DevTools, React state management, or routes and components from Svelte, and reactivity tracking for Solid, trunking Vue for Quick, or even for Webpack and RSPack integrations. And other than frameworks and bundlers, we could also have integrations like for other tools like VTest, Uno CSS, Storyblok, History, and many, many more. So with the whole picture, we could find that Nuxt DevTool is actually a composition of different features here. So Nuxt as a Vue meta framework, we could have all Vue features and adding Nuxt specific features like this. So with a little bit limited scope, like excluding Nuxt features, we could have Vue DevTools. And similarly, one day we might see a React DevTool coming and sharing the majority of the common feature here. That's all the web commons of Vite features that can be reused. And maybe a Svelte DevTool, a Solid DevTool, a Quick DevTool, or even modern JS DevTool that's uneven built on top of Vite. So in that regard, maybe you can pick whatever you want and compose your own DevTool. So that in our vision, each features can be shared and collaborate across different frameworks, and all the changes, all the improvements will benefit all the frameworks. Indeed, there are quite some challenges to make such things happening, and we will see how far we can go. So stay tuned. So in the end, I'd say developer experience is the key to great software and better user experience. So I'm glad to see more and more tools entering this field of developer experience, and together, let's make it even better. Thank you. That's all for my talk.
See, I do it every single time, being on mute. It's how I like to come to stage. Make sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And I feel like you answered some of the questions we have for the Q&A as well. But the first question was, out of the Nuxt Dev tools, what feature do you use the most?
Okay, so that's quite an interesting question. So I think that's this is interesting because like Nuxt providing a lot of different features, like different scope, and as a Nuxt user, when you are building a Nuxt app, we are actually in a different role. So because I'm like working on the framework, so I'm like more familiar with the code base, and when I was working on them, I'm usually fixing some bugs or debugging something. So so for me, that's I would have used the Vue inspector, the virtual module, and a bit like internal thing, and so that I can see them clearly. While that I think that for like if you are building a Nuxt app, you might not need those features at all. So that I think that really depends on your usage. And yeah, I'm probably more into the internal thing.
Great, thank you. Up next was and this is one I'm pretty sure you answered, of, are there any plans to combine Nuxt Dev tools and Vue Dev tools?
Yeah. So we're actually working together and to see the potential to do so. So at first that we introduced Nuxt Dev tool as a Nuxt specific thing because we believe that there's a lot of features or there's a lot developer experience that has to be specific in order to provide good user experience. But we also see the value of having Vue Dev tools as a general. And so we also that's why we are seeking a way of having like DevToolKit to have a sharing part that can be like a reused or something. So for Vue DevTool is actually having two Vue DevTools. One is for the Chrome extension and one is for the Vite plugin. So so ideally we want to unify all those things together and maybe having a infrastructure and maybe outside of Vue for other frameworks.
Great, thank you. Do you see any potential for custom integrations for the Nuxt Dev tools? In other words, could some projects benefit from integrations that only make sense for that one project?
So yes, so we allow that Nuxt modules to provide their own custom view inside DevTools, and we also exposing some internal APIs to fetching some data that Nuxt DevTool uses. So definitely possible, and we also have a DevTool module starter template in our template repository, and you can initiate by a command. So with all the things set up, so then you can just add in your view and you will bundle it. It will like allowing you to having the customizations. And if that is that would be for modules, but also that you can have inline modules in your app. So if you want something that's only working for that project, you can also do that, but without like instead of publishing that app, you can inline in your projects directly.
Thank you. Here's another one that I believe you answered. And I love when people ask questions and then a speaker answers them. That means, you're so
Okay.
prepared. They saw your talk at ViteConf and it was great. So yay. In terms of Nuxt DevTools, does it have the potential to power DevTools in the context of other frameworks?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I think I covered that.
You did. Yay. All right. Is component tree coming soon to Nuxt DevTools? That will help us all migrate from Vue DevTools to use one tool. I'm curious about this, and then another one that goes pretty well into this question as well.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I sort of already answered this question. So this is the reason that we want to build a universal infrastructure so that the component tree, the feature that's built by Vue Dev tool that can inherit to Nuxt Dev tool, or some other features that maybe you are interested in building, and then it can benefit any other dev tools that's compatible. So yeah, that's totally in our plans, and this is the goal that we want to achieve.
Great, thank you. And I was looking at the lineup you had as well, and I'm not sure it did. Was Lighthouse in it? If not, is there a plan for Lighthouse?
Not yet, and I'm not sure what's the like how complex it could be, but I know that's Harlan, another Nuxt team member who is working on a project called On Lighthouse, and it provides some UI for it. So probably he can make a dev tool integration with it, or maybe already did. I'm not sure, but yeah, you can track with that project. It's called On Lighthouse, I think.
Great, thank you. And it looks like we only have a couple more questions. Of does the dev tool work with contents? Didn't see it in the demo.
Sort of, I think, and of course, dev tool should work, but it might not provide good enough information. And in the dev tool, we have a storage page that's storing all the contents you have, because the content module using the Nuxt Store, which is a universal storage, like you can plug in as a file system or a memory or database as you want. So the contents will be served as there. But I think the tab overall is a bit advanced. So I think that indeed we could potentially making some better modules or better tab for content. But yeah, currently you can see partial information from there.
Great. And when it came to choosing how the dev tools would show up, what was the decision between a pop-up to do a pop-up instead of like a panel or Electron app or a browser window?
So I think I have mentioned it in my talk a little bit. So I think that there's many concern, and we also explore that field of like having Nuxt Dev tool as a Chrome extension, but we eventually kind of gave up, because we believe that the current approach, it will be more universal, because as you see, that's the Chrome extensions Vue Dev tool. That's with the web extension unifying that you can have a one code base for both Chrome and Firefox extensions. But then no other browser would support that, right? So that would be a bit tricky. Like either all browser will be Chrome based, or otherwise that's the work will be doubled once you have a new browser or new engine. So with our approach, because it's in-app, so it works for any browser you have, and without user to install this app, because it's come with your app with the tab. And then we have a better communication, because there's also technical challenge in Chrome extension about the message between your app and the Chrome tab. So about that, if you want to have the Nuxt Dev tool as a pop-up, because it's sometimes overlay with your application, we also having a feature that with the Chrome's picture-in-picture mode, that you can pop up the entire Nuxt Dev tool as a separate window, separate panel that you can drag around or move to another monitor. But that currently is experimental Chrome only feature, so I didn't demonstrate in my slide. But yeah, I think in general, we believe that would be a better approach for having a better integration with the Meta framework.
Great, thank you. And last question, and I think this is a great one, and so many of us are wondering the same thing. Of Anthony, can you share some tips on how you've learned to do so much? They're trying to become a better developer and expand their knowledge to just expand their knowledge, because they're probably already really smart if they're here at Nuxt Nation and already work with Vue and Nuxt. So is there any tips and tricks you could give us to retain knowledge, or how you've learned so much?
So, so my kind of my way of learning might not be useful for anyone. So I just sharing my approach or my philosophy. But yeah, you just take it as something that you can consider. But yeah. So the way I'm doing is a bit more like learn by doing. So I maybe shamefully I didn't read book a lot, but I will when I work something, when I find challenge, I will just search around, like maybe you can use any tools you can have, like Googling or like ask ChatGPT if you want, and then like reading others code base and to find the solutions that maybe the others have already like solved, that you can learn from those things. So I think that's pretty interesting because for me that's a very good way of learning, because you are motivated by doing something. Because like I'm building Nuxt Dev tool and I'm facing some issues, I have to solve it. I have to learn the knowledge in order to make my stuff, make that Nuxt Dev tools working. So after learning that, I get a very good reward of something that I can build. So that would be like directly motivate yourself to do so. And also that you learn by doing is also that you know what you're going to learn, because there's so many knowledge here you could learn, right? So you can sometimes get lost because time is limited, your brain is limited, you cannot know any knowledge exists there. So like learn by from your what you're going to use is for me is the best way of knowing that what to learn, and learn it, and you can get those knowledge. So yeah.
Great, thank you. And adding to that, it's really, from what I've seen from so many great, uh, very talented people like you, is that it's figuring out our own learning styles, like what works for you. And I like how you said like people can try it out and see if it works for them. I think that's such a great call out. And thank you so much, Anthony, for joining us today. And see you later and all that we do with Nuxt. So thank you, Anthony.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Bye.
All right, beautiful humans. We are moving right along to Emanuel coming up next, which I don't know if y'all checked out Emanuel's what is it, the headshot that's on the speakers page, because like it's really cool and it makes so much sense, as he is the shadowy super coder at night, working on some open source projects by day, and his photo has like the coolest gold goblet cup thing. Anyway, it's like I was excited just by seeing that. And he's also a full stack engineer and part of the UnJS and Nuxt teams. So welcome to the stage, Emanuel.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, I'm not sure if you can hear me.
We can hear you. You sound great.
Oh, great. Well, thank you for the introduction. I'm glad that you like my Thanos mug. So a little bit about me and my talk. I've been using Vue for a long time, since before the version 1. So yeah, it's almost 10 years now. And over the years, I've tried to contribute a little to the open source ecosystem that I was using a lot. But it's really this year that I got really more involved into open source contribution. And I decided to contribute a lot to Nuxt, because I really love the work that was happening in Nuxt 3 and to contribute to NGS and all of the utilities and servers parts that are powering Nuxt 3. And so for this talk, I want to dive into authentication and how to do it with Nuxt. I've seen a lot of takes about authentication on Twitter, of whether you should use a commercial third-party solution or if you should do it yourself. So yeah, this is the slide that kind of resume the situation where you have some people will argue for one side very convincingly that it's better to use a third-party solution like Auth0 or Clerk or something like this because you want, as a developer, to focus on your app and you don't want to reinvent the wheel. And I've seen also the opposite take where you should own your authentication. And the great thing about Nuxt is that it gives you the ability to do both. And depending on what you prefer, you can choose the one that you have a personal preference for, or the one that is the most appropriate for your project. And one of the things that I love the most about Nuxt is the module system, and I think it's one of the best features that Nuxt has to offer. It is incredibly powerful, and a lot of the internal of Nuxt itself are being built with the module API directly. So it's not just something for third-party external module. It's something that is being used internally that can allow you to add features to the framework directly. So this can be combined with authentication. And if you're someone who builds a lot of applications, you could create your own module, and then you could reuse your own internal module across all of your apps. So it's something that you would build only one time, and then that you would be able to reuse as many times as you want. And there is some commercial, some third-party community solution existing out there. And one of the interesting one is Auth.js. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Next Auth, but it is an authentication tool that was created for Next.js. And the Next team in December last year made a tweet about moving Next Auth to Auth.js and to become a framework agnostic authentication package that you can use to easily authenticate your apps without having to write a lot of the authentication boilerplate code. And they've added support for Svelte and Solid. And because I like using Auth.js, I decided to contribute a module, a Nuxt module, called Auth.js Nuxt, that I will demonstrate how to use it and how you can authenticate quickly an application with it. So this is based on Auth.js, and my inspiration for this module was another module called Nuxt Auth, which is currently the most popular one. And this one was made by a company called SideStream, and they used Next Auth to build it. So the difference between their module and the one that I created is like mine relies on Auth.js, which is a different code base, and it's very friendly with edge platforms, such as Cloudflare Workers, for example. So with using Auth.js directly, you're not relying on Node.js APIs, so you can use it on different runtimes. So if you're looking into authenticating an application on Cloudflare Workers or on Ligon or on Vercel Edge runtime, any of these runtimes, you should definitely look into it. So we're gonna start from scratch, and we're gonna create. So let me zoom in a little, and let me know if it's too small or too big. But we're gonna create a small project to see how we can use it. So we're gonna use the Nuxt CLI, and we're gonna do Nuxt init .js GitHub. So yeah, I kind of need to use my package manager first, and we're gonna use Bun because it's a new tool, and it's always interesting to showcase a new tool live. So this will generate a template directly from the official templates, which is great to kickstart a project. And now we can just run the dev command, and we already have our project working, and we're gonna see the Nuxt welcome page coming soon. There we go. So now what we're gonna build is a very small application that will use GitHub authentication. So if you want to follow along, you cannot need to go on your github.com settings developers and to create an OAuth apps. So you click here, and I've already created it. And here you'll see your client ID, your secret, and some settings that you have to fill. So since we're working locally, you need to set your homepage URL to localhost and your callback URL to API auth callback GitHub, because this is what the module will use to redirect your users after they're logged in through GitHub. So this means that for production, you will need to create a new OAuth application, right? So what we'll do here is I'm gonna just steal, because I've already done the talk before, I'm gonna steal the environment variable, and I'm gonna create an env file here, and I'm gonna paste them here. So you can see my secrets, so please do not use it, and it's not a big deal. But yeah, try to not share these things. So next, the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna install the module. And actually, because we had the great talk from Anthony before about the Nuxt dev tools that are enabled by default, we're gonna simply install the module directly from the dev tools. So you can open the dev tool, click on Get Started. Then if you go on module, you can click on Install Module. And here you can look for Hot.js. And here I need some token. Okay. Oh, I need to copy it like this. And here, directly from the dev tools, I can install my module, which is really neat, and it makes for a great developer experience. So now we're gonna start with the next configuration. So I'm gonna enable the typed pages, which is an experimental option that gives better type safety for the router. And because this is not about styling, I'm going to use Pico CSS, which is just a style sheet that gives semantic HTML some nice styling. And you can see that GitHub Copilot is already doing most of the work for me. So we'll add the module. We'll add some configuration that is specific for this module. So you just need to do this for this module, this cookie alias, because otherwise you get an error. Then with Hot.js, so you could go on the documentation, right? If you've never used it before, and you'll see all of the steps for the Nuxt configuration. So you need a secret, and you need your GitHub client ID, your GitHub client secrets, and a few other settings. So I'm just gonna grab the file that I've already done here. And you can see I've added a secret, and in runtime config also a client ID and a client secret. This will be directly resolved to whatever value you have in your environment variable file. So these two. So that's why you can leave them empty. Right. So now let's replace the Nuxt world component by a Nuxt page component. And now we can create a pages.index.vue file. And here we're gonna create a template, and we simply Nuxt Nation .js. We're gonna create some simple file here. We're gonna save this, and now we're gonna go back to our localhost browser, and yeah, we're gonna restart the dev server, and hopefully everything should work, and we should see our title showing up on the page. Let me install the dependency again. Right. So in the meantime, I will show you like the server part that needs to happen. So you need to create a server route in API/auth and have like a catch-all file. So this will catch all of the API requests that are coming to the API auth route. And now we're gonna grab the GitHub configuration, and we're gonna paste it. So we're gonna go through it. So you can see here we are importing the GitHub provider from the Nuxt Core library that we also need to install. So we're gonna do -i Nuxt Core. We're grabbing the type, and we are grabbing the Nuxt auth handler from this, which comes from the Nuxt module that we've installed here. Then we are grabbing the runtime configuration with the use runtime config composable that is provided by Nuxt and is auto-imported. And then we use the GitHub providers in the providers array, and we paste the value from the Nuxt configuration. And this is all we need for the server part. So now what we need is to have some kind of UI that allows you to log in and log out. So what do we have here if we now start the dev server again? And in the meantime, I'm gonna it's complaining about some missing module, so I'm gonna install it. So I'm gonna create a guest page, an index page that we already have, a private page, and a redirect page. So let's start with the guests page. So we create a guest.vue file. And now we can call it guests page. Now we can create a private page. So you can think of the private page as like a profile page. So we'll just write private here. And finally, we can create a redirect page. And this is where we will redirect our user if they're not authenticated. There we go. So now if we start the dev server, everything should be working, hopefully. I tried everything before, but of course, when you try it live, there's always something that does not work. Or maybe I made a mistake. All right, let me check if everything is working. Let's reinstall the dependency, and let's create our authentication code in the components. So you can see here, for example, this is the guest page. We are using the middleware feature of Nuxt, and this middleware comes directly for the module, which means that this page will be only available for guests. Then for the private page, we're going to do the same thing, and we're going to use the middleware feature that comes from the module, and we're going to use the auth middleware this time, which means this page will only be available for users who are authenticated. And now we're going to create a simple component that we can use to have the authentication UI. So I'm going to create a component navigation.vue file. And I'm going to create a template. And actually, because this is taking more time than what I imagined, I'm just going to grab this existing code, and I'm going to read it through. So the Nuxt module comes with this use auth method, which allows you to easily sign in, sign out, and display your user. So you have a sign in method, a sign out method, and a user method. So for sign in, we just create some simple UI and a button, and on click we call the sign in with the GitHub method. For the sign out, it's the same thing, and we're gonna display the user email and no user if there's nothing. And we also have 3 links for home, private, and guests in the homepage. So now, hopefully, if we run run dev, we should have everything working. And so this should be like this, because this is a mono repo. And now if we refresh the page, there we go. We have our Nuxt Nation auth.js module with our install module. And now what we need to do is to reference our components in the layout. So the component is auto-imported, so we can just do navigation like this. And we can also use a main here with a class of container so that it looks a little bit nicer. And there we go. So thanks to Pico CSS, we have something that looks a little bit cleaner. And we have a sign in, a sign out, and like some basic navigation. So if we click here, we get an error, page not found, redirected. Okay. I need to rename this to redirected. Okay, let's restart now and see. If our page is working. And it should be working. There we go. So now when we click on our private page, we are being redirected to the redirected page, and we have a guest-only page here. So now we're just gonna try to click the sign in button and see what happens. And you can see I've been logged in already into Google, into GitHub, and it grabs my email address. So if we go back to the auth dash, so a good way like to show what's happening would be to inspect here. I don't know if you can read. All right, and we can look at the cookies. And you can see the cookies have been added by the module, and that's why we are authenticated. And now if we click on the private page, we are here on the private page, and the guest page redirect us to the private page as well, because we are authenticated. So now if we sign out, you can see we have the entire flow working. And the code for this was relatively simple. Let me just reload the windows to have TypeScript working properly. Yeah, so you can see we just have like a very simple index page. We are using the defined page meta composable from Nuxt to use the middlewares that are provided by the module. The server code really is a few lines of code that come like directly from the module. And the great thing is, because this is compatible with, because this is using Hot.js under the hood, you can use all of the Hot.js features. So for example, if you want to have your user being inserted into a database, you could use a database adapter. This comes from Hot.js. So you could use, depending on your database, you have pretty much everything that you'd want. Prisma is a very popular solution. So you would create a Prisma schema for your user, and then you can connect it to a Postgres database or like a MongoSQL database, or whatever you prefer using. And just like this, you have authentication working for an application that you can deploy on the edge, and that you can connect to a database very easily. And there was not a lot of code to write, because all of that logic is being done by the module. Okay, let's go back to the slides, and let's talk about authentication as a service. So authentication as a service, this is something that can be controversial, because if you're making an application and you have a lot of users, your application is being monetized by another SaaS company, and you're probably already using Stripe and already using a lot of SaaS products. And that might be one of the reasons why many people dislike these options. They start monetizing as several thousand users, and there's many apps that shouldn't be really bothering too much about that, because they will never have that amount of users, and they will always be on the free tier. Yes, this is a commercial solution, but it also comes with a lot of upsides. So it is feature rich. It is equally very quick to implement the most complex things. It comes with good developer experience. There's some support, and it's secure. So I'm adding a question mark here because there is dozens of commercial solutions, and I have not tested all of them personally. So I cannot make a blank statement and say all of them are secure. But if you go with the popular options, it might offer you more security than doing everything yourself. So this talk is not sponsored by anyone, but one of the most popular solutions for authentication is Clerk. And the Clerk has been exploding in popularity lately. I think it's a pretty new product. And they came out with a great React integration. So it was very straightforward for React. But at the time when I checked out, there was no Vue support, and therefore no Nuxt Core. And the Vue support has been contributed by the community, by Robert Soriano. You should follow him on GitHub. He has a lot of contribution to the Vue ecosystem, and he made the Vue Clerk integration. So what we'll do is we'll go over the Vue Clerk integration now, and we'll see if we can make a Clerk example. So we're gonna go back and we're gonna Nuxt init a new project, and we'll call it Clerk. So we'll use done. Perfect. So now I need to change the name right here to Nuxt app Clerk. And then we'll install the dependencies. And once again, we'll start with the Nuxt configuration. So I'll just copy and paste it from what I've already done to go fast. And we'll use something very similar. We'll use the DevTools enable true, the type page root router, Pico CSS, and some Clerk specific configuration. So this is important. And for the runtime config, we need a publishable key and a Clerk secret key. So what we'll do is we're gonna go to clerk.com, and we're gonna create a new Clerk application, and we're gonna do it live because they have a generous free tier. So we can just go on the website, and we're gonna create a new application. We'll call it Nuxt Nation Live, and we'll authenticate with let's authenticate with Google, and we'll create it now. And you see Clerk provides you directly with these things ready to copy and paste. So I can just copy them. So if I go back to my VS Code, I create an environment file here. And now I'll change this to Nuxt, and this one I'll prefix it with Nuxt. And I'll just add some quotes to so that it looks prettier. And that's it for the environment variable and for the configuration for Clerk. And while you can build your own UI with Clerk, we're gonna use the pre-built UI and see where that gets us. So because there is no module for Clerk now, and maybe someone there wants to build one, you cannot have to do your own module. So to do this, we're gonna create Nuxt plugins that we'll call Clerk. I think that needed to be plural. And we're gonna import Clerk plugin from Vue Clerk. That also needs to be installed. And here you'll see the only thing that we need to do is to use the Vue Clerk plugin with Nuxt API we grab the configuration, runtime configuration key, and we pass it to the plugin. And to get started, that's the only thing that you need. And so now we can start working on the UI. So here we'll replace the default component with some basic layouts. We just have like a main div, a nav, Nuxt page, and we have 2 links, one for the home page and one for the sign-in page. So for Clerk, these are not mandatory. So we'll create an index page and also a sign-in page. And for the index page, this is going to be very simple. We're going to use the Vue Clerk components that are provided to us. So you can see here, by importing from Vue Clerk, I'm getting this organization switcher component and this user button. So I'm simply going to plonk in the components in my index page. And now for my signing page, this is extremely simple as well. I'm grabbing the signing component. I'm just plonking it here. As you can see, there is nothing fancy. And so now we can start the dev server. And we can see if we have something working or not. So right. So now if we open localhost again, we can see we have like the Clerk host app on the index page. So this is what we're seeing right now. So I'm going to try to go on the signing page. So let me zoom a little. And here we have the sign-in component that is provided by Clerk. So I'm simply going to click on continue with Google. It's going to ask me to authenticate with Google. So I click on my username. And now I can see I'm being redirected here. And I can see that I'm already logged in. And the Clerk components show me my information about my Google stuff. Also, like come with some basic user management features, so you can delete accounts, see your active devices. That's one of the great things about using something commercial solution. It's like all of these things comes for free. It tells you like the amount of signups, the active users, total users. It gives you a lot of features that would be quite time consuming if you were to build them yourself. So if you need all of these features and you need something to get started very quickly, this is roughly as fast as Auth3s, but it has the benefits of coming with like their own a database that is provided by Clerk to manage your users. And maybe for the app that you're working on, this is the ideal choice, because you don't need to worry about building it yourself if you have all of this coming in on the free tier. Right. So that was for Clerk. And finally, let's talk a little bit about like the do-it-yourself solution.
Hey, quick question, Emanuel. We actually have a few questions for you before we wrap up, and we are running out of time. Do you have something quick to finish this one up by chance, or shall we just go to the questions?
Yeah, I'll be very quick, just 1 minute.
Sure.
For the do-it-yourself, because I already have it prepared, we won't do like the live coding. And Sebastian already showed it a little. So you can build the same type of application that we built before, but without any dependencies. So here we just create manually a route for our OAuth with GitHub. And here we make the request directly to the GitHub UI. And this is basically all that you need. And then you can just grab your user directly from the cookie. And you can display the cookie username, the username, and the avatar that are coming from your OS, so from GitHub. So this is something that will be easier to do with the Nuxt Core, which will be an official module that will come probably next year, that will provide you with some composable and server utility to build your own authentication. And because we don't have much time, I quickly want to mention other good commercial solutions. They're Firebase with a very good Nuxt module. Supabase has also one. Hanko, Daniel Rowe, who just created a module recently. If you want to build things yourself, you can use Lucia or Oslo, that are very popular solutions that allows you to kind of build it yourself as well with some primitives that are provided. And yeah, about me, you can go on Emanuel.style if you want to have like my GitHub link and my Twitter link. And yes, sorry if I run out of time. I was expecting the live coding to go a little bit faster, but hopefully I was able to show you a few different ways that you can use to authenticate your Nuxt applications.
Yes, and thank you, especially for showing us your Twitter handle and things like that too, because I was like, I need to go follow them. That is going to be great. So thank you. A couple questions really quick before we go on to our panel next. Do the methods you've shared work on both server and client side? If not, what kind of adjustments would someone need to make?
For the host.js, the first example that I've shown, this will work with SSR out of the box. For the Clerk one, I haven't checked, but if you go, I'll paste the link, but if you go to, there's a Nuxt starter template that includes another package called H3 Clerk. I think you need this one if you want to do some, you need to add a middleware for the server, basically. So in the starter template, everything is well documented. So you can use this as a reference point for Clerk. But if you're building it yourself, this is something that you have to take into consideration. But with Nuxt, it's pretty straightforward. So yeah, to answer your question directly, for the first one, yes. And for the second one, I'm not sure.
Great, thank you. And last question is it possible to use other providers for the example email with OTP with this module?
Yes, you can use all of the Auth.js compatible providers. So for OS, you'd have like Google and Microsoft, Twitter, like all of the non-provider. You also have a credential providers that you can hook up with your database directly. So that allows you to do some email authentication. And if you want to add some OTP, I think you might have to write a little bit more of custom logic. I would need to double check this. But with Auth.js, you can use multiple providers simultaneously. So if you want your application to have OAuth options for people who like to log in with social media accounts, and email authentication for people who don't use social media, the module is quite flexible, so you can do it.
Great. Thank you so much. And y'all make sure to go follow on Git and on Twitter, so that way you can ask all the questions there too. Thank you, Emanuel.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Hello, my name is Daniel Rowe, and I lead the Nuxt team at the moment. I'd like to talk about Fontaine, or how to reduce cumulative layout shift if you're using custom web fonts in Nuxt. So imagine for a moment you have a custom web font, and when you load the page, it's going to display a fallback font, like something like Arial or Times New Roman. And then when that web font comes in, it's going to shift everything as the font updates. Well, Fontaine is a way of preventing that shift by telling the browser already with CSS what size the font is going to take when it loads. This is how you get started. You just run nuxi module add Fontaine, which is, by the way, a great way of adding new modules to your Nuxt app. And then you might want to imagine for a moment, I'm going to do this a super simple way because we're in just a quick demo, but you might want to do something a little bit different in a real project, like using the Google Fonts module or the Tailwind one. If we have a style block and we are importing a custom web font, for example, we might want to use that font as well, something like this. And now Fontaine is going to be able to tell that this exists, and it's going to be able to pull in some of this information. I'm just going to grab the actual font faces rather than pull them in remotely. So Fontaine is going to be able to tell what font is being used and figure out the metrics based on either the URL or the information from the font family. So if we were to run our Nuxt app like this, we will actually be able to get direct data from the font in order to make the cumulative layout shift decrease. So let's try it. Boom. What you should see is very little layout shift. Obviously the font changes, but the size it takes up doesn't change. And that should mean your Lighthouse score is much better than if you didn't have Fontaine installed.
All right, beautiful humans. I know everyone is so excited about the next panel, but first, we need to give a shout out to one of our sponsors because without them, we wouldn't be having this panel. So thank you, PrimeView. Y'all go check out PrimeView. They are the most complete UI library of Vue.js, coming with styled and unstyled modes for ultimate customization, 400 plus pre-designed blocks, 80 plus UI components to boost your productivity with integration for Tailwind, Uno, Bootstrap, and much more. Log in at Prime Store and the payment screen, click the paddle option. During checkout window, use the coupon Nuxt Nation 23 to receive your discount. So definitely go check them out. And I know everybody is so excited for this that we are having the Nuxt Core team panel with Nuxt Under a Lens with Sebastian, Daniel, Pinia, and Alexander. Welcome everybody to the stage. Hello, everyone.
Hey, hey.
It's lovely to see you all here. And for quick introductions, because I'd rather you introduce yourself than me introduce you, totally takes pressure off me for one part, but also it's ever changing. So if y'all could give a quick introduction and maybe how do you Nuxt? Like, you know, like what you use with Nuxt or your favorite part of Nuxt or how you found Nuxt. Like it's a very open. Trying to ask somebody about that, how do you Kafka is also a very weird question to ask people. So I'm just going with the flow on that one. And I'm going to pick on Sebastian. Do you want to go first?
Sure. Well, I'm Sebastian. I created Nuxt in October 2016, so 7 years ago now. Well, I use Nuxt every day since then. And my favorite feature is the pages directory. And now since Nuxt 3, the app.vue file. And that's all for me. I think I can give the mic to Pinia.
Sure. Thanks, everyone. My name is Pinia. I think I joined Nuxt almost 6 years ago or something like that. I'm super proud working with Sebastian and also people like Daniel and Alex so far. And yeah, the question, how do I like Nuxt? Maybe Nuxt layers and server. I think Nuxt layers is going to be something really powerful.
Very
I
cool.
think next, Alex.
Yes. Yeah, I can just give that back to you. I really enjoy everybody. Enjoy working with everyone new at on Nuxt. I'm on the Nuxt team as well since I think 2018. Back then, Vue London was still very lovely, like 5 years ago. And yeah, other than that, I am not working open source full time. I'm a web engineering consultant and also do some content around Nuxt Vue and all that. And what I like most about Nuxt, I think I could name lots of features, but to be honest, I really enjoy the community, the spirit, all of the people working together, and yeah, I think that's really the best.
Yay, thank you.
And you know, I think I'm probably the newest member of the Nuxt team in that case. Relatively recently that I joined the team and started helping out. My favorite way to Nuxt, well, it's probably going to be in a sandbox in terms of frequency of what I actually do. But the feature I love best is type-safe server routes. So being able to get that inference in your editor, and coming soon, type-safe body and params as well when making those fetch requests. That's definitely something I think where the DX and the engineering to make it possible just marry very nicely. I like it a lot.
Yay. Thank you, everyone. All right. To jump into all of the questions of what is your vision for what Nuxt will be in 2024? I feel like Seb already answered this question, so you don't have to go with that one. Okay. Alex, you're making the most movement, so
I'm happy to go first. I think adoption will rise. More than sure about that, especially with all the amazing features. I see lots of people being very jealous in a way of the dev tools. Also seeing that will expand to other ecosystems in the future, maybe. But still, I think there will be more innovation. I hope that also we will go more in the direction of reducing the amount of JavaScript needed, especially server components, the whole part of partial laser hydration, that will improve to like reduce the performance, or like improve the performance and reduce the JavaScript needed to make it even more accessible on many more devices. And I hope that we will keep up with the developer experience. I'm more than sure, actually.
Anything else anyone wants to add before I go to the next question?
I'm just going to put it out there. Nuxt 4 is what I expect to see in 2024. And I expect to see a nice migration. So, and hopefully the first of many smooth migrations that are going to bring people a lot of pleasure rather than any pain at all. That's what I want to see in 2024, alongside all those other amazing things that people have mentioned.
That's a good one.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Next question. Can I go next question? Nuxt docs are confusing when it comes to using modules with TypeScript. How can import modules and then use them in TypeScript?
I'll let Daniel answer for this.
I'm not actually even sure what 100% what is being asked. But if we're talking about Nuxt modules, then you can use Nuxt modules locally in your project in TypeScript. You can just create a modules directory, and any file in there can be written in TypeScript and can be imported pretty straightforwardly. If you're publishing a Nuxt module to NPM, we'd recommend compiling it. We have a module builder CLI, so the Nuxt module builder. Use that. There's a template as well that will get you started with Nuxy. And if you're talking about if you're talking about something else, do say, because I'd be happy to answer that question as well. But hopefully that was what you were going for.
Also, maybe to mention that if there are types from module, then a module can also provide types. So that should be pretty straightforward to use.
The only thing that I when I read this, it also made me think about Daniel's talk during TypeScript Congress, and maybe it's stemming from something there. I'm not quite sure. All right, next question of What's going on with the Nuxt auth model?
Okay, then I think I have to pick on it because we and Sebastian was working for basically a new vision of auth modules for a long time. I think it's now more than a year. And actually, there was reasons behind it. Because what we made for Nuxt 2, basically for Nuxt 1, I started as a basically extracting as a module. It was one of the first modules in Nuxt itself. That was one of the reasons that we introduced Nuxt modules to support us. And over the years, it was making life for many developers much, much easier. I think it was also inspiration for other frameworks that now they have multi-provider authentication support. But one of the main things that we wanted to focus on Nuxt 3 was to make sure that Nuxt itself is powerful enough and capable enough to make custom authentication solutions. Because obviously it's easy to get started with implementing some auth, and we really want to make it possible for users. But as soon as the project really grows, we have some different customizations. It's harder when we use just an out-of-the-box solution that is not customizable. So that was our main focus for last year, to make sure that instead of making a similar thing that we had in Nuxt 2, but we improved in the core of the Nuxt to make sure we have infrastructure for making authentication solutions, like you saw in the previous presentations. How easy is it to integrate any authentication provider? We are working to make and provide a solution basically to make life easier again. And it's going to be more helpful, some presets of a combination of the utilities that already Nuxt have to make authentication solutions. The reason that there is no ETA for it for now is that we are still investigating to make sure that it is customizable enough for the future. As Daniel mentioned, we don't want to make a slower migration path again. So we want to make sure that when we introduce this feature, it's going to roll with Nuxt, Nuxt 4, Nuxt 5, and later versions, and people can easily try to build things on top of it. But I can promise you, we are really working on it, and basically, I think almost every week we are talking with Sebastian about progress on it, and I hope to open source it as soon as possible.
Yay, thank you. And this next question is going to be a what's the status as well of Vue transition? How are we? How's Vue transition looking?
So Vue transitions, so I use it. I'd happily use that on a production website. A lot of the features in the experimental section of Nuxt config are there primarily for API considerations. Vue transitions is experimental more because Vue transitions themselves don't have wide adoption. And so you might want to decide in your project, for example, not to add the code that's going to trigger Vue transitions. The other thing is that Vue transitions, by default, will cause your pages to fade out and fade in on every transition. That's browser behavior, and we think it requires user opt-in. However, this likely shouldn't be under the experimental namespace. I'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow. It's more likely to be in a features or future namespace, because this is something that you might want to turn on or off. It's not experimental as such, but we didn't want to opt people into it too soon before there is wide browser support.
Thank you. And it does make me think about accessibility as well with the transitions. And so thank you again for giving us more details there. How about server-only components like islands in production apps? Anybody have details about if people can start using that?
Absolutely. So again, I think with, so this is one that's going to see more changes. So you'll see more changes in terms of refactoring our internal implementation. However, I would personally very happily use server-only components in your production apps. Just make sure to write a test to cover that use case and make sure to pin the dependency. But that's true whenever you use any feature. But the actual implementation is solid. So if you're implementing it, it should work well for you.
Also, maybe to add on all the experimental features, it's always important that experimental doesn't mean unstable or might not work as expected. It's more like the API could change or some underlying dependencies might still have to align. So yeah, as Daniel said, testing, pinning the versions, you're good to go.
That's a great call out. Thank you. All right. And I feel like this might have been touched on earlier today about adding an official ORM to Nuxt. So any more details there?
Okay, I'm not going to 100% promise it to be announced tomorrow, but there is a really high chance that I live code to release the solution that we are going to make. Just to rest you assured, similar to any other feature that we consider for the Nuxt stack, is going to be an open integration. So we are not enforcing Nuxt ORM basically out of the box, but default and standard connectors, as well as a standard schema layer for connecting to the databases. And our main goal is to, instead of reinventing the wheel, basically to create a new ORM, is to integrate with the well-known ORMs. So with almost no configuration, Nuxt could be integrated with any popular or favorite ORM that people have.
Great. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to pick on Alex just because we haven't picked on you very much yet. Of what models should someone definitely be using in their Nuxt projects? I wanted to go to everybody, but I'm picking on Alex first just because you haven't. All my questions have been going to them.
There are quite some modules. Let's say Nuxt image is a no-brainer, right? Also with the auto install that comes up. I think that you definitely should use that. Same goes for the dev tools. They're not like strictly installing it for a module, but it totally makes sense. And I think besides these, the Vue use module is lovely to add some auto imports. I think I reach out to use Vue use in almost any project. And regarding SEO, I think everything from Nuxt SEO, from everything that Harlan does, should be added as well. I think, yeah, out of top of my head, that would be that.
All right, Daniel, Puya, anything you'd like to add to those?
I pretty much always use Tailwind CSS or Uno CSS. Those are definitely modules to use. I would always use Fontaine as well. Obviously, I'm going to do that, but it has almost no overhead, just positive. So I would reach for that. I would also use something like HTML Validator, which will check the validity of the HTML that you write and can help address some hydration issues. Also check out Alex's blog for more hydration debugging, by the way. And one experimental module, if you're experiencing hydration issues, that you should definitely try is by Julian Huang, Nuxt Hydration. There's some really interesting abilities it has, so check that out too. But honestly, if you want to see what modules we would add, check out our websites, because you'll see the modules we actually do add. So check out nuxt.com, it's just been open sourced, elk.zone. Check out Alex's website, which has just been rebuilt, and mine, which is highly experimental and has lots of custom local modules.
Really cool stuff there, especially in yours, Daniel.
Really crazy stuff in my website. Puya, actually, I'm not sure I have seen your website recently, but maybe it's being rewritten.
Well, it's what I'm trying to make is actually unofficial, but I'm having a hobby project. I'm trying to run my website out of a floppy disk. So basically to try to reduce everything possible to make it like old school, but as minimal as possible. So that's something I want to announce maybe in a few months when I can.
That's pretty cool.
That's something I'm working on.
That's amazing. Yeah, for floppy disk. And at the moment, you have a Raspberry Pi, don't you, running? So I'm not sure if it's serving your website, but you definitely have a server running on a Raspberry Pi and running Linux on a Raspberry Pi, or running Nuxt on a Raspberry Pi. Is that right?
Yes, I think multiple instances of it.
Yeah.
I also have 3 phones here. I was actually today trying with this and this iPhone. So I run JS on all of them. I mean, you can run Nuxt almost everywhere now, especially in your browser using StackBlitz.
Who needs a VM? Who needs a serverless platform when you have a phone that you can plug in?
All right. I thank you everyone for that. And I think this is a big question that has been coming up. It came up, I believe, in Michael's session, and I'm curious if any of you have experience with this. I know I'm giving you a lot of detail before showing you the question of how does Nuxt compare with Astro? Have you all tried Astro yet? Like to compare building Astro building upon Nuxt, like with integrations? Like, what are your thoughts around comparing Nuxt with Astro?
I mean, Astro has, we share a lot of values, I think, that are quite similar. So Astro really prioritizes good developer experience, and so do we. I think Astro are also really friendly, and I'd like to think we are too. So we have, really nice communities. There's obviously different approaches and also different targets in terms of what the projects are meant for. Astro really launched targeting static sites. There've been lots of developers who built their portfolios on Astro. At Nuxt, we're aiming, I think, a little bit more broadly to be able to have static sites, but also people have, enterprise apps. But I don't mean that as a negative on Astro. It's great as well.
Yeah, I think to add, also Astro going all the way down to like island architecture and partial hydration, like just hydrate the part you actually need, reactive islands. I think it's also something that we want to pursue in the future, especially now with server components up and running, which is kind of the inverse of it, but laying the foundation for even more there and having a chance to also have all the benefits of that, but also saying, okay, that's only for a part of the application, but the dashboard part of the app can still run as an SPA, or these parts can be like be a full-blown server-side rendered application. So I think we also share an idea of what paradigms to support. But as Daniel said, it's about more broad vision and incorporating all the patterns that might be useful for a bigger site.
Puya, anything you want to add to this one?
I think it was good explanation by both.
I agree. I think both your explanations were great. And as somebody that's had Nuxt on my show and Astro on my show, I can agree with Daniel. All of you are very, very friendly. And it is something that I think that's a great way to showcase how you said that it's two different use cases, which is I think a good way of thinking about some of these things, because sometimes people can think that they're the same from just looking at them briefly. So you both captured that very well. Thank you. All right. Next question. Is there any possibility to make error handling in a plugin if an error is thrown outside the setup, for example, composables or any other file rather than Vue components? I know it's a long one.
So error handling is tricky just in terms of thinking about browser APIs in general. So if an error is thrown in, for example, an async function that's called and never awaited, that error goes nowhere. It's never caught. If that async function is awaited, then it will be caught, at that point. But it's really common that people might just throw an error. So if you have an error handler on a button click, it throws an error. Nothing catches that error. It's just out there, alone in the world. And so in general, Nuxt won't know that there are errors floating around in your app with Nuxt. So the way you do that is if an error is thrown in when Vue is rendering your page, it will be caught and processed by Vue's error handler. And there are some Nuxt error handling hooks that will pick it up at that point because Vue catches it and passes it along to us. And that error is then tenderly looked after and cared for by you as a developer in a way that it can't be if it's just unhandled. If you are in a situation where nothing is going to catch the error, then you yourself can handle it using the show error or use error composables that Nuxt makes possible. So don't just throw the error if it's like attached to a button click. You can actually show an error page, or you can modify the global error object with use error. That would be up to you to do that. Nuxt or any framework isn't going to be able to catch unhandled errors in that way. I don't know if Alex or Priya has anything else to add to that.
And from the top of my head, also only that, of course, if you, let's say, have another file, another JavaScript, TypeScript file, you kind of import a function and call in a Vue component. And of course, you can catch the error there as well. And besides that, to have some more like fine-grained like error handling mechanism, you can also use the Nuxt error boundary component, which is also very lovely to avoid like showing, oh, everything's broken just because, I don't know, a request to get the newest post failed. Just show, hey, that request didn't work, just refresh it. But yeah, error handling can get quite complex when you go from, oh, everything breaks as soon as some error will be thrown and I don't care, to I want to handle very fine granularly. And other than that, I would also say it always is worth to track your errors with whatever service you want to use, just to make sure that you can't test all the devices, all the user settings with all their browser extensions. So make sure that you have some kind of service that tells you what errors users experience.
Yes, thank you. All right, next question is Nuxt extends. What's the latest updates?
Well, there will be talk about that as well during Nuxt Nation, so that might be worth
I know.
about.
I was like, there. A lot of these are just teasers for upcoming talks. All right.
I think there are two small updates about Nuxt extends. I think it's probably going to be released tonight, but alongside with Nuxt 3.8. So with the Nuxt extends and Nuxt layers, basically, we wasn't extending node modules of the parent project. So as I would say, a significant major improvement in the Nuxt extends support. In the next version, we clone the layers now in the node modules. So you can reuse the dependencies of the main project. We will add an opt-in feature for auto-installing the dependencies of layers when cloning from GitHub, and also more authentication mechanisms. So they are small updates, but since internally with development of the things, even like Nuxt.com website itself, we are improving Nuxt extends progressively, and these kind of updates are coming to it.
It's also worth saying that there are a number of other layer updates and fixes that are included in 3.8. So small kind of things, such as making it possible to override plugins and middleware and in a more intuitive and in fact correct way. So we fixed the bugs there, and some other things along those lines. A lot around the extendability of that, the sort of core app. And so if you check the changelog for Nuxt 3.8, or read the release article when it's out there, you'll see some stuff that is there.
I think also it makes sense to follow the tracker issue for everything regarding layers and extends. So that's always a good one. I'll post it in the chat in a bit.
And if you follow a tracker issue, in general, the tracker issue is not the place to report bugs. The tracker issue is for people to understand the big picture of what's going on. And if you're encountering a bug, please open a new issue, because every single person who's interested in layers will receive your comment, which says, it's not working for me. Yeah. So yeah, new issues, tracker issues, great to follow and subscribe to.
Very good remark.
Good to know. Good to know. Now that Nuxt Studio has officially launched, what will be plans for Nuxt content, and will there be plans to merge the two?
So Nuxt Studio is a paid SaaS product. Nuxt content is an open source project, and they're not being merged. I think that is important to say. I think Nuxt Studio builds on Nuxt content, so it uses the capabilities that Nuxt content gives anybody, and it does that. Hopefully, people will enjoy it and find Nuxt Studio is a great experience. But they are separate projects.
That's a great call out. Thank you. Where do you put your use fetch calls if you need to receive data in multiple components and pages?
The same data, or That's a broad question in a way.
If it's the same data, what would you do? And if it's different data, what would you do?
Well, if it's different data, then just place it wherever you need the data to fetch that, right? And if it's the same data, there was a very nice PR that I saw Daniel editing and merging on stream recently about how if you need the same data, multiple components, you can, well, ensure that it won't be refetched necessarily with get cache data. And you can also use something like has Nuxt data to check if their data, get them there. So that can also help. Or even like building an own composable around that and use that. And then ensuring that you don't do multiple calls again and again if the data is already there.
So again, like there are lots of ways to think about data fetching. So is the data reactive? Will you be refreshing it from time to time? Is it the kind of thing that you, if it's something like navigation, like the navigation for your site, where you fetch it really once and you might use it lots of places, then you might not, you might actually just fetch it once in a plugin and assign it to the state of your app rather than including it in the payload. It's not really a page specific information. So there's some other thing, there's some questions here. But the shout out of creating a custom composable, like use my data, which is just a pre-configured use fetch, is really strong. That's a very strong choice. But there are some other just app architecture questions. In general, you want to do things like avoid waterfalls. So if you can prefetch the data you're going to need, and then have a composable to access it, for example, that could be a good way of doing it.
Thank you. And Alex brought up something that stood out to me is, y'all, Daniel, if you didn't know this, had live streams a lot of this. And so it's a great place to get stay up to date on this. So definitely go check it out on Twitch. I'm pretty sure your username is Daniel Rowe, right? Yeah.
I don't have any anonymity thing going on online, I will say that. And I'm nothing if not consistent. So I think only Twitter is different, and that's because I couldn't get the Daniel Rowe handle.
I can relate to that. Also, the link is once again in the chat everywhere. So if you want to follow Daniel, do that right away. They're everywhere.
Yes, I did. I will say I did while we were having technical issues to begin with. I started talking about you being on my show, Daniel, because it was me learning about Nuxt and the dev tools. I just love the dev tools. All right, next question will server components show up in the dev tools component tree with the ability to edit and test props, or is there some impact on the current DX?
This is a great question and probably deserves to be an issue in DevTools to track if it doesn't already exist. So at the moment, server components show up with the ability to inspect and jump to. So you still get that even if they're server components, because that is purely powered by the HTML that's rendered by the component. But the ability to edit and test props might not be, it was something we can look at. For example, we currently support HMR for server components. So if you edit a server component, it will live reload on client side. And we do that ourselves with custom HMR events, because there is no JavaScript representing that code in your client base, even in dev mode. And it might be that there's similar stuff we can do for DevTools. But right now, no. Right now, it's a static HTML. It's not going to show you the component or allow you to edit its props directly.
Maybe you could even address this in either the Vue DevTools or also the Nuxt DevTools. Depends on how, where it fits best, and how Vue DevTools and Nuxt DevTools will lie in the future.
I know, that's so exciting. I'm very excited about the dev tools. Like, that is something I'm just really excited about. But when to use composables versus plugins in Nuxt 3, and when or where and when would you load global data for app for the SSG build?
I mean, these are two separate questions in the end.
Yeah, I was like, I'm reading this and I'm like, wait a minute.
Somebody sneaked 2 and 1 in here. I
Yes.
think I might just pick the first one, when to use composables versus plugins in Nuxt 3. And I mean, a plugin runs once, like when basically per request. So like you start the application, you hit the URL, then the plugin might run server or client side, depends on how you configure it, both, whatever. And for example, you say, hey, provide some helper methods, initialize some things, set some things to the to the meta tags. So do something that should just be done once per request, and then the app is set and ready, and then you can do stuff. While composables, of course, are more meant for state that should be handled. Like, I don't know, you have some use toast composable that handles, I have some notifications, how to add them, should I remove them, how to access them to display them. And of course, same for data fetching. You have data, a status, if it's like pending, if it's fetched, if it's not there, if there's an error. So I think these are two vastly different use cases. And that's when I would use either of them.
Any other adds to question number 1? Cool. And where and when would you load global data for an app for the SSG build?
So I know I would do it. I would be looking to utilize stuff like the unstorage in your Nitro instance, because you can fetch something once and not refetch it on subsequent page generations. And so you can basically fetch something once, store it in an unstorage key, and then use it in your generated pages to fill some state or async data call in your client-side app. So you don't have to load it in a separate place. You don't have to load it outside of your app. You don't have to load it in the Nuxt config, although you could do that in a module. You can actually do it in your runtime code in such a way that it doesn't add to your bundle. So that is possible.
I think we would need an example for that, though, because I think lots of people missing out on these amazing opportunities. I use that pattern as well already, and I noticed I don't think you have something up and running to showcase that, right?
No, I don't think so. I think you're right. That would be a great example.
Noting down.
If only we had, someone here who creates great articles and videos.
Well, I know quite some people here.
just to be clear, I'm talking about. I mean, no, actually, that's true. I am not. Yeah. I was reading it as a compliment to you, Alex, but actually, it's true. It's true of also Jen and Pinia. So
we all do.
We can do a group one. It'll be fun and that much harder trying to get all of us to do it together. All right. Next question of what is the future of layers? They really want to see this feature as an application structure builder where they can define different types of layers. For example, scoop layers, which do not expose anything. So what's the future of layers?
Well, this looks like a really interesting feature request, and I think I would love to see it as an issue so it doesn't get lost in this discussion. And I have lots of questions actually about this in terms of scope layers. You can see the plans for layers in the documentation and the issue tracker we linked earlier, and definitely check those out. There are only a few issues though still on the list of things to be ticked off. Probably the most significant one of which, in terms of DX, is the one Pinia is planning on fixing. It sounds like later tonight, which I don't want to overpromise. I don't think that was the promise. But yeah, I would love to see this. I don't know, Pinia, do you know what the question is getting at?
I can kind of guess the problem. So basically, layers can extend a project, right? So we can add some base features that are common across projects, maybe as a template. But when it comes to split the Nuxt project into smaller parts, for example, if it's a web shop, we want to separate the cart from the landing and product listing page. And when it comes to work across different teams, sometimes it's challenging because when we extend from a layer, every composable and also imported composable, every feature like that would be sharing the same namespace for naming. So if two teams use the same composable, same auto import feature, they are possibly going to be conflicted together. And it was actually something we kind of discussed also with Daniel. It is partially implemented. So for the path, we isolate them per layer, but we was also thinking how we can also isolate the other features such as auto imports, basically everything magical to be isolated. And this way teams can work together without worrying about conflicting with two different layers. It's a little bit tricky to give a precise answer. I think as Sim Daniel was kind of confused because there's no clear answer to this. But I think it was something for a long time since Nuxt 1. I think even there was a POC for supporting multi-applications. That's something we definitely want to have, but it's kind of a tricky situation to figure out the best way to do this.
And actually, some of those things might also be addressed by something Pinia and I have also been talking about, which is multi-app support, where you do have that sort of built-in scoping. You have to have that.
So like micro frontends the Nuxt way.
Yeah, micro frontends reimagined.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, also link
like
that
a
issue.
conference talk.
Yeah, please. I really want to see that. I would love to join. Also link that issue, which doesn't contain much except it's TBA. But once again, if you're interested in that, just subscribe to that. And as soon as someone asks when it's ready, you'll be notified. And when we give new info, of course.
Great. Thank you. All right. Next question. Will we be getting Pinia store context in server routes, API routes without writing a plugin like we had with Vuex context on the server side in Nuxt 2? And I see Alex shaking his head no.
Oh, I mean, in server routes, so everything inside the server folder runs before your Nuxt application is like for that request, like ready to get all the things. So don't try use any Vue composables in there. Don't try use, hey, can I use Pinia in there? Not really. So that's really more designed in, hey, I want to do some API. I want to write my own API, or want to, I don't know, for example, for server routes, I want to deliver a feed.xml and don't want to have it under API feed XML because why? So I think that should be handled in the Nuxt part. So everything else except the server folder. And of course, there on the server side, you can use async data together with whatever in your Pinia store initializes the store, saying you have like a user store, and then say you have some async function that fetches the user from an API. Then you can use that together with use async data to get the store up and ready, and also send the data from the server to the client.
Great. Thank you. All right. Next question of, would you consider beta releases for minor releases? This could avoid some of the developer experience impacts the 3.7.0 line is having with the new Nuxt CLI compared to 3.6.5.
I would consider that, yeah. I mean, at the moment, I would recommend you check out the nightly releases because you can actually test these in advance. We also have an ecosystem CI which tests everything before release. So any test suite which is added to the ecosystem CI, we can check, which will obviously be restricted to open source ones. So that will probably not be your project. But if you're maintaining a library and this affects you, you can add it, and we can just ensure your test suite passes before we release the new version of Nuxt. But I mean, having said that, even though everything is out there right now for you to already test that, I would consider a pre-release, largely because our rhythm is basically once a month for minor releases. That doesn't give a lot of time for pre-releases or beta releases, I've got to say. but we have lengthened, so it's once a week for patches and then once a month for minor, maybe a little bit more than once a month for minor releases. But before a minor release, we now take at least 2 weeks. So it feels to me like maybe doing a beta release, a week before or a few days before is totally reasonable. But it's unclear to me right now whether that will stick around. We could try it.
I think trying out makes sense. But I agree, like, are there many people that will test the pre-release versus just using nightly straight away in these 2 weeks, or just saying, hey, I'm on nightly anyway? But yeah, I think it would be an experiment worth trying and check how many people actually use that.
So if this is you and you would try it, then please let us know. That would be good to know. Obviously, this one person might, but would other people do it? Are you using nightly releases now to check? What would your workflow look like? How would it affect it? Like, those would be some good questions we'd love to know the answers to.
Or did you even know that there is an edge or like now nightly channel, that this is even a thing? If not, check it out. Really helpful.
Great. Thank you. All right. Should I use state for every API request to mutate result to template? That one went a little above my head, so I'm hoping that y'all understand it.
I'm not sure. Is it about should I use state for every I request to mutate result to template? So
my understanding of this is, so if you perform a fetch request, and this might also not be correct, but I think so if you perform a fetch request on the server and you do it in your setup function, the same fetch request will happen on the client. And so should you store the result of that request in state somehow? And the answer is absolutely yes, you should. So you should either use async data, which will store it in the page payload, or you should use state and store it, and that will store it in a sort of global application state, which is not persisted across pages, but is stored in a single place. So I would use async data. That's the basic place. That's the basic reason it's created, is for this, if I've understood the question correctly.
That makes more sense. Yeah. Also to add use fetch, same idea. As we learned early in the quiz, for people who are around for the technical difficulties, a little bit of syntactic sugar and nicer stuff around use async data, $fetch. So yeah, use fetch also a very good opportunity there, doing the same thing, storing that and actually ensuring that the data will be transferred from server to client.
I really enjoyed that Q&A, like answering the questions. I'd be like, I know this. I know this one too. It's like the world's best quiz. It's like, what is the pages? And it would answer questions like, I did that. I know that. Like, what is your level of expertise when you enter the pub quiz? Well, definitely on like the different bits of a Nuxt application, but for some reason they never ask those in the pub quizzes. So Jen, we need to get you in to somehow
ask those questions.
Recipes. Exactly.
All right.
We should do a Nuxt pub quiz, actually. That would be fun.
Nuxt pub quiz.
That would be a really fun event. I would love that.
We could do a virtual one, and people could just prepare their drinks, and it'll be, because it would be, oh yes.
I think it would be a really cool event.
It would definitely be fun, wouldn't it?
I would really love that. Yeah.
And also, can you imagine telling your friends like what you were doing? What were you doing?
Just bring. Oh, we go to a virtual pub quiz today, and it's like they didn't even ask what it's about, and they arrive. Like, oh, yes.
I like it. Okay. Any plan for Nuxt using Vue Vapor mode when released?
Yeah, that is also a kind of a question coming up more often now. Was also there 2 days ago, and as there is no public information unless Vapor mode is coming and the brief idea. Let's just say, let's wait until there's some demo that you can try out. There's something that you can actually grasp. And of course, it's a Vue feature, so it would be too bad if Nuxt wouldn't support that. So of course, as soon as that will be a thing, and even before I want to work on making that available to all the users and in the whole Nuxt ecosystem, make sure that it fits in.
I think I can safely say that as soon as it is possible for anybody to use Vue Vapor Mode, Nuxt will make it possible for you to use Vue Vapor Mode.
Yep.
If only because we are highly it's very interesting, and Vapor Mode is really exciting, and it's exciting for us as well. So
By the way, we have also people already writing. They would be in for the pub quiz. So just saying.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Stay
This
tuned.
is also very good to know. We may or may not have beta releases, but we're definitely having a pub quiz in advance of future minor releases. So that's the plan.
It'll be a lot of fun. All right. So up next, we only have a couple more questions left. What's the best approach to work with solid architecture in Nuxt 3? No one go first. Like, should we pick on Pinia just because Pinia hasn't had to answer a lot of questions yet? Just like throw you a curveball that.
But you can answer it while I quickly Google solid architecture.
Yeah, I was saying let's just quickly. I know what solid means. I was back in the computer science course. I was there when it was explained. So that's for that. But I mean, it's in general more like an architecture pattern that goes across the whole application anyway. So, though I still wouldn't say let's start using classes all over the place, especially because they're not really serializable and are sometimes more boilerplate than necessary. But that's just my personal opinion on that.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit tricky to map this because it's coming from object-oriented kind of mindset. It just reminded me of university days. While more JavaScript, and especially thanks to what Ivan made possible for Vue 3 with Composition API, the patterns that we are using, they are more functional. And they are even more encouraged to be functional. They use also dependency injection kind of, which, well, I would say it's kind of conflicting with the side mindset. So yeah, personally, I wouldn't say a one-to-one map to see how we can have a solid architecture in Nuxt. Maybe we can implement it.
Yeah, I think I would definitely say there are different patterns that would be more interesting to talk about in terms of things like instances, which are relevant for Vue, things like and particularly like a context, rather than thinking about dependency injection or something like that. Like it feels like that, and just the way composables work and auto imports work as well. Like it's a different set of things to talk about. And I mean I don't know why you would want to impose a particular architecture pattern on Vue, which might not necessarily suit it. Anyway,
I mean we have the I with provide inject in Vue included itself, though it's I think more used with like libraries than with the end user doing it. But yeah, I also think that like especially because it is a popular trend to just say like, okay, whatever we do in the back end, let's try to copy that into the front end, and then we end up with things that we really don't want. I don't think it makes much sense. I'd be more curious about how to apply domain-driven design, for example, with Nuxt layers, and how to apply that, or like a hexagonal architecture, and so on. That would be more interesting, as Daniel said.
Interesting. Okay. Second to last question. They're pretty sure that Nuxt content is only local, but is there going to be a way to fetch data from an API in the future?
It is. I think I shortly mentioned it in one of the comments also in the chat.
Oh, perfect.
But it's I think it's kind of a hidden feature that we made it possible for Nuxt, but because of the magic that Nuxt content is depending on the storage API of the Nitro, and storage API is built on top of the unstorage. So by default, the configuration that Nuxt content provides is using local file system API. When we are building the content, when we are processing the content, the source is file system. But there's a feature in Nuxt content module called remote sources, which is easily possible. So you can basically mount a driver that is a remote source. It could be GitHub, it could be a custom API, it could be almost everything that you can imagine, or you can do your own custom source. and then feed it to the Nuxt content. So it is in some sort possible to also feed the external APIs. What is not directly possible is to convert an external CMS, for example, WordPress API to the content module. We need a middle layer, like a driver that can translate it to the Nuxt content. And I'm pretty sure maybe Sebastian has some better vision for the next major versions of Nuxt content to make it possible. But just to say, it is possible today, and not only possible, we are leveraging it for Nuxt documentation infrastructure.
Great, thank you. And yes, Sebastian had to leave today because everything got delayed, and that happens. So hopefully we hear more about this in the future from him. Last question. What are 3 no-brainer steps someone should take to make their Nuxt site more performant?
3 of each of us, or one of each of us? How would
I
do
kind
it?
of like the 3 from each of you. You offered that, so I'm
Or-
going to take that.
Or like, let's just go round and round until we have no ideas anymore, because I think there can be more than 9. I would start very simple. Very sorry that I take it straight away. Use the Nuxt analyze command to actually figure out how big your bundle is, what's in there. It's actually one of the issues or discussions I answered today about why is the entry bundle so big? Big as in 50 kilobytes gzip, which is not that big. And it's like, okay, use that command, figure out, oh yeah, it's Vue, a few Nuxt.js and Nux.js libraries, and there you go. Mostly any image you add is probably bigger, but still for everything you add, every dependency you use, you should check out what's maybe actually a big thing you can optimize or like replace with a more tree shakeable dependency, and so on and so on.
I absolutely love Lighthouse and page speed as well. Really worth seeing it, but absolutely nothing beats getting into the bundles and just checking, because the adding lots of extra code. We as developers are our own worst enemy, because, oh, we need a carousel, and so I'm going to use this carousel library from NPM. And, you know, I need to do this other thing, QR code generator, and I'm going to pull this one over here. And you end up having, like, why is my bundle so big? Well, the reason is because of the things we added. And looking in the bundle is very helpful for seeing what it is, and will drive you to probably make different choices as well when you pick libraries. I can recommend UQR for QR code generation, for example, from Anthony and Pinia as well. So that's definitely worth checking. I would obviously mention Fontaine again at this point, but I would also say that you should look at your data fetching. One easy no-brainer step is use Nitro API routes and enable SWR on them by default if they're not state dependent or auth dependent. So you can turn, because the biggest delay in terms of server response tends to be data fetching, API calls that your server is making. So Nitro is incredibly fast. Nitro is just going to send you a response back in single-digit milliseconds. So if it's longer than that, it's probably because there is something, well, maybe 20 milliseconds. Like if it's longer than that, it's going to be other API requests, and you can cache them easily and constantly revalidate them with single option SWR true. And you can apply it in your root rules, like API ** SWR true, or you can apply it in the API handler itself and just create a little backend for front end for yourself. For every API request you need, you can easily do that, and it will make your site so immediately responsive and fast. You won't believe, like, your 10-second round trip to your API will turn into instant. So that's very definitely a no-brainer step, and it doesn't require much work at all from your end, just a lot of work from Pinia on the other end. And what else would I do? I would also not initialize stuff in your Nuxt plugins. Everything you do in a Nuxt plugin runs before your app hydrates, which means that it's always going to delay interactivity for your users. We ship an on Nuxt ready composable or utility. It can be run anywhere. It can be run anywhere because it only runs on the client side of your app. And basically that will guarantee that any code in there actually only runs once your app is already hydrated and interactive. So what you can do is any tracking scripts, any DOM manipulate, like whatever you need to do that's big and heavy, put it in an on Nuxt ready and just push it after your app is interactive rather than making everything wait on it. That is also a no-brainer, I think, for a lot of code.
Thank you. Puya, what you got for us?
Yeah, I think Daniel told almost all the good points. To emphasize one of the things that Daniel also slightly mentioned is that try to avoid global logic as much as possible. There are many different choices like choosing React or Vue or choosing a different library for being faster. But often of the times, these are slight oversights. But one of the main things that always causes significant delays and bad user experiences is the global things that we add, like initializer third-party scripts that we add, like the heavy loading scripts we add. Even on the server side, one of the emphasis that we really are trying to put users is to lazy initialize a database. And this is also the secret sauce behind Nuxt 3. That's why everything in the stack is fast, because we are lazy. We lazy initialize everything. So as much as you can try to avoid them and migrate to the composition API, just require the composables and async APIs that when we need them. And on top of that, leverage the caching API, as Daniel mentioned, via Nitro server routes and caching. I think it solves most of the performance problems that I usually see in the projects. And the second part is that, although again mentioned, whenever I try to check a client project, like a company project, the first thing I always check is the Nuxt configuration. Because ideally for me, we basically make everything possible. If Nuxt configuration is big, if there is one more line inside it, there's probably something wrong. An ideal Nuxt project should be just modules probably and few lines of configuration, because that's the aim of Nuxt, to be zero configuration, to provide everything out of the box with defaults and optimizations. And as long as you can make it smaller, no configuration, I think we can guarantee you the best performance possible. That's Nuxt Core.
So TLDR, just hide all your configs in the custom module. Nah, just kidding. And I think even to add on that, there are lots of more no-brainers, like, I don't know, use like the lazy prefix for all the components that are below the fold, so they don't load like with the same priority. Use like Nuxt image and maybe some other service for images to serve them correctly, because nobody wants like 2 megabytes of image for like 200 kilobytes of JavaScript and them loading for ages, and so on and so on. I think there are lots of really good performance gains possible that are just there out of the box, or like with a simple module.
Great. Thank you all. I know that we did end up going through quite a few of them there, and thank you, and so many questions for the three of you. Is there anything that you three wanted to be asked or that we missed out that you wanted to answer before we let you go?
I would say if there are any more questions, then just post them on the chat, or we have GitHub discussions, or we have a Discord where lots of nice people will mostly answer them. I'll also be around chat today, tomorrow, and GitHub Discord as well. Same for Daniel and Puya, basically all around there. So if there's something left that's unclear, or just do that, or drop us a message.
It's worth saying that all three of us are giving talks tomorrow. So
True.
we also have an opportunity to say anything that we haven't said today. So let us know if you've got any questions. Think fondly of us as we put the finishing touches on our slides, because this is very much not done for any of us, I suspect.
You suspect, right?
Exactly. We know each other quite well. So yes, let's see you tomorrow for sure.
Yes. Thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Bye.
Likewise. Bye-bye. See ya.
All right, y'all. It is almost break time. So before we go to break, you know that we need to talk about Pinia. All right. Do you want to build robust, scalable Vue.js apps? here is your chance. The author of Pinia, a Vue router and Vue.js core team member, Eduardo, has developed the ultimate course to master Pinia, the officially recommended state management solution for Vue.js. Besides showing you how to build scalable Vue.js applications from the very beginning, this unique course combines practical hands-on exercises with amazing video tutorials. Enjoy early access pricing for up to 26% off the complete course, and then get an extra $15 discount when you check out with the coupon code NUXTNation23, which is only available for the first 300 customers. So make sure you go sign up. And a pretty cool thing about this is a portion of each purchase does go towards the ongoing development of Pinia and Vue routers. So make sure that you check out masteringpinia.com and enjoy your break. See you soon.
Hi everyone, my name is Eduardo. I'm a front-end freelancer and a Vue.js core team member since 2017 or such, and I'm known for being the author of Vue Router and also Pinia. And about that, I'm launching a course called Mastering Pinia. In it, we dive deep into Pinia, covering everything from the basics to the most advanced features like plugins and server-side rendering. You will gain a comprehensive understanding of state management with Vue.js in many scenarios, including Nuxt with server-side rendering. We also explore concepts that are available in both Vue and Nuxt, such as refactoring with composables and unit testing. I created Mastering Pinia based on how I designed Pinia and how I have seen it used in real-world applications by companies I have consulted for. I believe in the power of hands-on learning, so I've designed this course to prioritize practice over passive viewing. I have created a dynamic exercise platform that provides instant feedback on your progress through automated tests, all running within your local machine. That way, you will learn using familiar tools, breaking free from the constraints of a browser-based experience. All of this makes Mastering Pinia a unique course with content that can simply not be found in any other Vue course. It's primarily targeted to developers with at least some experience building Vue.js applications. As of this moment, you can already access about 3 hours of content across about 10 lessons, including 3 hands-on exercises. For Nuxt Nation participants, we are offering a 26% discount on Mastering Pinia. But there is more. The first 100 people who use the code NuxtNation23 during checkout will receive an additional $20 off. I hope to see you in our Discord server very soon, and enjoy the rest of Nuxt Nation.
Hey everybody, I'm Alexander Lichter, a Nuxt team member and also a web engineering consultant. And Today, we should talk about the most used component throughout your entire applications, most likely, which is, some of you guessed it already, the Nuxt link component, right? Super valuable, and you need it to navigate from page to page. Though it's very common nowadays to just wrap it in your own app or base link component by apply some stylings and so on and so on. But did you know that you can also change the behavior of the Nuxt link component by creating your own one? If not, let's have a look at the define Nuxt link function. It takes a couple of options, which we'll go through in a bit, and the component that will be returned works very similar to the Nuxt link provided by the framework itself, but thanks to the options, you can customize the behavior a bit more. So let's take a look. A few things you can do is setting up the default classes, for example, when the route has an exact match, the route is active, or when the route was prefetched, which can be pretty helpful. But two other things are super valuable in your application. One of them is a way to set the rel attribute if the link is external. So default, no open or no refer, but you can completely customize that. And the other thing is the trailing slash option. So you can set it to append or remove, and then all the links that the Nuxt link component, your custom one, will handle, well, all good. They will either all have a trailing slash or will not have one. And that's amazing for SEO. I use it a lot for that. And the good part is you can still use that raw Nuxt link component, then still wrap it in your own one, but then customize the styling, apply like all the scoped slots and so on. So yeah, definitely a thing worth to check out before reinventing the wheel. Yeah, so give it a try and see you at the next Mighty Bytes.
All right. Hello, beautiful humans. Welcome back from break. Thank you, everyone, for staying and hanging out with us. We know that it's a little late, a little early for many of us around the world. So thank you for staying to hang out. Before we talk to Julian, real quick, we do have another giveaway announcement. You are here to get the best out of Nuxt, and what better way to get your hands on the ultimate Nuxt course, Mastering Nuxt 3. Here is the way that you can get it for free and have a little fun with us. Take a picture of your favorite coding companion, be it your cat, your dog, your favorite human, or some awesome Batman figurine. Y'all saw earlier my Ivan photo, but I also have a Lake FS little guy. They're just so cute. And, send it to us, Nuxt Nation, and tag us on X or Twitter or whatever that thing's called. Tag us and make sure you use the hashtag Nuxt Nation and follow Nuxt Nation. Then you are in line to draw to win the Mastering Nuxt 3 complete course worth $269. All of the awes you get from people to see your pics is just an added bonus. So, yay! Looking forward to seeing all of these photos. And I know that is exciting. And also exciting is Julian joining us. That is a front end developer at Lychee in France, the last year and a half, contributing to the Nuxt ecosystem because it's so welcoming and it's something that Julian's excited about and passionate to share his knowledge with others. So, welcome to the stage, Julian.
Hello everyone, I'm very happy to be here. This is my lightning talk about open source as a junior developer. So through this talk, I would like to share with you a bit of my experience from becoming a Nuxt contributor when I was a junior. I do hope this will help you to jump into open source. So this talk is addressed to everyone, not only juniors, and I hope you can relate to it. Let me introduce myself. So my name is Julian. I work as a front-end developer at Lychee in France. I'm currently a Nuxt contributor in my spare time. Some of you may know me on GitHub or as Did I Hear server components during the Nuxt office hours. So I started learning programming 3 years ago and began contributing to open source, more specifically to the Nuxt ecosystem a year and a half ago. About the beginning of my open source journey, my first public GitHub commit was made last year. It was the initial commit for a Nuxt module that enables a viewful bundle. For those who are already into open source, I believe you will have a similar kind of first commit. Regarding the story of this module, back in the early days of Nuxt 3, even before the initial release, I wanted to upgrade a work-in-progress project from Nuxt 2 to the latest version to try out some new features. However, there was one thing missing, which was a runtime bundle of Vue 3, and that was something that could be easily set up on Nuxt 2 by looking at Stack Overflow. So I thought it would be nice to have this feature again. That's why I started to dive into the source code of Nuxt. And creating this module allowed me to gain a better understanding of how the framework works. And that's how I began to take some issues on Nuxt. So this was basically the beginning of my journey as a Nuxt contributor. And this is an example of how you can start doing open source contributions to an existing project. Usually people start to contribute to open source project because they need something on this project, then dive into the source code to make a fix, a feature, or improve the documentation, and bam, that's how you are a contributor. So I don't know how many of you here are interested in making contributions, but I have a feeling that many developers, especially juniors, are quite hesitant to make pull requests to open source projects. I can relate to it because I've been also in this situation once. In my opinion, people don't have issues with opening feature requests or new issues. However, they may face difficulties when opening pull requests, especially when it comes to modify code they are not familiar with. So here's an advice. Don't be afraid and open a PR. I often see a lot of PR from developers saying something implying they are not confident. But you know, open source is not only about sharing code. It's projects that are built not only by a team, but also by many people outside the team that don't know each other's, from junior to seniors, from a first-time contribution to a second, third, or even 20 years time. And this is how communities are made. So I talked a lot about contribution, but what is it exactly? A contribution is anything that can improve an open source project. As you may know, there are many ways to actively support and contribute to open source, aside from financial contribution. The easiest way would be to report any issues you encounter and can reproduce. It can be also helping maintainers to debug an issue, triaging them, of course, pull requests, but also documentation improvement. Let me explain to you what some of these are. So let's start with bug reporting. So creating a bug report is helpful for the community. It allows for everyone to be aware that there is a bug and for maintainers to know that something needs to be fixed. When creating a bug report on Nuxt, a few things is mandatory. Let's start with the title, which needs to be precise and clear because it's the first thing maintainers see. Then your environment, because the bug can depend on your runtime environment, your modules, or even your configuration. Minimal reproduction so maintainers can quickly see what is wrong, and the description of the bug. Then we have issue triaging. Well, this is something very helpful for maintainers because sorting issues takes a lot of time as someone needs to figure out if the issues is duplicated or not, and then investigate to determine if it's a real bug. As you can see on the Nuxt Core repository, the work behind it can be absolutely huge due to multiple factors, such as the numbers of users, the size of the maintainer team, the age of the project, or bugs that don't have a proper reproduction. I think we can all agree that Daniel has been doing an amazing job, and I saw that many people are also trying to help by triaging issues. So we then also have pull requests, which are also active contributions. It's basically bringing your modification into the repository of a project. If you wish to contribute to an open source project, there's usually a contribution guide so you know how to get started, and don't hesitate to seek help from maintainers. They are usually always happy to help someone on improving their project. And lastly, we also have documentation improvement. I personally think this is probably the hardest thing to maintain because many of us here are not native English speakers. It can be sometimes challenging to translate our thoughts into another language. And also, writing documentation is a true skill. It's crucial for any project to ensure that the documentations are understandable to the majority of people. And words can be subjective, and explaining something in an understandable way is definitively not an easy task. So now that you know what a contribution is, what are the benefits of contributing to an open source project, especially a big one such as Nuxt? Let's start with juniors. Well, as a junior developer, you may have a lot to learn. Contributing to open source project can help you to gain knowledge and skills that are crucial to your growth as a developer. Let's take my own experience as an example. I wasn't honestly very aware of good practices and testing. Contributing to Nuxt gave me the opportunity to learn unit and end-to-end testing. Another benefit of contributing to open source as a junior is the opportunity to showcase your skills. Juniors often face difficulties when searching for a job. However, having contributions to open source can be particularly advantageous during the job research process, especially for jobs that require knowledge on some open source libraries or frameworks. Contributions demonstrate your ability to work collaboratively, showcase your coding skills, highlights your commitment to learn and improve something. And even if you're not junior, by working on this project, you can collaborate with other developers and receive feedback that will still improve your coding skills. It can also help you develop very important soft skills such as teamworking or communication, which can be even applied in your daily life. Additionally, by contributing to open source, you can give back to the community and make a positive impact on the development of a project. That being said, contributing to open source project can also come with its own set of challenges. One of the biggest challenges is simply to have time. We all have a life, and it's clear that doing open source takes a lot of time. However, unlike in a job position, you don't have any roadmap pressure or anything else on your shoulders when you do it as a hobby. Another one is to feel not legitimate when you open a PR or issue. But rest assured, there is no bad issue report or PR. If you misunderstood how to use something, this can also mean that the documentation can be improved. And I also said in the beginning that communities are made of developers from all levels of experience. And more generally, by entering into the open source world, you will get a chance to learn from and connect to various experienced people, such as Daniel, Puya, Harlan, Anthony. There's too many names to quote, but I don't have enough time. And for maintainers, it is a chance to get the point of view of someone who is using the project. So it's all about giving and receiving. Maintainers will receive your help, your time, and your point of view on the project, while you receive also knowledge, boosting confidence and new skills, and even more. So if you wish to contribute to the Nuxt repository by solving some of its issues, you can start by taking a look at issues labeled as documentation or good first issues. So good first issues are issues that have a clear scope so you know where to look at to fix it. We also have a contribution guide, available on GitHub and Nuxt.com. And as a member of the Nuxt community, I can assure you that maintainers and everyone involved are committed to ensure a positive experience for all newcomers. So to wrap up, contributing to open source can be a valuable experience. It's not only fun, but also helps you to gain new skills, improve your soft skills, and develop your career. Additionally, you will have the opportunity to connect with amazing people. And while it may come with challenges, it's an incomparable experience to accelerate your growth as a developer. So it was a very quick talk. That was pretty much everything. Thanks you for listening to me.
Yay, thank you. That was great. We do have 3 quick questions for you. All right, question number 1. What are the biggest advantages of open source technologies?
Well, first is that everything has been already made. So you don't have to rewrite a lot of code. And open source, more generally, open source technologies are made to be generic. So many projects can use this technology and have their own implementation then.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. So try to imagine that we did not have open source technologies. What would be the web development today?
Oh, that leads really well into the second question of what are the biggest drawbacks of open source tech?
Well, because I'm working in a company, I would say one of the drawback would be that you depend on something that is not created by you. So when you're having a bug in an external library or framework, you have to dive into, well, you can spend a lot of time to try to find what's the source of a specific bug.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. All
I
right.
mean, yeah, but I mean, you have so much advantages from using open source tech. Yeah, so I don't know what. I mean, the advantages will be always much more than the drawbacks.
Definitely. Last question. What tips would you give if someone wanted to get into open source full time?
Well, I wish I could get into open source full time. No, seriously, so don't try to make money as first motivation of doing open source. Open source is mainly about giving and receiving in form like an exchange. So you give all your knowledge while you receive something that has been written by another people. And yeah, I think you have to start doing it as a hobby when you have on your free time, because to be honest, you can't start doing open source full time and make a living of it.
That makes sense. Something that came to mind was there's OSPO jobs, which are open source program offices that some companies have to hire full-time maintainers, yet those jobs are hard to come by. So I appreciate the way you explain that, because yes, there may be jobs out there, but having money as the intent can take away from the contributions someone can give. So thank you. This was great, and looking forward to having you back someday.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. All right, y'all. So before we go to our next speaker, you know we need to hear more about Vue School. So during Nuxt Nation, Vue School is offering an amazing discount on their back to school promotion. Learn how to build something truly amazing with Vue.js by making use of their awesome deals on subscriptions to access more than 1,000 premium video lessons, including Vue.js 3 Masterclass. Get access to the entire course library for 12 months for as little as 18 cents a lesson. Deals expire after Nuxt Nation conference. So find out more at vueschool.io. And very excited to welcome next Lucy, maintaining your company's open source ecosystem, which is a great follow-up to the talk we just had. Lucy is a developer experience engineer at Prismic, Nuxt team member and living in North France. And she likes to crawl GitHub to find new things, fiddles with Node.js and Rust on a regular basis. So yay! Thank you, Lucy, for joining us.
All right. Hi, Nuxt Nation. Thanks for having me. And let's begin with a little story, shall we? Okay. So it all started about 4 years ago. I was working with agencies and making a ton of websites for clients, and my stack of choice was simple. It was Nuxt websites hosted on Netlify, paired with whatever CMS the client was fine with. And that worked great for me. It worked great. However, as I was making more websites, I found myself repeating the same snippets of code again and again, and that really felt wrong. So that's when I started exploring making my own packages. And I did make some. I make some utils for Nuxt, some utils for Netlify, and all of a sudden, like I was able to cherry pick packages on a need basis, and I could stop copy pasting the same snippets of code from project to project. And do you know who faced a similar story around the same period? Well, turns out the Nuxt team itself faced the same story around a similar period. Like all of a sudden started making packages that weren't Nuxt. At first as part of the Nuxt contributor organization, and then under the refined NJS organization, which maybe you already know. But basically, both the Nuxt team and I were minding our own businesses, and at one point we started to make packages. And guess what? You can make packages too at your job or for personal projects. So let's see what's a package ecosystem and why would you want to have your own. Let's also see like how do packages work with NPM more specifically. And finally, we'll go through some maintenance tips on like what does that look like to be a package maintainer. So let's get started, shall we? Okay, but before that, I'm Lucia Burr. I'm from France, as you probably guessed from my accent. I started my developer journey working with MediaWiki, the software Wikipedia runs on. I've worked at a bank as an engineer. No need to share more about that for now, but we'll get back to it. Nowadays, I'm working at Prismic as a developer experience engineer. By the way, at Prismic, we're building a headless CMS and page builder, and I'm having fun there managing the company's open source ecosystem. So start to see the link with this talk, perhaps. And finally, I'm a Nuxt contributor and team member. I've been working with Nuxt for more than 6 years now, and it's been a nice journey. But anyway, enough me chatting, let's get to the talk. And one thing I want to try with this talk is to make it a bit interactive, just a bit, don't worry. So I built this thing that works like Kahoot, except there's no funny music and you don't get more points from being fast. But basically, it allows me to prompt you about something. And the first thing I want to prompt you about is, have you ever published a package, an NPM package or any other kind of non-NPM, non-JS package? So please, like, grab your phone or just follow one of those links, and well, like, we'll see the votes about that. So you can also like follow the links or just type them in the browser and it will get running. So I see votes are coming, so that's cool. I will move forward for now to accommodate the stream delay, and we'll have more in a few. But thanks for keep voting. I keep will carry on. So actually, the first thing I want to talk to you about today is not even packages themselves, but package ecosystems. So the reason for that is that when talking about packages, in fact, we're more often talking about ecosystem of packages. And I think ecosystems are a better way to think about making packages as an organization, a company, or even individual. So, well, to start with then, what's a package ecosystem? If I were to give a straight definition, it would be something along those lines. In our case, a package ecosystem is all the packages under the responsibility of an entity, whether it's individual, a company, etc. To put this in perspective, for example, at Prismic, we're building a CMS, and for our client to use this CMS, we provide them with SDKs. So we have SDKs for Node, for Vue, for Nuxt, for React, for Next, and so on. And that's already quite a lot of packages that are all under the umbrella of Prismic. So as per our definition, that's Prismic's package ecosystem. But then what about me, Lucy? As we've seen, I'm making some packages for myself, also make Nuxt Vue CLI for Nuxt, Acti, a file generator, and a few others. And again, like that's Lucy's package ecosystem. And we can keep going like that for years and years, but I think you got the hang of it. That's my definition of a package ecosystem, but let's just add some more to that. First thing, an important one, is that ecosystems can be private. Remember, I worked at a bank, and there we had multiple packages internally that we are using to build our applications. They're not available on NPM, but, well, we had those packages, and it was a private package ecosystem. Secondly, that there can be ecosystem with just one package. Otherwise, how could you get started? And indeed, that's where I think considering packages as an ecosystem really helps, because you're not making an exception by abstracting some of your code into a dedicated package. Instead, you're growing an ecosystem that will then support you better in your journey. So to recap briefly about package ecosystem, so far we have learned that an ecosystem defines packages under the responsibility of an entity, whether it's an individual or an organization. Such ecosystems can be private or public, and there can be as many or as few packages living in an ecosystem because an ecosystem grows and shrinks. So, okay, that's interesting, Lucy. You came up with a weird way to speak about multiple packages. But why would I want to grow my own ecosystem or even make packages? Well, I'm glad you asked. While not everyone's into creating brand new technologies like Vue or React, for us, mere mortals, there are still reasons to do so. And maybe the most obvious reason to do so is for the sake of abstracting things. For example, and because it's quite straightforward with my case at Prismic, we have an API, and our users use this API and we want them to use it easily. So let's make a package that contains all the code for querying our API easily and share it. We can apply that reasoning to other types of companies. Remember, I worked at a bank, and there we had an internal authentication service. And for the sake of using it consistently, we created a private auth package that enabled us to use it seamlessly on various projects. Another example, getting back to Prismic, my job here is to maintain its SDKs. To build those SDKs, we use Vite. So I created a Vite plugin that handles the whole configuration needed to build them, and I published it to NPM, and all of a sudden I was sure all my SDKs were getting built the same way. Neat, huh? Indeed, abstracting configuration through packages is actually not that absurd to do. Actually, some are even leaning towards embracing this pattern like we're doing at Nuxt with the extends key that we've been talking about earlier on during the panel. So, well, long story short, packages are quite handy to abstract the code you use often, whether it's small libraries, helpers, or even configuration. However, I see over there, and I want to put this clear disclaimer before we continue, don't abstract prematurely. Abstraction never comes for free, and as we'll see later, neither does creating packages. This pattern of creating packages is not something you should do every time you have to write something twice. It's fine for your code to be a little wet. So that's abstracting thing. It's maybe the reason we can all relate to for creating packages and growing our ecosystems. There are other reasons to do so, like creating a fork of another package, brand new technologies, and so on. But those are more subtle and less relatable to everyone. And overall, at the end of the day, the reason we're building packages is to make our developer experience nicer and our software stronger. Every day, we use Vue, React, because they make building maintainable interfaces a breeze. But we don't need any of those for UIs to be reactive. However, it certainly makes the journey to get there much nicer. And while Vue and React are big packages, small ones also make a difference. They are easier to start with than others. They can be made more easily at any company. They have a smaller surface and scope than big code base does. And because they are small, that's a great opportunity for us to battle test them. This way, when we use them on our bigger application, we're sure we're building them on top of solid and trusty foundations. So to conclude this segment on package ecosystem and why you do start to grow your own, I'd like to add that it's fine if you don't want or need to create packages yet. However, like many things, it's nice to know about this pattern as it enables you to use it when it becomes relevant to you. In the meantime, whether or not you already see opportunities with them, knowing more about packages and their internals will at least help you when troubleshooting package-related issues. So let's now focus on packages and other work. But before that, let's get back to our poll from the beginning and check out the results. So great, turns out we have a few people that created packages yet, and a majority of us didn't. So that's interesting. So we're actually going to give you some tips to see what we can do. And for people that already did, there will also be some things for you. So all right, I believe what we've seen so far works for any technology, whether it's PHP packages, modules, REST Crate, Ruby gems, and so on and so on. But if there's one tech we can all relate to today, it's NPM packages. And that's already quite a broad topic in itself, so let's dive into NPM packages work and their entry cases. However, before we embark on this journey, I need to voice some quick disclaimer. First of all, this section won't be about which bundler to use or which linter you should work with. I have a lot of opinions and bad takes on those, so feel free to come chat with me about that on Twitter, Mastodon, or in the live stream chat after that. Also, I can already see some of you be rolling your eyes over there, is she really about to talk on how to write a package, Jason? Yes, I am, and no worries. I'm sure there will be some things for you to pick up, or at least there will be some jokes. So, enough for disclaimers. First thing I actually want to talk to you about today is NPM itself, because let's just quickly start with the basics. So NPM is basically two things. The first thing is the NPM CLI. It is used to interact with our packages, and I guess we're all familiar with at least NPM install. The fun thing about the CLI is that you can replace it with others like yarn, PNPM, and so on. But TLDR, they all claim to do something better than NPM, and that's pretty much true. The second thing is that NPM is also an online database. By online database, we mean a registry where packages can be published to, but as importantly, where we can download packages from. The default registry is npmjs.com, but that's the default one. Indeed, like with the npm CLI, it can be replaced with others, like GitHub has one, for example, and you can even spin your own if you're brave enough. Something powerful about registries is that you can configure npm to use multiple registries to resolve your dependencies. And that's a pattern I'm sure some of you are already using at your companies, or at least we were when I worked at a bank, for my case. So, well, that's what npm is about. You don't like its CLI, you can change it. You don't want to use the public registry, you can use another. Oh, well, before we move on, like npm Incorporated, so the company behind npm belongs to GitHub, which itself belongs to Microsoft, like pretty much everything else at this point. But okay, joke aside, like now that we're relying on npm, we can talk about the mighty package.json file. And well, this is quite naturally our package definition. When we make websites, Nuxt websites, for example, like we use package.json to declare dependencies and scripts to work with our projects. However, when we make a package that's meant to be published and installed later on by users, there are a lot more considerations that come into play when writing a package.json. So let's discuss them. First of all, there are only two fields that need to be declared within our package.json for it to be valid. The first one is the name field. It's the name of our package. There are a few there's a few restrictions of how you have to spell it, but basically anything kebab case will work great. And one thing that not everyone knows about package names is that they can be scoped like this. So a scope basically represents a user or an organization, and they are quite handy because you can only publish packages to scopes you have access to. And because of that, you can also pick pretty much any name you like because there's no collision. Like you're the only one that can publish to this scope. And also, scopes gives you a hint at a glance as to who is behind the package. And here, for example, it's our Prismic organization on npm, so you know that any package coming with that scope belongs to Prismic and is certainly authored by a Prismic employee. So the second part that is mandatory in a package.json is the version field. So that's a version of our package. And I have a little poll for you. So again, like please grab your phone. And what I want to ask you is, can you use 2.3 as a version number on your package? So there's certainly like a Nuxt 2.3 version, so maybe we can. And well, so please grab your phones, scan one of those QR code, like or follow one of those links, lucid.red/true or lucid.red/false, and we'll get back to this slide in a few. But for now, I will like give you a little spoil. Basically, if you try to use 2.3 as a version number, like npm will throw. This is not correct, and the reason for that is that npm enforces you to use a valid semver number for its version number. So what is semver? Like semver stands for semantic versioning. I won't dive into it that much today because it would get us a bit off track, but basically semantic versioning is a versioning convention that npm packages use, and it reflects the kind of versions the kind of changes that happen between two versions. And if you want to learn more about it, it's really interesting. Head over to semver.org. But well, for now, let's just get back to our polls. And well, looks like majority of you again like knew about like that 2.3 is not a valid version number. So congrats about that. And no shame about the people that answered yes, because like less than a year ago, I would have answered yes too, because I thought it was not strictly enforced by npm, but turns out it is. So great. And thank you everyone again for answering the poll. We'll have a few last ones. So well, stay tuned. All right. So name and versions. Those were the classics but mandatory fields. Let's now see more package-oriented fields. If a package is about delivering code, then we have to talk about entry points. And entry points define what is accessible on our package from a code perspective. And the most basic entry points we can have is the main field like this. This is what you'll get from your package when you require it in your code. But you might have heard about the two flavors of JavaScript, CommonJS and ECMAScript module. Well, the community came up with a field just for ECMAScript module, and it's called module. And from it, you can declare your ECMAScript module ESM entry point like this. So, well, we have main and module, like things work great from so far. But a few years ago, the folks at Node.js decided that among other things, it would be great to have an official way to support both CGS and ESM. So they introduced the exports field. The export key is a map where you can declare multiple entry points. But more importantly, you can specify CGS and ESM entry points for your package there like this. So we have main module exports. Which one are we supposed to use now? Well, The answer to that question is a bit complex, but basically you have two choices. Either you want to be future-facing and only future-facing, then you can just use the exports field. That's what I would recommend today, because like Node 16 like is sunsetting, and like with it, like a common JS is also going to the grave, which is really great. But for some of us, like there will still be a need to support like older setups. So if we need to be compatible, or if we want to be compatible, we have to use our free. Whew. So, well, that was for main module and exports. Those are the entry points that exposes code from our package, but we might have other kind of assets to expose. And famously, you might want to expose TypeScript types, for example. To do so, the types field is here to help, so we can add it to the exports or to the root of our package definition, and this will provide our TypeScript types to the package that when we publish it. Also, your package might be shipping with the CLI. In that case, you're looking at the bin field like this, and that's what Nuxt is using, for example, to provide you with Nuxt CLI. Finally, if you want to ship any kind of other assets, for example, like CSS files, like images and so on, the files array is here to help. Any files or folders listed here will get bundled in the published artifact and shipped to NPM. Okay, so that was pretty much section entry point. Like entry points are the most tricky thing to configure on your package JSON. And for a full example, here's how we ship our package with at Prismic. So we can see it's quite similar to what we had so far. And one interesting thing to note here is that we're shipping our source folder to NPM. And that's not something you want to do every time, but in our case, it's helpful because this allows us to do some debugging sometimes in production. So we keep it like this, and that's something you can consider too. But well, like entry points are only like one part of the story. Second part of the story for making packages are dependencies. In that case, like with dependencies, you're quite familiar with them already. You know dependencies and dev dependency fields. Those fields behave rather similarly when working on a website. However, the difference is radical in the context of making a packages that you want to publish, because only dependencies instead of dependencies will get installed when installing the package. Everything in dev dependencies will be ignored. And this is really important because, for example, at Prismic, we're building our packages with Vite, and like we don't need users to build our package. It's already built on some NPM. So we definitely want to list Vite as a dev dependencies. This way, users don't have to install Vite just to use our package. Another kind of dependencies that is quite often used are peer dependencies. They're a bit like dependencies, except NPM won't install them. Instead, NPM will expect users to have it installed. And that's something that's quite handy from time to time. For example, like Vue router declares Vue as a peer dependency because like it doesn't want to provide you with Vue. It just wants to make sure that you're running Vue router with Vue because it's meant to work with it. So, well, that was pretty much all that is important to consider when making a package for that you want to publish. You have what you need to get started, and really you have more than what you need to get started. But I had to omit stuff, obviously. I haven't talked about the engine field. I haven't talked about the type without an S field, and many others that I could still talk about for hours. They are more specific, and you don't need them every time. So please refer to the documentation to dig more into it if you're interested. But really, like you don't have to check them out right away. So, all right, that concludes this big section on how to make NPM packages and why. And well, like we've seen a lot of things already. We've seen about like package ecosystem, what you would like to have your own, and how you can get started with NPM packages. But trust me, creating and publishing packages is the easy part. The hardest part of offering packages is maintaining them. And I have about 5 minutes left to talk to you about that. But first, one last quick poll, and I'd like to ask you, have you ever opened an issue or feature request on an open source project? I'm quite happy to be after Julian, like we did like really great at his talk, because like this chimes really nicely with his talk right after. So again, like one last time, please pick your phone and submit your answer by scanning one of those QR code or following one of those links, and we'll get back to it in a few. So maintenance. First of all, if you start making packages and like open source packages, as I know for, just know that people will expect a lot from you. But please bear in mind that it's fine if your package doesn't support TypeScript from the get-go. It's fine if you don't have both CGS and ESM. It's fine if you don't write TS docs. It's fine if, and so on and so on. Just know that people might eventually complain about it, and don't be surprised. But because you're not an open source package offer, you now have this mighty power of replying to them PR welcome. Because if the package already works great for you and others, like that's already awesome. And talking about welcome PR, let's get back to our poll. And well, like this time we have a great balance of people that already like contributed to open source and people who never. And well, like thanks for contributing, everyone who did. Thanks for contributing to my poll, at least for everyone who haven't yet. But well, like no pressure, of course. Like if you're interested in WebOS, there will be a day that comes when you figure out like an issue that you want to document or feature request that you want to fix, you want to contribute to open source. So well, one day will come. Like no shame about that at all. So let's now talk a bit about regular maintenance of packages. In regular maintenance, I include two things: fixing bugs if any got reported, and maintaining dependencies, that is to say, updating them. Whether your package is open source or not, it's nice to do that regularly, as it will ensure your package keeps working over time and it's easier to update when need be. To give you an idea, we do that about once a week at Prismic if there are issues, otherwise once a month. This way we can stay focused. And to let our users know we might not get back to them until the following week, we added a quick bot reply to every new issue telling them about it. And you're welcome stealing that from us too if you think that will work great for you. So that's for maintenance, but what about evolving? That is to say, adding new features or changing existing ones. Well, there's no rule of thumb for that, sadly. Small features can often be added as is, and for bigger and breaking ones, it's nice to write a plan for them. What works really great for us at Prismic in that regard are RFCs. RFCs are documents describing in great lengths the changes you'd like to make, the consideration, and various like motivation you might have. They don't have a fixed structure, but you can, for example, see the one I wrote for Nuxt Core component some time ago publicly on GitHub. Finally, a package can die. Maybe its functionalities are not native or not needed anymore. Maybe it has been replaced with something better, or maybe no one wants to maintain it anymore. In any case, it's fine. Just be a great citizen if that happens to your package and use the npm deprecate command to deprecate it on npm or whatever is the process to deprecate a package on other technologies. All right, so that was my talk, maintaining companies' open source ecosystems. We discussed package ecosystem for organizations and individuals. We deep dive into the intricacies of npm packages and went through some maintenance tips. I really hope you managed to pick up a few things, and maybe you got inspired to embark on that journey on your own or with your company. You can find all the info about these talks, slides, extra links at lucy.red/Nuxt Nation. Finally, you can also follow me and my nonsense on Twitter or Mastodon at those links. And well, thanks everyone for staying up late and listening to my talk.
This was wonderful. Thank you. We do have a few questions for you.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry, I had the tab muted.
Ooh, yes, I totally get that. We do have a few questions for you. And before that, I was just saying thank you because it was a great talk follow-up to Julian's. Like that was perfect.
Yeah, great.
All right. Do you have any additional tips you'd like to share that you didn't have time to during your talk?
Yes, like there's one thing that I really like doing is like don't be afraid to when you're using a dependency, like for example, like when you're picking up a new dependency on npm, like don't be afraid to go to the GitHub and see how it's made. You can learn a lot about the tools like that are used by maintainer, like this way, like package offer. Like I learned about like a lot of things about the .github folder this way, or also like picked up some nice extensions like VS Code version length is really nice to update dependencies like in a clear way. Like, yeah, like don't be afraid, like dive into the source code. Like maybe you won't understand anything, but you'll see like, oh, they're using this tool. Like what is this I don't know, like npmrc file? What is it doing? And then you'll learn things this way. So don't be afraid to look at the source code.
Nice. Thank you. All right. How do you handle problem contributors? Ooh.
Oh, well, okay. So in all fairness, I don't have a lot of experience with problematic contributors. I guess like people like Daniel or Pinia might know a bit more about that. I guess like the golden rule is like don't feed the troll, things like that. If people are annoyed, like, well, you don't, well, as an open source contributor, it's a bit different in my case at Prismic because we have live client, but like for someone like that is just like creating an open source package, you don't owe anything to people using your code. Like you're actually like you're already giving them your code. So if they're not happy about it, they can create a fork, they can submit a pull request to fix what they want to fix. And if they don't want to do anything, well, they can just sit and wait and really like I'd say like just ignore them if they are like annoying about it. Like GitHub provides tools for moderation for that if people are really getting annoying about that. But yeah, like bear in mind that if you're an open source author, like you don't owe anything to anyone. So yeah, keep that in the back of your mind.
Thank you. And I loved your part about like you don't have to start with like your
Yes.
TypeScript or things like that. It does, as somebody that has started things before, I always think that I need to have it perfect to start, and
Yeah,
you don't.
definitely. Like my first packages were just like JavaScript files with no bundling, with no TypeScript whatsoever. It was just like JavaScript like helpers function that you are like pushing to npm and like importing them somewhere else. So you can start with that. Like that's, if it works for you, that's already great.
That's awesome. All right, last question. Can you share an example of a time you experienced an aha moment in open source?
Okay. I guess it was like along like some of those tools. Like when I started working at Prismic and like started like picking up like the open source ecosystem of Prismic, and like we're looking like to strengthen our test strategy. And so back then, like the golden like test runner was Jest. And so like, well, like let's use Jest. But like we figured out like, well, we were using a couple of packages from someone called Synthosius. Well, I have trouble pronouncing their name. Like someone like making a lot of packages like that. Maybe some of you know, like they make like a Meow, they make like a lot of small utility packages. They make Chalk, for example. Well, anyway, and I noticed like they were using like Ava on their packages to actually like run their tests, which is like some kind of minimal test runner that doesn't require the whole like setup and boilerplate that Jest required. And so, well, like instead of using Jest to run our test, like we went with Ava, which was much simpler for our use case and worked really great for us up until like Vitest would come, and then we had to switch to Vitest because it was so much cooler.
But that does answer the question. So thank you. And once again, thank you for joining us, Lucy. It's always
You're
amazing to have
welcome.
you.
Thank you for the great
And
listening.
thank you. See you again next time.
See you. Bye.
All right, y'all. So a couple quick mentions before we go to our final break is first off, the giveaway of win a Mastering Pinia license. If you're looking to build a robust, scalable app and implement state management the right way, you definitely want to do this course, because all you need to do is head over to masteringpinia.com and hit that get course preview button. This will give you two benefits. One, a way so you can look at the amazing free course delivered to your inbox with a sample lesson, and then entry to draw into the Mastering Pinia complete course worth $297. And then don't forget to follow Mastering Pinia on Twitter, or X, previously known as Twitter, for eligibility of the prize. And that's not it. Oh, one more. We also have Mastering Pinia offer. So definitely, as we just said, check out Mastering Pinia. It's if you want to build robust, scalable Vue.js app, this is your chance. This is the ultimate course to master Pinia, the officially recommended state management solution for Vue.js. Besides showing off how you build scalable Vue.js applications from the very beginning, this unique course combines practical hands-on exercises with amazing video tutorials. Enjoy early access pricing up to 26% off the complete course, and get an extra $15 off when you check out using the coupon code Nuxt Nation 23. And this is only available to the first 100 customers, so definitely don't wait. And a portion of each purchase also goes towards supporting ongoing development of Pinia and Vue Router. So go check out Mastering Pinia. And with that, this is our last break. Go get a stretch on, maybe go get a drink, and see you back here shortly.
Creating layers is one of Nuxt's most slept-on features. Layers allow you to have a Nuxt project that extends another one, inheriting things like components, middleware, server routes, configuration, and more. The only configuration we need to add is an extends property to our Nuxt config, and now all of these will be available in our app. Now the important question, when is this useful? Two of the most common use cases are theming, because layers inherit components, so you can easily share a component library for your brand. And the second one is standardized configuration. You can have your favorite project setup all configured in a base layer. Then this Nuxt config will be applied here, and if we need to overwrite anything, everything we add from a layer can be overwritten inside of our end project. And creating a layer is easy. Unlike writing a Nuxt module, you don't have to learn a special syntax to create a layer. Once you have a Nuxt project, you can have another one either extend it locally using a relative path, distribute a layer as an npm package, or my favorite, you can use a Git repo. The Dockers theme, which is the standard across the Nuxt docs, is probably one of the best examples of layers. It has a default configuration with modules like Nuxt content, a bunch of components that are then used to create layouts, and also a bunch of other stuff to add some cool features. Since all of this functionality is here, this means that all of the sites that use Dockers just have to create a Nuxt config, extend Dockers, and then make a content folder with all their markdown. All the behind the scenes that configure Nuxt content, the theming, the search functionality is all handled in this layer. So if we want to add new features, we just have to add it once, and all of the sites will be affected. So the next time you find yourself writing the same code in 5 different projects, maybe Nuxt layers can be the solution you're looking for.
Hello, hello, beautiful humans. Welcome back from our last break. Oh my gosh, the day is almost over. All right, so before we get to hear from Jacob, let's go take a look at Vue.js certification. I'm going to show you a different way this time to go look at it. So if we are in Vito, voila, and we hit the little hamburger, that's what we're going to go with, a hamburger. Go ahead and click that. And under Expo, we have the Vue.js certification program. So if you would like to see more about it, you can watch a video there. But we're actually going to scroll down a bit to actually go look at the website itself. This is the Vue.js certification website, which is pretty legit because if you want to get your Vue.js skills validated and have confidence that you know Vue.js framework to the fullest extent, this is going to be your jam. You can get certified. The certification program is powered by Vue School, yet under review from Evan Yu and interested members in the Vue.js core team. And right now we are doing 47% off the certification today. And if you are part of the first 100 people that signed up, you get an extra $15 off with Nuxt Nation 23. So, I would say one of the really cool things about this is it also gives back into the community to be able to do ongoing development with the Vue.js framework. So definitely something to look into. Pretty cool that they have this out now. They launched it within the last year. It is definitely something to look into. All right. And then up next, we have Jacob, who is not only a senior developer, but a senior developer and developer advocate at Vue Storefront, a Google Dev expert in web performance, an ambassador of Nuxt, Storyblok, Algolia, Cloudinary, and Superbase. And I'm just going to say, it sounds like he does everything except he hasn't been a guest on Teach Gen Tech yet. So y'all, we should try to convince him to do that. And welcome to the stage, Jacob.
Okay, thanks for the very warm welcome. And as Jen mentioned, I will be talking about today about taking Nuxt to the backend. So as Jen already announced me, my name is Jacob, Jakub, depending on where you're connecting from. But for the easiness, Jacob Andrzejewski is like pronounceable around the world. I work at Vue Storefront, and I'm also a Google developer expert in web performance. I'm ambassador for several organizations, and for my hobbies, I am technical diver. I like traveling. I like Dungeons and Dragons, Lego, Transformers, and obviously Marvel, Star Wars, and Lord of the Rings. So if you'd like to talk to me about any of these topics, you can find me on Twitter or X at Jacob Andrewski. I'm always happy to talk about any of them, either related to the hobbies or open source or development in general. So in the Nuxt ecosystem, you might know me from few modules, from security module that I also created a Mighty Byte about, and Algolia and Cloudinary. So stay tuned until the end of my presentation because I will have a cool announcement about Nuxt security, but it will happen in a while. Apart from that, I also have a blog on Dev2 where I'm posting weekly about either Vue.js or Nuxt, so you can check it out. And I also have a YouTube channel where I'm also sharing some video tutorials mainly about using Nuxt in several different cases. So I have this quote that I created some time ago that Nuxt is an amazing front-end framework that allows Vue developers to build full-stack applications. This means that one can develop an application writing CSS and SQL in one code base, which basically for me was always a dream because I didn't like the separation of the front end and the back end. And Nuxt gave me the opportunity to basically do both of them at the same time. So what if I told you that this full stack framework of Nuxt can be used to build a fully functional backend microservice that can be later consumed by other services? But first, to answer this question, we need to answer one more question. So what runs on the backend of Nuxt? On the backend or the server of Nuxt? So Nuxt 3 introduced a new server engine called Nitro, and Pinia will be giving a full talk about the future of Nitro, so make sure to check it out as well. So Nitro is a cross-platform, has a cross-platform support for Node.js browsers and service workers. It supports serverless out of the box. It supports APIs, API routes, to be more specific. It has automatic code splitting, supports hybrid mode, and basically has hot module reloading in development. All the goodies you might need to build a server application. But apart from the server itself, Nuxt also comes with H3, which is used to work with server API endpoints and the middleware. So what H3 does under the hood is it basically allows you to handle requests and responses and return objects out of them, and also comes with several useful utils such as body parsing, cookie handling, redirects, and many, many more. So if we combine both of them together, the Nitro and the H3 and the Nuxt itself, we will get something like this, what you probably experienced already or used already. So the server directory of Nuxt, where Nuxt will automatically detect everything that you put in the server under the name of API, middleware, and root, and will register API and server handlers with that. So if we create, for example, API, let's say called hello.ts in the server/server/API with the code such as this one, and then we will call it from our Vue application, like shown on the right side, we will basically get the data. So we have this connection between the front end and the back end, or the server, to be more specific. So Nitro helps us build full stack apps with Nuxt, right? So the answer is yes. And we can also use this Nitro and H3, drilling H3, to build backend as well. And this is also what I wanted to show you today. So how we can build a fully functional backend microservice with Nuxt and more specifically Nitro. So you might ask me, but Jacob, what is a microservice? Maybe I'm not aware of this term. So I'm glad you asked. So microservice or microservice architecture is basically a style where your application is composed out of several services. And those services, they are deployed independently. They are not connected like strictly connected to each other. They are loosely coupled. They are used for mapping certain business domain, and they are owned by a small team. So let's say that you have an e-commerce application. So we might have microservice for handling orders, for authenticating users, for delivering the products to the users, and stuff like that. So this architecture allows the organization to basically have the independent deployments and deliver very big features without the need to just deploy one application, because they can deploy them independently. So in the application that I will be building, it will be very simple, but I will be using Nuxt Supabase as the database for my application. I will be using Nuxt Security, the module that I already mentioned, and I will be using it purely because of the course support. And I will be deploying it to Vercel. So just before we jump into the code, I have a small remark for you. So the application that we will showcase today, it's more like the example of what we can use both Nuxt and Nitro for, rather than a great design pattern. It's more like the showcase of the fact that basically Nuxt and Nitro can be used to achieve almost everything we desire. So let's go to the code. And I have two applications. Basically, the first application is called Cat Provider, and the second one is Cat Consumer. But don't be afraid, we won't be eating any cats. It's just for the sake of consumer provider naming convention. So the provider, which will be a Nuxt app that will act as a backend microservice, will connect to Supabase to fetch the data and return this data to the user. However, the Cat Consumer is just a regular Nuxt free application that basically fetches the data from the REST API that we will be exposing from the Cat Provider. So I have, as I'm very bad at doing the live coding, especially in terms of timing, I have already done a lot of the work. So I just want to show you what I did. So for the Cat Provider, so the service that is used to provide data to another application, as I mentioned, I am using Supabase, Nuxt Supabase, and Nuxt Security just for course configuration. For your application, make sure to use like proper course functionality. In this case, I only needed to just allow any origins to access this microservice. But if you are using Nuxt Security, there is a full configuration options that you can use to make your app secure. So I'm using Nuxt Supabase for database. And if we inspect the app.view, it just shows Nuxt welcome. There's no like advanced logic into it. We just have a Nuxt welcome. However, if we inspect server and API here, we will have 4 files here. So let's inspect one of them, for example, the get one. So each of these are responsible for like classic CRUD operations. So we have create, read, update, delete. Obviously, post, get, patch, and delete. So how it works is basically that we have this define event handler that we already seen today in the presentation. We have the import of server Supabase client. This is one of the utils of Supabase module that you can use to connect to Supabase on the server side. So we get the query with the util of h3 called get query, and we just extract the name of it. So if we have the name, and before that we also need to register and create the client for Supabase. So if there is no name, so if the user didn't provide the name of the cat that he wants to like retrieve, we will just return all cats. However, if he passes one, we just want to filter the result for the cat with the certain name. And all other methods are just the same. We just change the method. So in this case, we use the method delete from Supabase. In this case, we use the method update. And for the post, we just insert classic SQL statements, but in modern Supabase way. So for the CAT consumer, we don't have any server. We don't have anything specific in the Nuxt app here, in the app.vue. We only have the Nuxt page component to be able to render pages in our pages directory. The index here just says that we need to visit /cat or /cat with the certain param to see the data about cats. And in here, what we have is we have a simple v4 where we are just mapping over the cats that we are getting from so far the localhost 3001, where the application will be running and we'll be fetching the cats from. And the name, almost the same, with just one difference that we are passing the param to get a certain cat. So I will run both services right now. So we are on dev here and the yarn dev here as well. So what will happen is that we'll have those two applications running. And when I go to the browser, and I forgot to mention that I have 3 cats here, obviously in the Supabase. And later on, I will show you that the app is deployed as well. But if we inspect right now the browser on the localhost 3000/cat, we see 3 cute cats here. So these cats were basically not created here, but they were created and fetched from cat provider. So if we go to /cat, we see all the cats. If we go to, for example, Garfield, we don't see a cat because there is no image for it. Okay, so we just see the 3 cats over here. So what I want to change right now is to not fetch the cat from the provider that is running in the application the same host. I just want to fetch the cats from the service that is already running. We are trying to, let's say, imagine the situation where we have those microservices built with Nuxt, and they are deployed already, and we are just fetching the data from them. So in here, I have the link for the application that is already running, as I mentioned, on Vercel. So I will just replace it. And then what will happen is when we visit the same page here and inspect the network and go for fetch and refresh the page, what we'll see here is it still tries to get the localhost 3001 because I'm trying to see the not all the cats, but just one single cat. So let's replace this one as well. Save it. And right now, we still see the cats. But in this case, the domain is different because we are fetching the data actually from Vercel, because this is the microservice, Nuxt microservice that I created. And I'm just fetching the data from it. So I will go back to the presentation and ask a fundamental question for what I showed you just before. But why? Why should I do it? Like, what is the point of having this, apart from the fact that it is possible? So my first honest answer would be just for fun, because it is possible to do such things. But I tend not to just do things for fun. I'm always trying to find a practical reason for doing things. So I think there are use cases for that, how we can utilize the functionality that I just showed you. So first of the reasons why I think this might be useful is the easiness of development. So as front-end developers, we don't like to touch the infrastructure, to touch the database. We just prefer to focus on what we like the most, so the front-end itself. So with using Nuxt for such a backend, we can use it to simply deploy it to any popular hosting providers, because deploying a Nuxt application on Vercel usually takes 2 or 3 minutes maximum. There is no extensive configuration needed, and we can use all of the popular and widely used Nuxt modules. I just showed you I used the Nuxt Supabase module, and in the API endpoints, I was basically developing this functionality in 5 lines of code. So what Supervise did is it helped front-end developers work with databases and auth. And what Nuxt allows you to do is to extend it even further to the infrastructure, allowing you to streamline the development process by a mile. And I mentioned specifically because Vercel is only one of the available providers, but there are more. There is Netlify, Heroku, and many, many more that you can use, where Nuxt basically can be hosted very, very easily. So this is the first reason. And the second reason is something what I call the micro modules, which is basically a micro frontend plus microservice. So having such a microservice, which is deployed independently, it can have their own UI. They can have their own frontend. So we have the frontend and the backend deployed as one micro module. And this micro module might also export or basically have an interface, REST interface, REST API that any other Nuxt application or any other application in general can talk to and get the data from. So one Nuxt backend or one Nuxt frontend can call another Nuxt backend, which can be quite useful, especially for larger applications. So one module handles both UI and logic, and we have one repository for certain domain of our app. So if you'd like to see the code, it's baroshem/Nuxt backend on GitHub. And I promised you a surprise about Nuxt security. So Nuxt security is currently at version 0.14.x, and it's used in several different projects already. So it's getting really stable. There were a lot of bug fixes, a lot of changes being done to the module itself. So I would like to welcome Nuxt security at RC, so the first RC version for the stable Nuxt security module. And I wanted to show you what was changed, because there were a lot of changes, and I would always want to start from the documentation, because this is the part where I spend a lot of time on to make it better. So Nuxt security documentation was looking like this. However, right now the documentation looks like this. So it's more in line with all the other modules that you can use in your Nuxt app, such as Nuxt image, Nuxt content, and Nuxt UI, for example. So right now the module has much better documentation in terms of the headers, security response headers that you can use, the middlewares, the utils, frequently asked questions, because believe me, there are many, many questions being asked about how to configure your app securely. So here I try to summarize all the questions you might have. And basically this, as I mentioned, also results in a new RC version with a lot of changes, as you can see here. And I would like to especially thank the contributors who were part of this release. And basically I would also like to invite you to try it out and also let us know what we can do to make the module better. So coming back to the slides, if you'd like to see the documentation, it's nuxt-security.vercel.app. The repository is basically nuxt-security, and for the newest release with the changes that I mentioned, basically 1.0.0-RC1. And I would also like to thank everyone who was participating and using the module, because it recently reached 500 GitHub stars, 250 used projects, and basically 200,000 downloads, which I believe is quite an achievement for a module, which is not like an image or a dev tool. It's more like related to one of the quality aspects of your application, such as security. So that will be it from my side. If you'd like to talk to me about any of the topics that I mentioned today, you can find me at Jacob Andrzejewski on Dev2X YouTube or Baroshem on GitHub. This is the only difference. But yeah, as I mentioned, if you'd like to talk about any of those, just let me know.
Great. Thank you, Jacob. And we do have a couple questions for you for the Q&A are there any alternatives to Nuxt that you would consider to use for a Vue front end? If so, what and why?
Oh, that's an interesting question. So I'm addicted to Nuxt, I would say. So it will be difficult to go to another Vue front-end framework. However, if I would have to go somewhere else, I would most probably go to Quasar. I think that's the pronunciation of this project, which basically has the UI. They have the support for multiple devices like mobile, Android, iOS, stuff like that. So I would probably go there, but only if I had to. Like if I don't have to, I am sticking with the stack that I like the most, which is Nuxt.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, next question. What benefit of using Nuxt for your background has saved you the most time?
So I wouldn't say that it saved me time. I was more thinking about using it as a, let's say, interesting use case. But the thing is that if you just want to have some simple functionality being deployed as a backend, or if you want to have an application built with those kind of micro modules or micro frontends that communicate to each other, I would say that this might be useful for especially those independent deployments. So the problem is that when your application is like growing, it's much more difficult to maintain it as one team because you might have certain parts of it, of the application, and being able to like divide it, split it into smaller chunks, and not only to like split it on the front end, but split it on the back end as well. And what's best, split it on the front end and the back end and merge those parts together as Nuxt is doing, can do it. This is what I think can be really especially useful, that basically you just have those parts that are separated. So you have here Nuxt front end and the back end, and another application which has their own front end and the back end. So this application can talk to the back end of this one. So we have, for example, a user and a product. So a user can basically talk to the backend of the product just to get the product data. And those services or modules can talk to each other and get the data from each other. And they can be like deployed and developed independently. So each team can have their own roadmap, their own like feature requests, and they can just work in their own speed, I would say.
Great, thank you. And this is a fantastic follow-up question that I think is good for especially those that have been in the industry for a while, even beginners. Is there anything you still find confusing about working with Nuxt as a backend?
Still,
or that you do find confusing, because I feel like a lot of people think that after so much time, someone will know it all, and when I've seen, it's never ends.
So I'm pretty sure, or I would like to mention that I don't know everything. I shouldn't be like perceived as someone who knows everything. I actually don't know a lot, but the truth is that when I first thought about this, like using the Nuxt as the REST API as the backend only, I thought to myself that there is no reason for that, and just give up, don't do it. However, when I thought about this concept of the micro modules, so the micro frontend and the microservice itself, I actually thought that it might make sense, even though at first it might have sound confusing, like why you have, you can have Vue.js or Nuxt on the front end, and you can have PHP or Nest.js server on the back end. So why you should mix them all together? But with the evolution of tools such as Supabase, where you can just interact with your database from the front end without needing to write a single line of code in SQL, you can just write JavaScript and you will get the same result. Yeah, I would say the more developers and more projects will be moving towards the front end. So to enable front end doing stuff for the backend. So I would say that Nuxt, which provides basically a functionality to work on the backend from the front end for the front end developers, basically makes sense. Even though at first I thought that it's like completely crazy and I shouldn't be doing it, but I did it anyway.
Thank you. All right, 2 more questions. If this stack would be a suboptimal and just a good example, as you say, what would you more likely use for more in-depth projects?
So I use a bit different stack on a daily basis because I use Vue free with Vite and Nest.js as a backend. So I would definitely recommend that. However, if I could, I would probably switch the Vue free Vite into Nuxt. But when we started our project, Nuxt 3 was in a very, very early Edge version, so it wasn't ready to be used. While in the opposite, the Vue with Vite was already quite mature. So at this point, like my favorite stack of choice would be Nuxt and Nest.js on the backend. And I think that Nest.js is already very mature. I think recently it reached like 60,000 GitHub stars and many like million downloads or something like that. So I would say that even though it is Node.js, I would say it's quite stable and a reliable framework that you can depend on while building backend.
Great, thank you. Last question. What would you so this is kind of continuing on
connected question.
Yeah. If I'll just read it as is, of if this is not the optimal way, which real backend would you recommend to pair with Nuxt? They have a couple of full stack projects with Supabase and Prisma ORM, and all with the same Nuxt.js projects.
So as I mentioned, I would go for Nest.js. Purely because of maturity of the framework and the concepts and patterns that this framework introduces. So basically it gives you both tools and the patterns that you can use to build your application. So by following the principles that are part of the framework, such as Nest.js, it's very difficult to make mistakes, which are the most, let's say, expensive ones, I would say. Because if you follow the patterns that were already defined a long time ago and a lot of people were thinking about them, it's much more difficult to make bad decisions on the, let's say, architecture side of the application. So I think if you are into like JavaScript stack, like you have Nuxt.js, but you would like to, for example, migrate to some kind of backend JavaScript framework, I would totally go for Nest.js. Like I think it's quite stable and it offers everything that you might desire to build applications with it. And I can say it from experience because when I was building my own like open source project with Nest.js specifically, I was looking for things like how to connect Nest.js to Elasticsearch or how to connect Nest.js to Stripe or something like this. And I was pleasantly surprised back then, and it was like 4 years ago, I was pleasantly surprised that whenever I was searching for the information, I wasn't
like finding articles, I was finding documentation that was showing me how to do that with a specific plugin or module that I could just import, and it was working out of the box. So yeah, I would go for Nest.js.
Yay. Thank you. And thank you so much for joining us today. We greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. See you next time.
Thanks. All right, y'all. We have one more speaker after this. So before we go to our last speaker, let's talk a little bit about Vue Jobs. Vue Jobs is the leading job board for a Vue.js ecosystem where you can discover companies that are looking to hire Vue.js developers and connect with them. So go check out vuejobs.com and also Vue.js jobs on Twitter, X. It still throws me off every single time. On X, formerly known as Twitter, go look up at Vue.js job. All right. So up next, we have Kruti. Kruti is a front-end developer, content creator, and Nuxt ambassador based in Australia. She creates web experiences using Vue.js and Nuxt and loves writing articles to talk about what she learns and shares with the Vue and Nuxt community. Apart from this, Kruti loves creating technical conceptual diagrams. With them, she captures and documents her learning. So thank you and welcome to the stage, Kruti.
Hey Nuxters, welcome to the Nuxt Nation 2023. In this talk, we will unpack Nuxt layers and learn how to architect Nuxt application a little differently. Default Nuxt is minimal, but we can extend Nuxt at build time and runtime. If you have been using Nuxt 2 for a while now, you know that we can write plugins to extend Nuxt runtime context, and when we write modules, we extend its build time context. When we use define Nuxt module, we get Nuxt as a second argument, which is nothing but a build time context. And this runtime context is accessible using use Nuxt app composable that comes packaged with Nuxt 3. But with the release of Nuxt 3, we have a new member in this category, and that's layers. Nuxt modules are low-level construct that help us extend Nuxt Core. And that's why most of the time we integrate and bring external libraries into Nuxt, while Nuxt layers are a high-level construct that we can use to isolate reusable parts away from the main application, such as composable, utilities, component library, etc. Nuxt layers are a lot easier to write compared to the Nuxt modules, where we must have deeper knowledge of NuxtKit. If we were to write modules, we must understand all the methods that it provides, their signature, how they work, and so on. There are features that overlap between the two, such as we can add components, we can extend Nuxt pages, we can add plugins, server middleware, and we can do all of that and more with Nuxt layers as well, while having the developer experience of writing a standard Nuxt applications. What are the layerable parts of Nuxt app that we can use as a layer? Look at the purple layer icons in this diagram. If you compare this diagram with the one on my Twitter page, you will see a lot more purple layer icon on this page. This is very much work in progress. You can follow issue 13367 to see how it's progressing. How do Nuxt layers work? It's really a two-step process. You can create Nuxt layers and extend it. Layers are powered by C12 package of UnJS ecosystem, where the Nuxt config of your main app points to another Nuxt config of your layers folder. And that is why for any folder to be classified as a layer, it has to have a Nuxt config file in it, even if it's empty. Then all we have to do is use extend key in our Nuxt config and add the names of our layers as an array of strings. Nuxt layers can be a local layer, it can be an NPM package, or even a GitHub repo. For creating layers, it's better if we take a look at the demo. Nuxt docs give this starter template that we can use to start building our first layer. Let's create our first layer. npx, nuxt, init, template, be the layer, and then we add our name of the layer, which is Nuxt UI layer. Now let's cd into our layer. And in our package.json, we have a minimal dependencies. So let's go ahead and install them. npm install. Now we can run our app, pnpm dev, and we can see our first component, which is hello world. And we also get the playground, so we can overwrite the message. Playground. And it updates there. If we comment it out, the default message from the layer will take place. Let's put it back up. And that's pretty much what layer is. Now let's convert this layer into a monorepo. So we will create a packages directory and move our layer into it. Let's give our layer a name. I would say @crew/Nuxt UI layer. Now let's cd into the root of our project. And we're going to create pnpm init. It will create a default package.json file. And here we're going to add a package manager. Be pnpm @862. And also we'll create one more file, just pnpm workspace.yaml. In this file, we will indicate which directories should be considered as a workspace. So that'd be packages and also apps created. This is where all our Nuxt apps will stay. So let's add that in. Now, let's install our Nuxt app in the apps directory. So let's cd into apps, and we will run another npx command, px, nuxt @latest, init, and then the name of our app, which is Nuxt app 1, because you can expect to have multiple Nuxt apps running in your apps directory. Okay. Now let's cd into our Nuxt app and try running it, pnpm dev, and we should see a default welcome component. Now we'll do two things. We will add our layer name in the package.json, crew Nuxt UI layer. And step 2 would be to tell our Nuxt config about this. So let's copy that, and we go to Nuxt config, and in the extends key, we will indicate the name of our layer. And since this is a new dependency, we will do npm install. And now we can run it npm dev. We still see welcome component, but let's add our hello world here. And now we see it. So this is the layer being extended in our Nuxt app. Now let's create our own app.config and try giving it a different name. So define Nuxt config, my layer, and then new name of the layer. Hello from my first Nuxt app. And if we refresh, we should see the new name. Right. Let's cd into our next layer now. And we will install on Tailwind because we want to create a theme which is based on Tailwind. So let's install Tailwind. Now, color names are hardly called by their original name. When we use them in the client project, they rather become primary, secondary, success, warning, etc., and they become part of the theme. So I have prepared two color palettes, primary and secondary, in my code snippets, and I want to copy them and add them in my app.config so that eventually we can override them. So let's add theme and primary, and let's copy the secondary. Now below that we have Nuxt schema, which indicates the shape of our Nuxt config because, app config. Let's add some types. In my code snippet, I have prepared some types, so let's copy them and paste them. So we have key, which has 50 to 950, which are shades of the color. Then we have shape of color palette, theme palette, and the levels. Levels being primary and secondary. Yeah. Let's bring all the types in. Theme palette, color palette, types. Okay. Now going back to the schema, let's tell our schema that expect theme to have primary colors of the type color palette and secondary color palette also to be the type of color palette. Okay. Now, our app.config has these colors, but somehow we need to tell our browser about these colors. So let's create plugin. This is going to be a Nuxt plugin. Let's call it theme.ts. Now, this theme will pick up our colors from the app config, and it'll use this two utility function, individual palette, which will pick up each palette and then convert it into CSS variables that our browser can understand. Yeah, so we'll convert this primary and secondary into a CSS variable. Let's copy individual palette function and also palette to style function. Since we are using types, let's bring in our types and just remove the unwanted ones from here and fix the path here. Let's start writing our plugin. Export default, define Nuxt plugin, which receives Nuxt app as the first argument. Now, as a first step, we want to pick up data from our Nuxt app config. So for that, we will use useAppConfig composable that comes packaged with Nuxt 3. So let's create const theme equals useAppConfig, and from there, from my layer, give me the theme dot theme. And now I want to run this theme. I want to pass this theme into my first utility function, which is individual palette, and pass theme into it. The individual palette function will pick up each palette from our theme and convert them into a CSS variable that our browser can understand. And then we have to just add those variables in the browser. So let's check if we have style. And then we'll use useHead composable. This is another one that comes with Nuxt. And in there, we will use style. So useHead. And in there, we'll use style option to add to inject our custom CSS variables. So let's add children, and I want to add these variables in the root and the body element of the document. There. Now, since we have added a new plugin, we should refresh our node modules. So I'm going to copy a clean script from my code snippet and add it into the root package.json script. And let's open a new terminal. And in the project root, I'm going to run pnpm clean and then pnpm install. Let's close this terminal, and we are back into the Nuxt UI layer, and here I'm going to run pnpm dev. If everything has worked okay, we should see variables in our browser. So we already see our theme here. But let's inspect the browser, and we can see all our CSS variables nicely lined up. Now, somehow we need to tell Tailwind to use these variables instead of the one that comes with the default Tailwind. So let's go ahead and create tailwind.config.ts module export equals theme, and gonna extend so that we are not changing any of the existing Tailwind colors. And here, instead of hard coding color codes, we want to pick up the CSS variables from our browser. So that's how it should look like. So we have entire color palette for primary and secondary where we pick up the CSS variables. So let's copy that and add it into our Tailwind config. Same for the secondary. And then we can simply add both the variables in the colors object. Now that we have configured our Tailwind, we need to tell Nuxt about it because we are using Nuxt.js module of Tailwind. So under the modules key, let's add @Nuxt.js/Tailwind CSS. And before we check, let's go to our Hello World component and try adding primary background. So let's class bg primary 200. Okay, we should see the background updated. Let's rerun npm dev, and we should see a green background, which is our primary color. Let's change it to secondary, and that works as well. Let's clean up our Hello World component a little bit. Now let's test our changes in our main Nuxt app. So let's cd out of our layer and cd into our Nuxt app. And we will just do npm dev, and we should see our Hello World component there. Now let's try to overwrite this green palette into something else, but from our Nuxt app where we are using this layer. So let's add theme. And in my code snippet, I have prepared a purple color palette. So let's just copy that. And paste it here and just refresh. Right, so we have successfully overrode the color of our UI layer. This was a bare minimum example of how theming could work through layers, but we can use layers as a component library as well. So at the moment, we have that default Hello World component, but we can also have an input component there. So let's copy from my code snippet the input component. This input component is styled using primary color. And it also uses view icons, and it validates, and it also has unit test. So let's cd into our layer where we have copied our input component, and let's try to install all the required dependencies. So inside the UI layer, we're going to say npm install retest test utils, iconify view, validate core, and validate validators. So we are installing all of this in the layers and not in the Nuxt app. So when we use this layer in other Nuxt apps, that Nuxt app won't have to worry about installing any of this. And then we will run npm dev. However, before we run, let's add our input component so we can see it. So next to the hello world, this is another snippet I have of the input element, which is the amount field with some validation. So let's add that. And now we can do npm dev. And we should see our input component, which is using a primary color, which is purple at the moment. This brings us to an end of the demo. We have created a basic POC for theming and a component library. We have barely scratched the surface, but be sure to check out the repo, as I have added a couple of more examples there, which I haven't covered in this talk. If you take a look at the Nuxt config, you will see that I have created a Nuxt data layer as another monorepo package, where I have configured GraphQL Yoga server using Nitro API routes. So try running Nuxt app and visit API/GraphQL, and you should see a simple hello world query running there. Then I have added another 3 local layers as well. Base layer, which conditionally resolves component based on the route params. Then I have PDP and PLP, and there could be a feature-specific layers, where PDP stands for product details page and PLP stands for product listing page. Here's an example. Here we can see how base layer is rendering product detail and product listing page, and we can still use our input component from the UI library. So here's the final diagram to sum everything up. In my opinion, I think we can divide layers into roughly 3 categories. They could be platform layers, where we can abstract our UI library, theme, authentication logic, data providers, and even reusable layouts. While feature-specific layers would deal with one specific features, such as PDP, PLP, checkout, and account if you were building an e-commerce applications. And then we can have app layers, which can contain a full Nuxt app that can be reused, say for creating multivariant websites. This brings us to an end of this talk. Follow me on my Twitter and GitHub for similar content. I'm sure you all have many questions, so please send them over to my Twitter or the GitHub repo of this project, and I'll try my best to answer them.
All right, beautiful humans. We are to the end of day 1. Please go make sure to go follow up with her to make sure that you ask any questions or anything like that, since she couldn't be here for the Q&A. So yes, it is Kruti Patel at, if you go check out on X, formerly known as Twitter. I'm still going to struggle with this the whole 2 days, y'all, just as a heads up. So let's talk about a few things before we wrap up and get hyped up for tomorrow. First off, thank you to our sponsor, Vito. Vito provides a clean, easy-to-use hubs to give your attendees access to live streams, recordings, discussions, announcements, and schedules. You're in the Vito hub, and it's built in Vue. So we went over this earlier today. Thank you all for your patience. We still have a huge appreciation for Vito and what they do for us. So thank you, Vito. Now, another part that we want to call out is the Extreme Workshop. So we are doing a state management with Pinia workshop, and you definitely want to check this out. I went through Vito, and at the very bottom, clicked workshops. Being part of the Nuxt Nation means you are getting access to the Vue ecosystem workshops. This year, we are offering Vue School Workshop with Daniel Kelly to teach you the best practices of Pinia, which is definitely huge shout out, because Daniel Kelly is great to work with. And this is one of our most popular 5-hour online intensive Pinia workshops. By the end of the workshop, you are able to develop elegant, debuggable, maintainable, and organized applications using a centralized store. No prior experience with Pinia is needed, and the normal price is $499 US per seat, and the conference special for those attending Nuxt Nation right now is $99.80 US dollars per seat. So like that is an 80% discount. Make sure that you use this coupon code NuxtNation23, and this is only going to be good for during the conference itself. And up next, we have a few things of just saying, y'all, thank you for joining. This was amazing. We made it, even with technical difficulties with day one. Thank you. Thank you for sticking with us. And we want to give a shout out to all of the offers we have are giving during the conference right now. So under Expo, if you check out Mastering Nuxt, we heard from Michael earlier today. We got the Vue School ecosystem. Like these discounts are only during the conference. Vue.js certification program and Mastering Pinia. These are only going to be during the conference, y'all. So make sure that you go sign up. And then we also have our giveaway winner for Mastering Nuxt license. I'm very excited. Look at how cute it is. Karine, please reach out to us on Twitter at Nuxt Nation. This is who won because of their cute friend that joined us. Yay. So thank you again for that. And then also make sure that you go sign up for Vue Nation. So vuejsnation.com. Make sure you get that on your calendar for January 2024, where we get to hang out and talk about all Vue things. This is going to be awesome. We greatly appreciate it. And last but not least, huge shout out to our sponsors. Thank you, Vito, Storyblok, I promise I can talk, Storyblok, Prime View, and Vue Jobs. Thank you again for sponsoring this so we get to make this conference free for you. And have a wonderful day, y'all. See you tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Daniel Rowe. I lead the Nuxt team, and I'd like to talk about server components. Server components are a topic dear to my heart. I like what they enable us to do in Nuxt, and they're currently experimental. So if you want to enable server components in your app, you can enable them with experimental component islands in your Nuxt config. The experimental features we ship are a good way for us to try out different APIs. And mainly what it means by saying that it's experimental is that the API might change before we release it in a minor release. So you can experiment with them now. That's perfectly safe to do. And once you've once you've enabled server components, you can go ahead and create one. I'll start the dev server and then go ahead and create a server component. Now, they're just like normal components. They don't follow hugely different rules. You just have to add a .server suffix, and Nuxt will know that that's going to be a server component. So once you have a server component up and running, you can then go ahead and use that in your app, just like you would a normal component. We'll fire up a server, a website, and there we go. We've got our server component displaying. One thing you might notice is that we actually have HMR for it. So when you're developing, you'll get the server component refresh whenever you make a change on the server. What is a server component? It's really quite simple. It's a component that is only ever rendered on the server. And normally in a Nuxt app, you have a component. Every component can be rendered on the server, and every component can also be rendered on the client. And so when you make a client-side navigation, that component will be rendered on the client. But a server component makes sure that even if you are viewing it on a client-side navigation, that individual component will always only be rendered on the server. But hopefully you won't notice, a lot of features are just supported. So for example, you can define some props. We'll put a string in here, and we'll just inject that in our text. And we will pass a prop to this server component. And that prop is going to then be used when it's rendering on the server. We can do other things too. We can support, for example, slots. Right now, that's the best way if you want to add interactivity to your server components. A new exciting PR is coming very soon that's going to enable deep interactivity of components. But for now, you can pass data in through slots. Server components are a great way of taking complex or privileged operations out of your client-side bundle and keeping them in the server. So if you have a lot of JavaScript that needs to run, but really all you care about is a simple HTML output, you should use a server component. It would be a great choice to make your app more performant. There might be some other good use cases as well. I've written a blog, so feel free to check it out. And I hope you enjoy using server components. Let me know how it goes for you.